Oh,
Hey,
we got to mix it up, I
Exploding
suppose.
onion. Both are
Splonion.
both involve destruction,
yes,
fire.
Fire.
yes.
Yeah.
You know,
And
Crying.
both are representative of what the movie does.
it destroys itself by trying to be what it is.
Mm-hmm. But my
Yeah.
God, does it think it's clever? I should have put like a little
Oh my
monocle on
goodness
explosion.
gracious!
You should have put
A bionicle?
No, monocle.
a monocle.
Oh, I thought you said
Bionicle.
put a
Bionicle
bionicle
on it.
in the
No,
explosion.
No, I wanted to be a
Because
Bionicle.
The
well, we know
bionicle.
Yeah,
bionicles are very cool.
A very well-known signifier for intelligence, having a bionicle. I would say that's true, actually.
Did you ever have a
Yeah,
bionicle?
everyone
or-
I had
does.
several bionicles.
I had the bionicle when they first came out. I had the fire one. Tahu is his name. My brother had the ice one, and they had the ones where I forget the timeline. They had little ones that had like they would roll up, not like transform, but they would just turn into little balls like Metroid for easy storage, and they came in these
They
special
turn
little
into
containers.
balls like Metroid.
Yeah, they turn into little balls like Metroid.
I believe you did it on purpose, Rags, and that's why I love you.
I'm
Metroid
wondering,
Girl
did it-
turns into a ball and rolls
well,
around.
You know what? Okay,
Yeah.
now it's a meme. That's
But
okay.
I forget what they're called.
I don't know either, but I have one of those
It's
on my
well,
shelf over there.
called
they had like little teeth
mothball.
on the front.
Do they?
They had like
People
red
have a
eyes.
bionicle?
It's a green one, like a green face in it.
Wait, sorry.
Yeah.
So that teeth on the
Well,
front.
we
are
don't refer to
balls.
people by that typically, but
I mean, I'm talking about Lego. I don't know what you're talking about.
yeah,
Lego
I don't
bi-
think I
the
ever had
bionicle people.
I don't think I ever had
Okay.
bionicle. I think I might have had like one, but I don't know. I never cared for it much. Like I thought Lego, just regular Lego. I preferred that.
Is there,
Yep, it was all Lego all the time when I was a little guy.
is there acknowledgement in the Simpsons universe ever that this skin is yellow?
I don't think
This
so.
guy. These.
Well, you
If
remember
there's anybody
that
who would know,
gag?
it'd be Fringy.
Oh no! Remember the gag when like Homer hallucinated like Bart, Lisa, and Maggie like looking like regular like real people with 5 fingers and everything, and he screamed and ran off. I think.
I think I remember that, yeah.
Is that your bionicle there, Rags?
That's one of the I had one that was like of this style, but I can't remember what color it was. I just know know that you could like move their arms and legs and they would make like a little they'd become compact,
Oh, sorry.
and then and
Okay.
they came in the little boxes and stuff, because all the containers that you would ever get, they were really stylized and very definitely often came in like tubes.
Yeah, that's what I
or
remember.
things like
I
that.
definitely remember
the
those
tubes, yeah.
tubes, seeing them. Yeah.
Oh yeah, let me get
You-
the original here. Da, 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 da. That's the one I had. I remember his name. I had Tahu. He was the fire guy, and this was the first ones.
By
This
a
is when they were
sword. And they have different
relatively
weapons, right?
simple. Yeah,
They
I
were
have no idea
cool.
what the story is. Something about wearing masks gives you like power or something, and he has like the fire mask, and it gives him fire powers or
I
something.
think it's like
I
the
don't know.
government were in a big civil war, and then they attack from underneath the crust of the earth, and they're called locusts.
You're talking about a different thing.
No, I'm
No,
pretty
that's
sure this is-
Bionicle.
Yeah, it's Bionicle.
He has the mask of
Masks of Gear.
he has the Phoenix mask,
Yes.
He is
which
a
gives him the fire
Bionicle.
powers.
Bionicles of War, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
We need to do
Here,
a
this is the
Bionicle
one.
episode, apparently.
I remember Bionicle as being one of the first sort of those guys. Yeah. And they would have the little they had like the little jelly masks inside of them,
Yeah.
but I don't know what they mean.
The aliens.
But that's Bionicle. I just don't know what any of this means. It's
Oh,
all
me
so
neither.
confusing.
They made TV shows and stuff for Bionicle, right?
Yeah, there's a movie,
animated
right?
series.
Mask of Light. I've never seen it.
well, I don't know if because when they started making all those Lego movies, they made a Ninjago Lego movie, but they never got around to Bionicle, and I'm pretty sure they're not making them anymore. They didn't make enough money.
Well, that's their loss,
And
Probably
also,
depends on
culturally.
I guess it depends on how much money they spend, because I don't think like Mask of Light and everything, I don't think those were like theatrical. but-
I'm talking like the Lego movie and stuff, which were like theatrical films.
You don't think? Wait, are you saying the Lego movies didn't make enough money?
The Lego movie did well. Lego Batman did fairly well, but Ninjago and the second one didn't do so well, so they're not making them anymore.
I
Which
wouldn't
is okay,
expect
'cause those last
Ninjago
two-
to do well theatrically.
Well, and it also came out the same year as the Lego Batman movie, so it's like that's kind of oversaturation, I think. Two Lego
Oh,
movies
yeah.
in a year. You
Do you
know?
think they tried to do like a Lego MCU kind of thing?
Oh, they wanted to make it a franchise, but the problem was that the quality was starting to deteriorate. The Lego movie was the best one. Lego Batman was pretty cool, but Ninjago and the second one, yeah, not a fan of those ones really.
So anyway,
Yeah, enough about
Bionicle.
the Lego cinematic
Yeah, we'll
universe. and
Better stop
Bionicle.
before we start talking about Galador.
as it may have been mentioned, there was to be a break this week, so we could get on with some other stuff.
Oh yeah, I remember
Um,
you saying that to me.
You know, and I believe there was a very enormous and passionate sentiment of never again will we talk about Glass Onion. It is done. Go away.
Yeah.
And you guys may not know, but there was a fun little watch crew to watch the movie, and a part of that crew was Mr. Critical Drinker. And of course, we discussed with him the film after it, and like la 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 la. He puts out his video. I saw it and thought, yep, that about summarizes a lot of the issues, the general sentiment behind the creator. Good stuff. Moving on. And then, posting this other video. And they were like, to be fair, the drinker video was pretty bad. This video is great. And I was like,
Oh my goodness.
"What?" And
Mm.
yeah, there was,
You
I
thought
think,
the movie was great? No,
It was
you
like-
fool.
two significant Reddit posts about all of this. The first one was the sentiment was this video kind of annihilates drinker, and that everyone should check it out. And that, to be honest, sometimes you miss, and you need to accept that. And I was like, okay. Then the second post for it, and this was after I'd seen it as well, and I was like, right, EFAP's coming for this video. The second post was like, some people were like, how the fuck do people think this is a good video? What the hell? I was just like, have you listened to some of the arguments he gave? And I was just like, that's more like it. Like,
There
they-
Home
Give
sweet
it time. Give it time.
yeah, we have checked out this video because I was very curious, and my god, I can't wait to talk about. This is the absolute state of Glass Onion Defenders, is what I would say, I guess.
It's no good.
A lot of it is stuff we've already talked about.
Mm.
When a movie comes out, you do have to use the tools it provides. So when you're defending Glass Onion, the most common thing you see all over the internet is that fucking gif of Benoit Blanc being like, "It's dumb." And it's like, what?
Yeah.
Why?
Like, seemingly the most prevalent defense of the film is the jokes on you I was pretending to be retarded meme.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah,
I want to sit down and ask Ryan, how seriously am I supposed to take your film? Just between you and me. Am I supposed to like give a shit?
I mean,
And
Or
do
am I
you
not?
really have respect for this film, this type of film? Do you really? I don't believe you.
Yeah, there's always a little bit of that. Are you trolling a little bit kind
it
of
really
vibe?
feels that way sometimes. Yeah.
Are you a vampire? Except instead of sucking blood, you just suck like genres.
You suck the
Genre of
joy out of
vampire.
all genre anybody's ever had.
Well, the question that you've asked previously, Rags, but like with this defense, then they could never have failed, right? There's nothing they could have done wrong. No
Well,
way
yeah.
they could have fucked this up.
Yeah. lots of
Yeah, tell
stupid-
me what's the difference between a good Glass Onion movie and a bad Glass Onion movie? Because it seems like this one is really bad,
Well, you know what?
but you guys are saying it's good. So
It got brought up in a comment, and I thought it was brilliant. I'll say a bad Glass Onion movie is this. A good Glass
Okay.
Onion movie is Hot Fuzz.
Oh.
A lot of,
Nice.
this comment that was explaining that Hot Fuzz is a movie where Angel puts together everything as a super complex. He actually digs into all the reasoning for why all the murders are happening, and then you find out it's like no, those people are ruining the reputation of the village, so we're killing them. It's super
great.
simple. Yeah. And like
But-
everyone there is a very simple village goer person. It's not, and they even say to him like, "You're from the city. You assume everything is crazy, action packed, and like insane nonsense." Like, no, it's just fine village folk.
That's
And
like an
all the
actual
facts,
mystery.
all the
Sorry.
facts are there all along, and that you could have thought the correct thing, because you had all the information. Unlike Glass Onion, where there's no way to predict what's going to happen because he just doesn't tell you.
Unfair to compare any movie to Hot Fuzz. You know what?
Well, compare it for the purposes of explaining how good Hot Fuzz is and how not good the other things are. It's acceptable.
Yeah, and I should say I have very important and early plans tomorrow. That was because the whole idea was I wasn't doing anything tonight. So hopefully we can get through this fast, right, guys? Yeah.
Oh, you fool!
Yeah.
Historically, yeah.
Yeah, historically, yeah. It's only half an hour. So we'll
Fuck off.
Oh,
it's gonna be so
well,
quick.
we've done worse.
You knew what you did when you didn't tell me how long that video was.
And how eye-catching too. It's already kicking off. Lots of discussion around this video, and it's called the critical drinker lied to you about Glass Onion.
Oh my goodness,
That's a
lying implies.
claim.
That's
a bold claim.
that's a bold
Yes,
claim to say that
it
someone's
implies
lying
some
to you.
serious
Online.
intent.
Yes. Now, like I said, I've seen this, and I already think it's absolutely fair to say Pillar of Garbage, the creator of this video, lied to you about critical
Oh my
drinker.
goodness gracious!
Whoa! A
It
pillar
just-
of garbage lied to me?
Keeps on
Wait,
going,
his
huh?
channel name is Pillar of Garbage? That's real?
Well, I guess we'll find out
That's
if he lives
real.
up to his namesake.
Yeah, can
Oh,
he
boy.
hold up to that name? Can he give us what he's promised us? Let's hope, I suppose.
I was promised a pillar of garbage. Do not disappoint me.
So, yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to just start this right up.
Well,
Everyone,
I
I've
could think
gotta
of many
close my
reasons.
Bionicle tab first.
I was
There are a
gonna
lot
say you
of
guys can
lies.
talk more about Bionicle if you wanna. Gotta wait for
It's
that.
amazing how little I know about Bionicle.
And yet, that just shows the power of Bionicle, I would say.
Because look, Bionicle's crazy. I don't know what's
So
going
crazy.
on. Where are we? Who are these people? What are we trying to do? What's going on?
Hopefully as well, I'm keeping an eye. The audio level should be acceptable, but I realize even I might be a little too low now. Because
Oh
it's
my
still
God.
doing the thing. Every PC I ever
Look.
have does the thing where it lowers me by about 15 volume points. Every time. I have to push it all the way back up.
You probably have to check off a few of the embedded
Ew.
embedded filters.
Is that like
Yikes.
fucking a
Discord.
sandwich? What is that?
Maybe. But there are many filters you got to turn off. Like Discord will auto volume you. It'll have like a really hard noise gate on you to where you'll fade out randomly. It's pretty annoying. You got to turn a lot off.
Well, there's got to be something because it drives me nuts. It's like it keeps being like, hey, we're changing you again. It's like, oh. Against the will of the user. That's just what you should do with technology.
Mm-hmm.
I love it when it says you're not authorized to make this decision. Like, whatever. Excuse
I am
me.
the law.
I am your boss. I have a hammer over there. The computer's like, yeah, fucking do
Oh.
it, coward.
Use it, pussy.
All right, here we go.
Sorry. Super chat was funny.
Here we go.
There are a lot of lies in the Critical Drinker's latest video. A lot of
Lies.
smaller
straight
ones
off the gate.
straddling the lines between deception and willful misinterpretation, a few bigger ones, and
Oh, so
Man,
he's-
now
it's
that
such a
you're
strong
choosing
claim
right away,
immediately. Yeah.
Yeah, like straight away, wouldn't the more likely cause for your disagreements be that he just like got
He's-
something wrong?
Yeah, it's like he made a mistake because he's mortal
No,
and everything. you
We're
know?
not entertaining that. No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I mean-
well,
Okay.
Willful
Madness.
misinterpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. A little harsh already. It's like you're not even gonna leave room for him just being human and getting something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, he just knows now. Dang, what a claim. Let's find out.
The mind
one-
leader.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Which is useful.
the lines between deception and willful misinterpretation, a few bigger ones, and one particularly shameless, bald-faced fib. As a matter of principle, I try my
One,
best to
okay.
avoid watching
Okay,
this
hold
guy's
on. It's
videos.
not bold faced.
but someone
it's
sent me-
bald faced.
Faced. That's true. That's true, ER.
Bothers
People
the
say
hell out of
bald
me every
faced.
time.
Can't
right.
get getting away with it.
It is bald-faced lie. That's right. It's,
How can
it's
you have
like
a
how
face
people
with no
say,
hair?
well,
Is it like one of those mix-up where they think like, oh, I could care less, but it's like they
I
keep
hate that
fucking
one
it
so
up.
much.
yeah, that's the one.
I don't
The
know.
other
It
one
seems
that
pretty
people
cut
mix
and
up?
dry to me.
What was that sound?
Somebody just died.
sounds like a,
It's like
sounded
a-
like a
it's- what
chair
is that, a-
moving across
So,
the
a
floor.
gay, a gay
I
fart.
have-
What is
I have
that?
a I have a little flute here. Usually Discord doesn't pick it up. So usually I just kind of mess around and no one people are none the wiser, but apparently that one went through.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
Speaking of people getting idioms wrong, or words wrong, it is not haphazardly. It is haphazardly.
Haphazardly.
I've never
Why
known it
can't
to be
you say
haphazardly.
haphazardly?
Yeah, I've
I've
Some
never
never
people
heard
say
anyone
half-
get that one wrong.
Some people say haphazardly.
Well, the glass, as they say, is half full.
I'm a half full kind of
The
guy.
one I'm aware of, or one of the ones I'm aware of, is it's espresso, not espresso.
Yes, we say
Yeah.
espresso all the time.
Yeah.
Ugh,
I've made
that's a
that
bad one.
mistake before. I thought it was espresso.
All these
Uh,
grammar
Because
Nazis.
people say it so wrong. So you think that's what it is.
And then
Yeah,
Rags,
I
and then they
don't
say it
know.
enough that the dictionary goes, yeah, all right, fine.
You know what? Maybe it is. You know
I
what?
hate
Maybe
that.
literally does mean actually figuratively. And I'm like, no, it never. Hold the
Fine.
line.
Maybe it is
Hold the
nuclear now.
Nuclear. I was
Nuclear.
watching an old movie the other night, and they say it was one of those old shitty 1950s movies with like monsters and stuff. So it's like
Hey.
80% World War II B-roll, 10%
Yeah.
guys in suits in a room, and then
Ooh.
10% bullshit, right? And they say atomic bomb.
Oh, no.
Atomic.
Atomic. That's
Atomic.
fresh.
Well,
Wow.
no, it's not. It's old. It's like 70 years old. But I was wondering, like, oh yeah, like we say atom, but we say atomic. But
I guess
he
someone
was
wouldn't know
pronouncing
that.
it in this old movie, atom and atomic.
Well,
Hmm.
see, when they announce the pronunciation of a word when it gets made, some other people are like, no, I don't like that. I'm going to push a different one. But then they get phased out eventually. They can't keep it up.
Because I'm
yeah.
fine with atomic. Atomic sounds fine. But I guess for
Sounds
whatever reason we
wrong
swapped
to me,
to
but it
atomic.
probably
It
is.
doesn't sound quite
like-
right.
Well, yeah, that's
Atomic
because
sounds
we
so
all
much
say
cooler.
atomic.
I don't know. I wonder if I heard them
Instead
both
of the atom.
with no context, which one I would actually want to opt for. Atomic sounds, I don't know, stronger to me than
It
atomic.
sounds strong and
Yeah.
normal, but we're so used to it. But like
Yeah.
atom and atomic.
Atomic sounds like a health concern.
It is a health concern.
Well, I mean,
I'd say it's a
Atomic
health
bomb is
concern.
a
Go down that
concern,
road.
that's true.
Anyway, where are we? Sorry, what's happening? Let's roll him back a bit.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
willful
Glass
misinterpretation,
onion.
a few bigger ones, and one particularly shameless, bald-faced fib. As a matter of principle, I try my best to avoid watching this guy's videos, but someone sent me this latest
As a
one,
matter
and
of
it kind
principle, you don't watch his videos out
Because
of
Critical Drink is a
principle.
bad man.
Oh, is he not
Bad
far
boy.
left?
Sat in
It's because
this
he's not
one
like
and
far
just couldn't
left,
stop
isn't it?
himself.
That's why.
Well, to be fair, it's because he doesn't like stuff like Willow, which is a genius
What?
show. The Witcher Blood
Cool.
Origin, another genius show.
Do you know if this guy likes those shows?
I don't know anymore.
I hope not. If
Oh,
you
garbage.
think Willow's good, you need to just stop. Stop.
You need to read the dictionary.
Willow is a joke show. All right. It's like a tax fraud.
I think that's a good starter one for like, come on, no one likes this. Everyone can rip on
Yeah.
this. Come on.
If
I
you
like that
think
he's-
that Willow is good, you failed the test. You can't do this job.
I like that he's torn between Drinker should be called out for his lies, and also I try not to watch his videos, so he just tried to do both.
Well, yeah, his argument here is that someone sent him the video, and so this is just the result now. It almost seems like you try to have those two worlds at the same time, and like, I would never go
Exactly.
anywhere near this disgusting thing, but I did. Like, all right then.
Someone put it right in front of me, and I just couldn't stop myself.
I couldn't press pause. No.
That
principle.
pile of sugar
Pringles.
just fell in my mouth. I just couldn't help it. Just fell in right in there.
I try my best to avoid watching this guy's videos, but someone sent me this latest one, and it kind of blew my mind to the point that I feel
Because it's yeah, we probably set a little bit of stage here because we did it in the previous podcast, but unfortunately, the Knives Out one and Glass Onion, they're both movies where everyone can't resist talking about your intelligence, no matter where you stand on this film.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah,
can't.
these are the films where if you like it and you get it, you're a smart person who understands art. And if you don't like it and you talk about things like logic and plot, then you're just an idiot and you don't understand art at all.
Or a
No,
liar.
you're a liar.
Or you're a
Yes.
liar. You're just lying about it. It's willful deception.
Misinterpretation.
You
Yeah.
shit on it because you know it's good.
Yeah, and you don't want Ryan to have a good movie because you hate The Last Jedi and you won't let it go.
Yeah, and I'm gonna say it now just so you guys know. You could have told this anyway, but we were there when Drinker watched it. He was complaining throughout a lot of it about the things that didn't make sense, and he thought it was bad at the end. This was a genuine thing that he felt. I can reassure you of that. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
He didn't he does not secretly love this film, and
Can you
he's just trying
imagine?
to
Yeah.
We're all
riff
like,
or whatever.
we're all talking about it. Then he goes, "Guys, I think it was really good, but of course I won't say that publicly." Jeez.
Listen, the only thing he forgot is that I watched it with him. That's the only thing he forgot.
Oh yeah, that was quite funny. Yeah, there was a German guy there. You're like, yeah, man. He was right
Yeah.
there.
He's been
But I
here the
didn't
whole
hear any
time.
German in the call. What's happening?
He's upset at the lack of German representation in the movie.
Yeah.
True.
Hmm.
A moral
There would have been a villain though.
obligation to use my comparatively
Though there was a
modest
massive gap. Well, never mind.
platform to
Wait,
push
hold on.
back
Can
against
we push
this
that? Yeah, dial it back a little bit.
We will dial it back all day
I'd
long.
love to dial things back.
principle. I try my best to avoid watching this guy's videos, but someone sent me this latest one, and it kind of blew my mind, to the point that I feel a moral obligation to use my
boy.
comparatively modest platform to push back against this slurry
Moral
of boneheaded
obligation.
Like,
crazy
okay,
nonsense.
Superman, calm
Because it-
down.
He's like,
Moral
Garbage
obligation.
is a
Okay.
crusader.
well, yeah, you could translate what he just said into, I may be an underdog. I may be David, but Goliath, you're going down, buddy.
Mhm.
It's such a meme. Like,
Well, you know, it's going to be funny, especially when we see what kind of arguments we're getting from this. And I would just go as far as saying, I don't even know the Drinker's aware this exists. So it's just kind of funny, like, because he's already, like, a couple of questions are coming on, like, open bar, where it's just like, you know, do you know people who have shit on your take on Glass Onion? He was like, yeah, of course, everyone shits on everything I ever have. I don't care. It's just like, get over it, sort of thing. And I was like, don't you worry, we'll check it out on all EFAP. I'm curious what they have to say. 'Cause,
That's our job.
I'm always invested in knowing, like, when we come across a movie like Glass Onion that is so impressively terrible, that it's like, oh, you got like a whole video not only defending the film and explaining like why it's really strong storytelling wise, but in direct like response to someone who we have quite a few agreements with in terms of the flaws. It's like, this is kind of perfect. I'm going to be able to finally understand what's so good about it. That's not what happens, but
What?
like, it's overestimating. But hey, it's all right.
Spoilers. Jeez.
I'm so sorry. But yeah, you can tell already from this intro that he considers like Drinker's whole approach to be bad, and he's a bad person, and he lies and stuff. It's like we really don't
You
like Drinker
better-
in this video.
You better have some strong things to
lies.
say.
He better, yeah.
relies on you not
modest
liking
platform
Drinker.
to push back against this slurry of boneheaded, brazen nonsense. Because it really does just
Okay.
lower this whole format of online media criticism. If you
Okay.
just want to see the
Okay.
main attraction, the mightiest Porky, I'll put time codes in the description, but there's enough sheer bollocks before the big
He's
one
saying-
rolls
What?
around.
He's saying there's a big lie that Drinker tells, but there are loads of other lies he tells that he wants to go over first.
Oh my gosh, he
Big
just can't
Porky.
stop lying.
Yeah,
So
what's
many
a
lies.
porky mean? I've never heard that before.
Yeah, I've never heard a lie called a porky, but all right.
I'm also curious
Porky?
how these lies are categorized. Is it the impact on the film, or is it the amount of time it takes for him to lie, or is it chronologically like where it sits in the film? I wonder. I don't know.
Biggest
seems that
gotcha.
much thought has
Yes.
been put into it.
How dare you? You already know I've seen this.
How could you impugn the character of someone named Pillar of Garbage?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just asking questions.
Wow, just asking questions.
Around but
This
for
could
posterity's
Oop.
sake, I think we better spend a bit of time just going through this mess.
Okay,
video.
let's do
Thanks for
it.
pausing. And oh, Glass Onion
Wait.
spoilers, by the way.
Oh, what was that?
Go back.
Wait,
Was
what
that-
pause? What? What's happening?
Did I miss an ad read? What was going
Hang
on?
on, let's go back a bit.
One rolls around that for posterity's sake, I think we better spend a bit of time just going through this mess of a video. Thanks for unpausing. And oh, Glass Onion spoilers, by the way.
Oh,
Thanks for
swing-
unpausing.
It's-
Pausing, what?
Wait, what?
swing and a
Why
miss.
were we?
I don't understand.
Oh,
Did,
this
you guys,
is
did he realize you guys would be using this on EFAP?
this is yeah. I've seen this before. Okay, so I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's quite a good meme. There's one where Hassan is responding to, or he's not even responding. I think he's just watching a video, and this guy, the creator, he nails exactly where he predicted Hassan would pause, and like right after it, he says, "Thanks for unpausing, Hassan," or something like that. And it's like it's a really funny video. It's a good clip. like irrelevant of anything else, just that in isolation. And I think ever since then, a lot of people have been trying to do that. People have done it with us before, but that's so fucking awkward because we kind of
Yeah,
just
that is awkward.
like
It
to be honest with you,
ruins the flow of the
I'm
video.
looking at that and I'm like, first of all, you just damaged your video for no reason at all. But secondly, like, why would we pause there? Why would you pick that?
And my thought was that maybe he expected people to pause his video, watch the movie first, and come back or something, and he just forgot to put that in
You
the
are a
script. I don't know.
fool.
Yeah, I don't know.
No one does that.
Yeah, I suppose not.
Like, imagine someone didn't even have any context for the idea of what he's trying to get across there, and they just see this, and he just randomly says thanks for unpausing. You're like, what?
You got it, dude. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Thanks.
anytime.
Also, yeah, warning, chat. This is gonna have spoilers for Glass Onion in it. All right.
Oh, what?
Gosh.
Oh,
Spoiler, it sucks.
Thanks for
yeah.
pausing.
Don't
and-
put yourself through it. Spoiler
Glass
alert.
Onion spoilers, by the way. The start is really quite funny.
Ah, stupid people. Let's be honest, they're basically everywhere in modern culture, from politics to music to YouTube. Everywhere you look, you're confronted by vapid, brain-dead morons dispensing their unwanted and uninformed opinions like mentally challenged Delphic
Remember
oracles.
Rings of Power?
I do remember Rings of Power.
Remember Rings of Power?
Fortunately,
Oh,
I
yeah,
do.
that came out like only a few months ago.
Also,
And no one gives a shit.
happy to concede that is a strong opening from Drinker. Just like, but the thing is, he probably say like, "Don't worry, it doesn't apply to you if it doesn't apply to you."
I do like the mental image of a mentally challenged Delphic oracle. That's kind of fun. That's a good line. Good job.
If coincidence attacks the Persians,
This is the irony
play
note.
with fire.
Oh
fuck?
my goodness.
What is? Wait,
Yeah,
what?
Rags,
What
you're interrupting
happened?
what seems to be a very good running joke. Okay, you gotta let him explain this one.
Like mentally challenged Delphic oracles.
This is the irony note. I'm going to play it every time the drinker says something bitingly unaware.
What he means by that is whenever
Oh,
Drinker says this is stupid, he's gonna play that note to be like, actually no, you.
Oh yeah, you're stupid.
Oh,
so that
Actually, no,
Yeah.
you.
I don't even.
Yeah, it's just a note that means no you.
Yeah, he's like
Okay.
trying to
That's
dress
funny.
it up as being something more than it is just a fucking reverse card in Uno.
Okay.
It's just like, oh, that's all you could come up with. Okay.
That's not very clever, but I guess you thought it was.
Isn't going to pay off immediately, but it's going to pay off. But yeah, the first
What do you mean? That was a payoff, wasn't
That
it?
was a payoff. That was you establishing
Apparently.
that I hit the note and then I explained what the note means.
Don't worry, there's gonna be a payoff. I promise you.
Do you think
I'm
he
gonna
originally
tell you
said,
that right
"Don't worry,
now."
it'll be funny eventually," and then he changed?
Exactly what he did.
Every time you've heard that note, it was actually the irony note. It means no you.
And then puts a little smile on the screen. I got him.
Yes.
Didn't I, guys?
It's not very good writing to say outright it's gonna be a payoff.
It's called
Yeah.
setup, idiot. In the
It's
movie,
the
when
irony.
the character says, "I have a gun," I might use it later. Like,
In
I
fact,
might
I
use
did
it
just
later,
use
and
it
then looks
now.
directly to the audience. No, really.
I
remember
will, I
this.
swear.
I'm putting it in my shoe. Remember.
Put it in a little ice bucket in the middle of the room.
Guys, stop giving Ryan ideas.
But Battle, they
Telltale.
didn't even show us that.
Yeah, I know.
first half or so of this video is pretty much just a fairly inaccurate plot recap with some incidental Last Jedi hate.
Really
Is it
milking that one, huh?
incidental? It sounds like it's purposeful. It wouldn't be incidental.
Oh, no. To be
probably-
fair, a lot of people don't know this. Ryan Johnson actually made The Last Jedi. He's the writer
What?
director.
There's a link.
To be fair, he might not know this. So Ryan Johnson made Glass Onion, and then a few years before he made Knives Out, and he famously, so I don't know how he missed this, made The Last Jedi before that. When you review someone's movies, you do often look at their, let's say, history. When I was reviewing Multiverse of Madness, I couldn't help but reference that Michael Waldron had been involved in Loki, because it was not only relevant narratively, but also just in terms of his past work and references to how good you can expect the work to be. You can say this is because he's obsessing about The Last Jedi, but I think that's better proven if you could find like a reference in every single video that has nothing to do with Ryan Johnson.
Yeah, to establish like a pattern of creativity and part of his artistic,
Well, but also,
methodology.
apparently self-professed doesn't watch Drinker's videos, so like, yeah, how does he know that that's not the case?
It's just weird to me that
It seems
You-
obvious that you would reference Ryan Johnson's other films in a
When you're talking
review
about
of
the
Ryan
Johnson
Johnson's
film.
film.
It'd be like if you
Yeah.
talk about Spielberg's latest movie and then you reference Jurassic Park, it's like, oh wow, 30 years ago, not letting that one go.
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
you're
it
like,
go,
what?
mate.
Get a little
Yeah.
obsessed already. And you know for a fact that if someone was positively reviewing Glass Onion and then they said, man, this was a great, great fucking movie, just like Knives Out and just like The Last Jedi, this guy's not going to go, wow, that came out in 2017, dude, still milking.
Yeah.
He'd be like, Drinker's welcome to say that The Last Jedi is bad. It is video reviewing someone who made that movie making a new movie.
I wonder
Mhm.
if this guy gushed when Joker came out, if he was one of the people who was big onto the whole like it's just Taxi Driver, it's just it's just King of Comedy. It's like, man, let it go. Why are you even referencing other films? What are you doing?
Yeah, let it go, man.
Yeah.
I just wanted to get to the point where it's like, that came out a month ago, let it go, dude. Why are you referencing
Well,
shit
that's
like-
That came out.
that's
We're
Metro
getting there.
Marvel. It's what it's
2,000
done. That
ago,
came
let
out
it
last
go.
week, dude.
Yeah.
Payoff
We're not even talking about Love and
immediately,
Thunder
but it's
anymore.
Ugh.
pay off. But yeah, the first half or so of this video is pretty much just a fairly inaccurate plot recap with some incidental Last Jedi hate.
Really milking that one, huh?
So I'm not going to
Oh,
dwell
nice
on it for
audio
too
change.
long, but
It's
let's
supposed to be funny, Rags. It's like I go, and see, when I do that, it's like funnier because it's closer to the mic. Get it?
Oh, okay.
Kind of sounded more like it was added later. in a
Yeah,
different
that's what I
recording
was gonna
session.
say,
It
yeah.
probably was added late because
It
it
was
was like,
added
ooh, I
later,
can do
yeah.
a shot of
I
it.
think it absolutely was. Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
sprang up one morning and he's like, you know what would really make this funny? Damn, dude, I got to get to it.
God, this
Well-
movie was from 2017. I better add that joke in.
And the funny thing is, I think
Nice.
the argument makes way more sense if you would make it about, I guess, my channel. If you look at it, you'd be like, so much Star Wars, obsessed with hating on it. But like Drinker, if you look at his library, he's covering like fucking everything that comes out. I don't even know.
Yeah.
And then of course he said he hasn't seen the videos, so he has no reference for how many. Because even if I was watching all of Drinker's videos and kept seeing TLJ references every time, like this movie's bad, but it's not TLJ bad or something, I'd just be like, you probably change the metric at this point, Drinker. But the thing is, he doesn't do that. So
plot recap with some incidental Last Jedi hate.
Really milking that one, huh?
So I'm not going to
Yeah,
dwell on
milk
it
it.
for too long, but let's just jog through it and point out a few certified
Alright.
silly fella moments.
Cool.
Some of these are
Silly
lies, some
fella
are just deceptive, but all are, yeah, silly.
okay, like, what is it?
All
Wait,
right,
so
okay.
Global misinterpretation
You
to
silly.
silly, just being a silly little guy.
so we have all of the examples. Many of them are lies, but we can guarantee that they're all silly. What does he mean by that? Just wrong?
Silly
Yeah.
lie? What's the difference between
Silly.
a silly lie and a serious lie? I guess.
Silly lie.
In the
They're
context
silly
of
lies.
this.
Before the
Silly
recap
little liar.
silly liar, dude.
Stop being so silly.
even starts, the guy's going on about modern Hollywood being idiotic, and he plays a clip of Jennifer Lawrence talking to Viola Davis.
Girls and boys can both identify with a male lead, but boys cannot identify with a female lead.
Oh, absolutely.
Famous clip went around quite many places. The more famous clip was when she said she, as Katniss Everdeen, proved that women can lead action movies. That was the one that.
Oh, fuck off.
Yeah, well, it's to be fair, it's a constant joke now on Open Bar and I think Friday Night Tights, where whenever anyone references like an older or foundational thing, someone will be like, "Wasn't that Jennifer Lawrence?" And it's always hilarious. It's great.
Oh.
Yeah. So the one thing I will say is that as just pointed out here, the full context is that this was a thing that was said to Jennifer Lawrence by the film industry, or Hollywood, I guess. And then she says it, and it's weird to watch because it looks like Viola Davis agrees with the idea, like that. Yeah, boys
It
can't
sounds
associate.
Like the whole point was that Jennifer Lawrence, doesn't believe that to be the case.
Right, but like I said, I'm not sure if Viola Davis was agreeing with her or agreeing with her. It's bad that people would tell her that, but
Yeah.
obviously the point would still stand that that's a really fucking dumb thing that Hollywood would have said to her alone.
Yeah.
Whether or not she believes it.
This is pretty misleading. The soundbite in question went viral a while back, leading to a bunch of people trying to dunk on Lawrence and Davis for the obviously silly sentiment coming out of Lawrence's mouth. But a lot of that was thanks to precisely this kind of context stripping. See, the function the clip played
But it was like by him saying that the sentiment was obviously like silly, right? But she's reporting what she was told by Hollywood executives. So
Drinker.
you're agreeing with Drinker
Yeah,
and you
Drinker's
don't
setup
even
was
know
the
it.
Hollywood is retarded, so yeah.
Yeah, so this guy is not like smart enough to understand that he just agreed
Well,
with Drinker's
Rags,
sentiment?
we will see. We will see what he says about that potential.
In the
Okay,
Drinkers
I guess we
video
will.
is a quick example of dumb Hollywood brain, and implicitly tying this into the reactionary circle jerk around the woman king.
Reactionary.
That's what Lawrence and David
I don't even. How did you like? The clip itself was so bad that it got memed to death. Everyone made fun of it for it to the point where she had to explain herself later in another interview. She was like, "Oh, I didn't mean to like take away from other women who've made great." Like it's just like, yeah, but you did because you didn't fucking remember or care. It's really weird for like a famous, actress to
Female
not
Hollywood actress, yeah.
to not
I guess saying
automatically be
female
like,
actress
oh
is
man,
female.
Sigourney Weaver and Linda Hamilton and even fucking referencing like Sarah Michelle Gellar or any people. It's like they obviously made progress. So why would I've just ignored all of
odd,
them?
right? Like, were you not
A
inspired
Hollywood
by
person
women?
being narcissistic?
I
I guess
know.
Weird.
it's just
Mm.
odd that you wouldn't you have been inspired by like women who had been in Hollywood and making movies and acting before you were, right? Like you would have those references.
You'd think.
This
This
movie
is
came and
talking
went.
about here. Hollywood
I
dumb
never saw
is
it.
the main point here, but the subtext is because SJW. In reality, what this
He's
trimmed
just fucking making fun of someone who's stupid said something. You don't have to make
Someone
everything.
said a dumb thing.
Doesn't have to be the culture war every time.
You can also agree with it if it's dumb. It's okay.
It's funny
No
too
one's
because you'll
gonna-
find most people are annoyed at everything being culture war, but then they'll still be the same people who make everything the culture war.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Can't just be like when I heard this full clip, I was just like, "Fucking hell, how?" I wasn't like, "Is this left or right? Is this what do I do by blah blah?" And it's just like, no, it's just stupid. It's just dumb.
It's just there you go.
Did the thing.
down clip doesn't show is what Lawrence said literally just before.
We were told girls and boys can both identify with a male lead, but boys cannot identify with a female lead.
Oh, absolutely.
We were told.
Isn't it? Like what the?
And see, Viola Davis' response, it's unclear if is she saying we were told that, or absolutely there is
That's
like
true.
a reality to that sentiment or something.
Yeah,
I
I don't
hope-
know.
I fucking
and also,
hope it's
this
not
is
the
what she's
latter.
been told by the Hollywood people in charge. So
Yeah, it's not like she's necessarily disagreeing with this here. I don't.
Yeah,
I
and
don't know.
it's so odd that neither of them are like, which is absurd, of course, because boys are people too.
well, calm down.
Wait a minute, calm down.
Recalling what studio
Take that
execs told her way back when, she also thinks this is
Well,
dumb.
not that
No,
way back, right? That
It
would've
wasn't
been,
that
like-
way
That's
back
not
then.
even that long ago.
She hasn't been alive for anything in her life to be way back when.
She's like 30, right? No, she's like 30 years old.
That's right. Yeah, she's
Yeah, it's like nothing in
she-
my life was a long time ago. Calm
the
down.
galaxy far, far away.
Ugh.
You could argue, and I'm sure
I
the
was
drinker
there,
would
Obi-Wan.
argue if you pointed this out to him, that, okay, sure, that's the point, that the studio execs she's quoting display this dumbness. But even if so, Lawrence is talking about stuff from over a decade ago at this point. So if you're using this to set up a
Yeah, but this came out recently.
Yeah,
Yeah.
She
she said,
said
it
this
recently.
recently.
It's, oh.
Like, so Drinker obviously doesn't think like, oh, they're dumb today, but they weren't 10 years ago. What the fuck? No, he's just using examples of them being dumb to say they're dumb, which is, you get all kinds of dumb shit from Hollywood from whoever's
Indeed.
speaking.
And
This
it's
so-
okay to admit that there's dumb stuff in Hollywood. No one's losing the culture war because you admitted, yeah, Hollywood,
No,
they say some dumb stuff.
I'm gonna be honest with you. If 10 years ago they said little boys, they can't deal with female leads, I'd be like, oh, they're saying way worse stuff now. That's like tame almost sometimes compared to some of the shit
I
you end
know,
up
yeah.
hearing. So I don't know. This is fine. He's if this statement were like 100 years old, I would still be like, well, I guess he's just saying that they've always been stupid. Like it's a constant.
soapbox about how the
They
Hollywood
said
of
atomic.
Atomic.
today, the Hollywood that produced Glass Onion is dumb and stupid. It's really not the most relevant example. And
I
given
mean, it's
the
only one, and it's the problem. This is why I'm getting confused by this. Is like this was spread around by a lot of people. It was a brand new clip, and what I'll say is I'm surprised Drinker didn't throw in the one where she says like Katniss Everdeen.
Yeah, I think it would have been better off throwing in that one. But,
Yeah.
That's all right. It's also just kind of a
Wait,
dumb
the blue-
joke at the beginning, right?
Yeah, you don't need to think about it this hard. You'll be okay.
edits
SW.
around the context
This,
which
are
it
you saying
support-
that this comment is a glass onion?
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Slam, slam,
this
glue.
interpretation, it's pretty clear why this is really here.
Because he hates. Well,
He hate. Ooh.
I
was
saw
that?
something. What was that?
Pretty
Oh,
clear
a quick little
why this
little edit
is
there.
really here.
Hey.
Comic
It's
Sans.
JW.
I guess
Yeah.
he's just made it culture war thing. It couldn't be. She said something dumb. Couldn't be.
Pretty good editing, right there, to just have it like.
I mean, I would
What
go
is
as far as
this?
say this is just pandering. Like
Of course, this is pandering. Of course.
boring to me.
He doesn't watch Drinkers videos out of principle.
Except
Except
for
the
when
one
he
that's
does.
real bad because he was forced to.
Except the ones that he can utilize to make a video for his channel. But other than that, he does not watch Drinkers videos out of principle.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's some Star Wars whinging.
Made by a man who gleefully set out to burn one of cinema's most beloved IPs.
So
And succeeded.
I think the top comment on our coverage of Glass Onion was like someone saying him burning the Mona Lisa in his movie is absolutely him burning Star Wars. Like that's the point. it's
Let it burn if you have to.
it's
yeah.
hard not to see a connection. All right.
Yeah.
Even if you
That's
hate
one of
Star
them-
Wars as a whole, you know it represents something culturally that barely anything gets to that level.
That's one of the more baffling responses I've seen, people defending Glass Onion. Like, how could you mention The Last Jedi at all? And it's like, because it's relevant.
Because the guy
They're
made that
similar.
movie.
You made both.
What do you do when you have like an interpretation you think is absolutely bizarre, but that like thousands of people have it? You then just be like, huh, there must be something there then, as in like there's something to detect, or do you think it's just coincidence and everyone just hating too hard? Hey, look at that gamer chair back there. That's
They're just
cool.
milking it.
He's a Twitch guy after all.
I saw people saying in defense of like trying to humiliate Duke with the mum character that he's the rich one. He's probably taking care of her, and it's like they're not going to entertain that in the movie.
No.
No.
To the grounds. Tell me, how's that trilogy coming along, Ryan?
It's not
He
happened
echoed
yet.
this most recently
It's
in
been
an interview
it's
with
been
Ryan.
5
Yeah,
years. It's
yeah.
not happened yet, dude.
We're still talking
There'd
about
be
it.
no
It's
announcement of,
entirely
like,
a matter of
slate.
scheduling.
It's not happened yet.
There's no
Oh no, he's
announcement.
getting Black Adam'd.
Well, it's and yeah, that yeah.
You can't.
Black Adam. and
Okay.
Black-
The reason why this joke doesn't work at all is because Drinker's joke is a joke where it's like the trilogy's coming. Don't we worry, guys. And then you go in response to that. Oh yeah, it's coming, is it? Okay. And then you respond to that with, "It is though."
He says it's coming.
Like, is the
Oh yeah.
Drinker's
He says
already
it's coming
day now,
with no
guys.
details whatsoever.
Yeah, and
extremely
Gabe Newell
ambiguously
said
worded.
that Half-Life 2 Episode 3 was coming for a while. Now
Yeah.
it's been 15 years.
Yeah.
like-
They haven't made any theatrical Star Wars movies in quite a while, but it's totally going
They
to happen
have
any
not.
second
we're not
now.
even
Basically done.
in production for a Ryan
On
Johnson movie, which
any
means it's at least going to be a 7-year gap between his movie and a new Star Wars movie from Ryan Johnson, right? That's probably safe to say.
Well, because I mean, Rogue Squadron
yeah.
got announced like proper director and release date. His stuff is like it's just not on the slate. Like it's not.
Well,
It's
and,
like
it's
a
not-
whisper
it's-
of an idea.
and take that,
kind
right?
of.
The idea that at best there's going to be a 7-year gap between his 2 Star Wars movies, and then tell me it was such a good movie that they wanted him to make another trilogy. And it's like, so why the fuck was there a
they-
7-year
yeah.
gap?
Exactly. Why wasn't there a rush to get it out to make so much money and get accolades?
This is what we call take the L. They clearly recognized the fucking foul stench of TLJ, and they were like,
And
look,
look, you don't even.
Absolutely.
don't-
They recognized it
even
when
need
The
to
Rise of
stand for
Skywalker
it.
came out.
Netflix paid like $500 million for these Knives Out films. All right, like you don't need to like relentlessly be standing. He's fine.
yeah.
All right, he got paid. He's making movies.
And it could, by the time they actually get around to even entertaining making this film, I imagine it's going to be several. He's made a TV show, and he's already on to the next Knives Out. Where is he fitting Star Wars trilogy into all this?
I mean, it's got to be like.
And when you say-
close.
Oh, well, of course, it's a matter of scheduling. That's what it says. And it's like, yeah, I can't schedule in a world tour just in general. And I don't know that I'm ever gonna, really. Like, I don't know. And like, I can keep saying, you know what? It's just a matter of scheduling. And the thing is, they are scrambling to figure out what the fuck they're doing with the Star Wars movies. They're not committing to getting him to make a trilogy. I mean, we
No.
Well, I
know
mean,
that's not
They
happened
didn't-
yet.
They
So
weren't even able to commit to getting Patty Jenkins to make one movie. Like,
Also, I
And
love
they're
what he's
they're not
highlighted here
committing
is-
to like throw him to the curb yet either, because they just don't know what they're doing. So they're like,
Yeah.
it's still on the table. Who knows?
They're giving the obvious
I wouldn't-
answer. This is the obvious corporate answer. It's the
Yep.
we're still maybe.
Well, yeah, read that little paragraph, right? An earlier interview with Empire corroborates Johnson's claims as Kennedy assures readers that we love him, chalking the delay up to general business and a production schedule that requires them to work 3-5 years in advance. Oh, fuck, if it's 5 years in advance, we may not get a Ryan Johnson Star Wars for a total of a 10-year gap, which will be hilarious to look back on. You're like, yeah, they loved him so much he made him wait a decade. Like, fucking hell.
Oh, but she has to include that. We love him. We don't despise him. Please don't ever assume that.
As Rags just highlighted, you get the sense of the Black Adam shit, where it's like, oh man, do I love Black Adam, and I'm definitely going to be coming back someday. Bye. Like,
Pinky promise.
This
Hey,
and
Hitler,
this is
how's
such,
that 1,000-year Reich coming? He's coming, I promise.
All right.
couple more days.
and this is
Couple
such
days.
Hollywood. This is such
Couple more
Hollywood
days.
speak too. There's a
Absolutely.
film professor we had in school that was talking about the difference between like the film scene in New York and the film scene in LA. And the way he put it really simply was, you go into a meeting, you pitch them something, you show them a proof of concept. And in New York, they're like, all right, this sucks. You need a new camera guy. The script is all right, but you need new this. Come back to me when this is better. And if you go to LA, they're like, oh my God, yeah. Oh no, we're so excited to work with you. Yeah, we'll be in touch. And they mean the same thing. That's
Well,
the culture of LA. So like, oh, we love him. Yeah, no, nothing's off the table. Yeah, we're,
Isn't it the meme of don't call us, we'll call you?
yeah.
Yeah.
Don't try to contact us ever. We'll do it, don't worry. Yeah, so this just doesn't work for me at all. I just think that you'll be able to maybe do some more smug sort of approach to this when the movie's in production. Then you can stop being like, he did get it, but I think you've still lost. It's been this long. Like,
I mean, remember too that tying back into the Last Jedi stuff and why it's relevant, especially with Star Wars, is it wasn't just like a massive cultural divide that it created. The Last Jedi made like $700 million less than The Force Awakens, and The Rise of Skywalker made $300 or so million less than The Last Jedi.
Solo failed to recoup its
Also,
cost.
Solo.
I don't know
So,
why we
like,
dance around it. It killed Star Wars as a film IP.
It kind of did. Its
amazing.
impact on Star Wars is like unprecedented. How it killed that.
And to be clear, it's not about whether or not they would still make money if they released more. It's that it did so badly, they're just not sure what to do. Like, that's terrible.
The prequel trilogy, when the first one came out and when the third episode came out, they both made pretty much the same amount of money. It consistently paid, it consistently made money. But The Force Awakens made double what the Rise of Skywalker made. The drop was, it got halved. And TLJ was in the middle, so...
And they thought, okay, we can put out some low stakes, low effort, low risk stuff in the streaming circuit. And they're already ending The Mandalorian, I think, right? Like, this is the last season?
Oh, thank fuck.
I thought that season 4 was like guaranteed.
Or is it last season with Pedro Pascal? I remember reading something about this season that was going to be the end of something.
He's moving on to The Last of Us, maybe.
Moving on to
my
better
sanity,
things.
probably.
But yeah, just the state of Star Wars. And I hate to reference this, but it's true. Andor is evidence of Star Wars apathy, at least, or maybe it's a marketing error, but holy fuck, like that. That's the... Star Wars is like no more of an impactful IP right now necessarily than fucking like Witcher Blood Origin. It's like Andor's over there. I didn't see anybody talking about Andor.
Oh, Andor's really good. All of you should go and see it.
It's
absolutely.
And yeah, you could just imagine they have meetings every once in a while, like, so Star Wars movie, and they're like, I don't know.
Does Star Wars sell anymore?
They're probably waiting for someone to give them a script, I guess, and a pitch that really gets them. Because, like, obviously, Patty Jenkins's one got scrapped as well, right? Isn't the Taika Waititi one supposed to be a thing? Is that happening?
Yeah, it is, but I don't know when.
It's even that one.
He's making a Star Wars movie?
Yeah, he's supposed to be. They even had like a little sort of title card thing for it in their presentations. Like, there it is, the Taika Waititi Star Wars. Which, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. If you remember,
no, not after Love and Thunder. Fuck that.
Not just that, he made Mandalorian season 1 finale. Remember where he made it canon that Stormtroopers can't aim?
Oh no! Right.
Which is so funny because, like, you know for a fact that when they were making Andor, if you talk to Tony Gilroy and been like, you know that Stormtroopers can't aim, right? He'd be like,
Huh?
What?
okay.
Of course they can.
Like,
They'll shoot our heroes. There's tension. Like, what do you mean?
yeah, legitimately, he would just be like, I need them to be able to aim so they could aim. Yeah.
If they never hit their target, yeah, then we can never have tension, and they'll never be an intimidating bad guy. What fool would say that they can't aim?
A lot of people are saying
Can't
that's
believe-
been scrapped as well. The Taika Waititi one. The state of Star Wars movie making is fucked.
Well,
And it was.
is it because of Love and Thunder, or?
Oh, it could be that. Yeah, it could be. You never know. I mean, everyone's saying like the Patty Jenkins stuff that has to be downstream of Wonder Woman 84, right?
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, that movie.
So,
That was a movie.
I think that sometimes they want us to be convinced that things like that wouldn't make a huge difference, but that there has to be that thing of like, of course you're still getting the project, yes, 100%, and then they turn around and they're like, no. That's not...
Get the fuck out of my office.
You see 84? It was fucking crazy, man.
It was
Nothing
crazy.
gleeful.
I'm glad it happened in a weird way, because wow, what a viewing experience that was.
That
Go
was
and
something
watch
else.
the EFAP coverage of Wonder Woman 84, whatever you want.
It's
Yes.
packaged in with the coverage of Wonder Woman the First.
True.
Yeah, the EFAP movies, and there's the fact that was it like a New Year's thing that we did Wonder Woman? I can't remember. I think it came
I
around
can't
then.
remember.
Christmas.
Christmas?
Wonder Woman 1984 was like Christmas.
What
Yeah.
a strange,
Christmas miracle.
strange
Christmas is
era.
like a weird New Year's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A Christmas miracle.
Christmas nightmare.
One of cinema's most beloved
Nightmare
IPs to
before Christmas, really.
I guess, yeah.
Oh yeah.
the ground.
Except
Tell
not a
me,
good
how's that
movie.
trilogy coming
Ghost
along,
of Christmas
Ryan?
present.
The funny thing about using this as a joke as well is that this has been the case since 2017, basically. So why
This
try
is not
this?
new information.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
Adam.
yeah. Well, this is kind of what I said at the beginning. It's someone says it's coming, the drinker goes, no, it's not, and then someone goes and responds, idiot. They literally said it's coming.
I believe everything that I am told.
Well, just drinker was just looking at you like,
Regardless
I know they said that. I'm saying I doubt that. That's what's happening.
I believe everything that's published on denofgeek.com.
Yeah.
Praise the geek.
Then there's some Knives Out whinging, where he claims the big problem with that mystery was the presence of
I mean,
coincidences.
wouldn't it make sense to be complaining about the film that is in the same series?
Well, so
Yeah.
what he's doing for me, I
Direct
think
predecessor?
explain this really well. If you literally start your review saying, what I do is break down chronologically first and then summarize, he'd be like, and then he talks about how he does his bullshit. You'd be like, oh. Like you have to
Like
reframe
everything.
every single thing he does in the most
Well,
negative light
yeah.
possible.
There was something he
Call
said
it
earlier.
whinging.
I think he said it earlier. Like he basically just threw in casually that Drinker inaccurately recapped the film. It's like, oh, we're just gonna like.
We're not going to be
Oh
shown
yeah,
that.
he never
Okay.
gave any examples.
Oh, yeah, I thought for sure he would go through that, but apparently not. All right.
You know what? I
Maybe-
didn't.
Maybe we'll get him later.
Maybe.
Oh,
I had a feeling
Metal,
that that's not
Metal's
going to
done
happen.
this before.
Also,
Nah, we're not
Um,
actually gonna get any examples.
and I
Yeah.
want it known, if Drinker said the problem with Knives Out is that it's full of contrivances, I'd be like, wow, Drinker's so kind to that movie. Like, there's like it's so much fucking worse than that.
How's that trilogy coming along, Ryan?
Oh, it's not
Then there's
around.
some Knives Out whinging, where he claims the big problem with that mystery was the presence of coincidences. Look, I could say what a bunch of other people have said, both in response to this guy and the other Glass Onion Understander I made a video about a while
What
ago.
does that have to do with Knives Out 1?
What does this have to do with that? Is it just plugging his Ben Shapiro video?
It's
I guess it is.
so. Dear liberals, can
Oh.
you
Here's my-
explain Glass Onion to me?
Oh, also one of my
A
favorite.
trick question. They can't.
Is there a reason why the Dear Liberals text is like blurrier than the text?
I have no
below?
idea.
Oh, because
Oh,
that's
yeah,
real.
because-
That's part of the
that's-
actual
Oh, true.
original.
Yeah, just make
Yeah.
the Dear
Original
Liberals
one.
part new. Don't
Yeah,
copy
make
Dear
your own.
Liberals and
Oh,
emulate
I
correct.
see. I see.
Yeah,
that's really-
low quality.
that's so bad.
I see. Yeah.
Also, he's doing the YouTube video man thing where he says, you know, I could go through all the reasons that wrong, the other
But I
all the
won't.
reasons that's wrong, but other people have already done it. Just know that I could if I wanted to.
know that I could.
Well, I guess in this case, he's appealing to another video he's made. I guess.
Well,
No, but this isn't about Knives Out.
yeah, this isn't about
This
Knives Out.
video.
This is about Glass Onion.
Yeah, true.
Maybe
Yeah,
he's
so
about
it's
to come full
actually
circle on that.
pointless.
I'm curious, why would you set it up with Knives Out and then go to Glass Onion?
That coincidences are kind of pretty standard, essential.
Oh God,
Essential coincidences.
It sounds
coincidence
like-
is just what happened, you know.
What's the full statement?
Standard.
Oh yeah, let's
Sounds
let's
like
roll him back.
he's
At
going
the
somewhere.
Yeah, please roll him back again.
Understand it. I made a video about a while ago that coincidences are kind of pretty standard, essential even to this genre. That if there were no other
coincidences are
I don't know
essential.
why you would appeal to the genre like to make that claim.
Coincidences are essential to the mystery genre.
Well,
you couldn't have a mystery movie without coincidences.
I'm curious. Yeah, does he think they're bad if they don't have coincidences?
Well, yeah.
Well, it has to have coincidences, or else it's not even a mystery genre.
Standard, evidently.
He says they're essential.
The thing is, I suppose it's important to distinguish between good and bad coincidences in a story,
Yes.
right? Like an inciting incident coincidence versus a coincidence that comes in at the end that like saves, the protagonist, allows him to figure everything out. And like how significant is that coincidence? How likely was it to occur? Like it's not, it's not like done.
As we know, I think one could say there are a couple of what you could call inciting incident coincidences in this film, but there are an insane amount of coincidences at the end that resolve everything. In order for this film to make any sense, we've got holes and coincidences all over the third act. But I wonder if he's going to make that distinction. Maybe he will.
Red herrings, no dead ends for the detective.
Red herrings and dead ends are not coincidences.
They're not coincident.
No.
Correct. Yes,
I don't know
these
why
are
we've-
entirely different
Those
things.
are
I don't know why you're
definitely
talking about them right now.
Understand it. I made a video about a while ago that coincidences are kind of pretty standard, essential even to this genre. That if there were no other angles, no red herrings, no dead ends for the detective to waddle through on their quest for the truth, stories like this would be a lot shorter.
Drinker didn't talk
I don't
about
know,
those
yeah,
things.
why
He just
is-
mentioned coincidences.
What is happening?
Drinker just said there's a lot of coincidences.
I don't know
And
why
all
he's
he said in
referencing it.
response was they're essential to the genre, and also all of these other things that are not relevant to anything Drinker said. As if he's trying to lump these in as part of his rebuttal to Drinker. Well, maybe if I don't talk about coincidences and instead I talk about all these other things, it'll get lumped in with the defense.
It feels almost as weird as someone being like, man, that new Star Wars movie full of plot holes. And you're like, plot holes are essential to the space opera genre, much like many of the elements in writing, like prosthetic alien special effects. You're like, what the fuck is happening? What?
Talk about coincidences.
Yeah, talk about coincidences.
That's we mentioned coincidences. Talk about them.
More boring, but hey, why listen to me, right? You could
What did he
listen
say,
to Bob
boring?
Goffman, though.
Who's Bob Goffman? What's happening?
Wait, hold on. I thought he was about to play like what Drinker actually said. Are we gonna get what Drinker actually said about Knives Out?
Oh, you fool!
Maybe eventually, maybe one day. But
Tricked again.
let's hear out Bob Goffman.
Who the fuck is Bob Goffman?
But hey,
Your name's
why
for
listen
Kid
to
Barb.
me, right? You could listen to Bob Goffman, though, a published mystery novelist who's written a...
Drinker's published.
Drinker,
Yeah,
Drinker's
Drinker's
published.
published.
Multiple
Oh, okay.
books, right?
All right, Drinker, Bob,
All
fight.
Fight.
Is that Bob?
Hit each other with your
Barb.
books.
It's Barb.
I'm pretty sure we're gonna call him Bob, though.
Bob.
I'm just amused by how like
That's only when she's swimming.
it doesn't matter whether or not you're published. Who fucking cares? That doesn't make your argument better.
Hitler was
Appeal
published.
to
I don't give a shit.
authority.
Hey, Hitler was on a Time magazine Man of the Year or something, right?
That's true. Yeah. Are you?
You love dogs or something, right? You love Germany, right?
Yeah.
Boring,
Don't
but
listen to
hey,
me.
why-
Listen to Adolf Hitler. He was
Published author, Time Man of the Year.
Very accomplished gentleman.
Hitler, this is a quote that's like, coincidences in storytelling are necessary and you're inciting incident, Hitler. Like, what?
Adolf Hitler.
What a wise man.
The man
Hey,
had a
listen to
vision.
me, right? You
Oh shit.
could listen to Bob Goffman, though, a published mystery novelist who's
Yeah.
written a blog post linked below about how there are good coincidences and bad coincidences in
Okay.
the genre. That bad coincidences are the ones at the end, which lead to the case being solved. And
Oh, you mean like
so
Hugh
you
did
agree
this?
with
Knives
movies?
Out.
Dude, Hugh did this is one of the stupidest things that ever happened. The way that Ransom admits to the crime with the particular choice of words he used when he could have used much less incriminating ones at the end that would have fucked their whole plan. I'm trying to think off the top of my head what other coincidences are at the end of the film. There's plenty. It's so
Well, it was like
bad.
it was a huge coincidence that like
Huge.
they know that the they know that the or that at least they were told that the help was alive, right? Why did he use the words "I killed her" if they know that she's alive?
Well, dude,
and then she reveals, "Oh no, she's dead." Like, what the?
Yeah, no, let me get the script because I remember being so cringe. I like rewound it and I was like, Mel, listen to how it's said. It's so bad.
Yeah, you did.
Because
Why are you
just
so mean to metal?
I know. I'm sorry.
No, because I was there when it happened. That's why. Okay.
Now,
So mean to him.
Where is it? I guess I didn't. Yeah, okay. So, just to remind you guys of what was happening in Knives Out, it's that Ransom has killed, quote unquote, the maid lady, but the martyr got to her just in time to save her, and she's in hospital. And so they said, we've got evidence that you did what you did to her, which means you're going away forever, like you murdered her. And then she gets a call, Marta, to say that she's died. The maid has died in hospital. And I think if she dies, the idea being if she had survived, she could have named Ransom as the person who did what happened to her.
Yes.
But now that she's dead, they've got no evidence if that dies with her. However, they've told Ransom that she is alive, and so now all they need is Ransom to admit that he tried to kill her, because then you can get him in court and be like, well, he tried to kill her and she died. So it's murder as opposed to attempted. So now all they need is for him to admit it. And Blanc says, Harlan bought this house in the 80s from a Pakistani real estate baron. He's talking about like their history and stuff. And then Ransom says, oh, shut up, Blanc. Shut up with that Kentucky Fried Foghorn raghorn drawl. Yeah, I killed Fran, but I guess I didn't. So what do you have on me?
Yeah,
it's so bad. Like,
I did not remember it being that bad.
Yeah, no, there was. I had to rewind that to make sure he didn't just lie to me when she did.
Yeah, so the reason why this is so funny to highlight is that Ransom knows that she's going to name him as the attempted murderer, and that his whole idea is that I'll be out soon enough after an attempted murder. I'll be in for however long. But if he admits that he killed her, or tried to kill her, then they can get him, And so you have to have him say that, but Ransom has to be a fucking moron to word it that way. I killed her, but I guess I didn't, because she's not dead. So yeah,
and on top of that, she can just hold her puke in much longer than before.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she can hold it in for
That's
like 20 minutes during the entire thing.
Ridiculous. And yeah, Ryan Johnson's like worst dialogue is some of the funniest shit, but it's all over his movies.
I'm glad Pillars of Garbage has cited Bob here to explain that actually there are differences in coincidences, that some can be okay and some can be really bad. But we still haven't heard what Drinker actually said about Knives Out. So it's like, who the fuck are you arguing with?
Well, yeah, this would be like the if all I said was I didn't like TLJ because there's plot holes in it, and then someone's like, some plot holes don't even have much effect on things. So yeah. And it's like, well, but we don't know anything about what I just said.
That might technically be true, but which ones are we talking about? Get a little bit specific. Give me an example, just one, maybe, pretty please.
Yeah.
Which lead to the case being solved, and the ones which happen before this to set up or deepen the mystery are kind of...
Is that okay to deepen the mystery? It's okay to just use contrivances and plot hole shit? Like, so we're really only including the third act at that point.
It's not something I would want to tell an aspiring writer. It's like, if you want to deepen the mystery, just have an insane coincidence happen. If it deepens the mystery, it's
oh my god, aliens.
Totally fine.
Oh my god,
don't have it like make sense or be
oh my
the
god,
result
a
of
twin.
Something. Oh my gosh, it was a twin all along. It's so clever.
What if? Okay, all right. Hear me out, guys. What if Peter Parker was bit by a radioactive spider in the third act to resolve the movie instead?
He was
if only I had spider powers to defeat this evil villain. Oh my gosh! What happened?
It would be funny if Green Goblin's like, I've devised an unradioactive spider to bite you, and it'll take your power.
It's just a normal fucking spider!
Regular spider.
Of par for the course, and that so long as they're purposeful, they're good.
As long as they're purposeful?
No.
So I want
the whole point is that they're purposeful.
What do you mean, but when you say as long as they're purposeful? Like, as
purposeful,
long as it does something, it's fine?
It serves the purpose of making the movie like happen in the first place, like as in everything in Glass Onion that would have shut the movie down, because if Miles was like, hey, no, you can't actually come onto my island, like World's
Okay, well,
greatest detective.
to be fair to Bob here, it looks like she's saying actually don't make it a coincidence in the rest of her paragraph
Oh,
here.
you're right.
Like actually rework it to make it work.
His
Well, yeah, let's-
article contradicts
Oh.
what he's saying.
Yeah, I'll read it out so we can talk about it. This is what
Okay.
he has highlighted. Here's what you do. You take your coincidences and make it purposeful. What he hasn't highlighted is what come next, the explanation. So here we go. Instead of Susie Sleuth coincidentally ending up sitting in a diner booth adjacent to that of the two killers, where she overhears them talking about how they killed Mr. Is that just Mr., I guess? Mr. He? Mr. He deserved it, right. Change
Mr. He deserved
things
it.
so that Susie realizes Killer 1 seemed shady, so she was investigating him, and in the course of her sleuthing, followed him, purposefully getting seated in the next booth. That way, when she eavesdrops and hears all the juicy details, she's done it because she figured things out, not because she stumbled upon the solution thanks to an unbelievable coincidence.
Oh,
so
so just
you're
get rid of
Yo,
the
this
coincidence.
article
Yeah.
contradicts him.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
Yar just
This
said,
article
Bob
shows
is
his
actually
point.
she's saying like you need to actually give some cause and effect.
yeah, he just, as someone just said, he quote mined Bob. How could you do that?
You know what? Yeah,
Wow.
Hmm.
Did he, how did he
Why?
find this article?
What a twist!
It's a bit awkward.
It is a bit
So
awkward
did
because
he
I
find this
I agree with her.
article?
I just wouldn't have phrased it as take your coincidence and make it purposeful. It'd be like take your coincidence and make it not a coincidence.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah, because this
Essentially.
isn't a
Right.
coincidence,
I mean,
really.
yeah.
She didn't
I-
write it very well, but the point of this paragraph, I don't know about the whole article, but the point of the paragraph that he has chosen to highlight is in direct opposition to him saying that coincidences are essential to the genre.
I mean, but the thing about it is like
Follow it up with his own example.
the
of, like,
nature
you
of
see-
the nature of coincidences arising in stories like murder mysteries. They're not there for any much more reasonable reason than any story. They end up everywhere. They're all over fucking place in storytelling because you want certain things to
Yeah.
happen. But I just it's so funny because again to go back to what Cap was saying is like. Sorry, what was Drinker's thing again? What we were responding to that, right? What did he say?
He said there was a lot of coincidences in Knives Out.
Well, that's what Pillars of Garbage said. He said we
It's
didn't
only one
hear what he
pillar.
said. Oh,
Stop.
sorry, just the one.
He is
pillar
a
of
singular
garbage.
pillar.
He's becoming plural.
Stop bullying
let's
this
He's
humble.
becoming plural. He's holding up this house of lies.
Someone said stop bullying this humble cherry picker.
I am but a humble picker of cherries, sir, please.
Humble picker of cherry.
There was
I
the flute
sing
again.
only to feed my YouTube channel.
If anyone watching this wants to argue that any particular coincidences in either Knives Out film don't fit this bill, you're more than welcome to.
Oh, like all of them. Like all
Yeah.
of them aren't purposeful.
Well,
when
I
when she
mean,
describes
LeBlanc just-
purposeful, meaning like supported, none of them are in those films. They're so fucking bad.
Yeah, people just happen to be in a location that allows them to see something that's incredibly useful or important, and it's purely coincidence.
compared to
Massive
what Bob
island,
said,
huge mansion. I just happened to be here to overhear these particular two people talking about a particular thing that I need to know for the mystery to happen.
well, isn't that hilarious considering what Bob said? You know,
Yep.
And Barb would be like, "No, Ryan, no, that's bad. There needs to be a reason."
Didn't you
why
read the
he's
article? What are
there."
you doing?
Well, then
So,
again, maybe that would be his argument, right? When Benoit Blanc and whatever were going around eavesdropping on the island, it was because they were trying to figure out what was going on. With
Well, see, the
everybody, right?
contrivance-
That was, like his example.
The contrivance isn't that they overheard something sensitive when they were expecting
Oh,
to cover
no,
them. It's
no.
that they had 2 hours in one day and they got everything they needed.
Yes,
This
it
is
was
like
very
saying it's totally
coincidental
not a
that they
coincidence that the treasure hunter just happened to find the treasure in the entirety of the Amazon jungle because he was
Right.
out there looking for it. So it's not a
Yeah,
coincidence.
yeah, exactly.
And of course, not to mention, like, this is why we have, like, characters who do stakeouts and they take forever and we don't see all of that stuff. We get told about
Well,
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's to the point that it becomes a meme in a lot of stories, like, oh, stakeouts are boring and shit.
Yep.
It's just sitting in a car for like 10 hours hoping that something interesting might happen.
Tweet your case to me, but I'm not going to preemptively go over every plot beat in those films here because I'm not the one making this.
Why did you
accusation.
bring it up then?
Yeah.
But this is a response video to how he lies, so we
Yeah.
have to assume,
Yeah.
like, so that was all chill then. Or was it not?
Well,
I
it's
don't
just-
know.
I
If you're not
guess.
interested in talking about Knives Out, even though Drinker did, just don't talk about it.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Well, he doesn't watch Drinker videos on principle,
Well, yeah,
so
but-
why are we even here?
Well, because he took this whole section to say Drinker has issues with that film, but they might be answered by this author's opinion on coincidences.
Oh, okay.
But it turns
Okay.
out they're actually
What the drink? But
the
what the drinker
opposite of-
say? I need to know.
You won't know. Bye.
Yeah, I know.
Bye bye.
I was being.
I won't watch this
Bye-bye.
videos out of
Slag.
principle, and
Bye
neither will you.
bye.
The burden of proof here is on the drinker, and shocker, he doesn't even bother.
Yeah, but you haven't. What?
You're responding to him. If all of your if you're all you're gonna do is say he's got the burden of proof, especially when he's not talking about he's talking about Glass Onion.
I was gonna say, like, this thing, because it's so choppy right now, I don't even know what this section of Drinker's video looks like, or sounds like, rather. But it could be that he said Knives Out is full of contrivances, and then you can pursue his video on Knives Out if you want to see what his reasoning is.
Oh, kind of like what he did earlier in the video, where he's like, "You can watch my Ben Shapiro video," but apparently Drinker's not allowed to do that. I guess, where he's like, "Well, we're not talking about, you know."
This is what I mean.
like
It sounds
Knives
so
Out."
reasonable right now. It's like, he made TLJ bad, destroyed a fucking IP. He's going after whodunits. His first one was bad. Now he's got this one. Like, that as a preamble makes so much sense to me, but this guy's like trying to desperately to tear it apart as unreasonable.
Yeah.
Making a case. He just says something which sounds kind of cogent in the moment, doesn't evidence or substantiate
Sounds
it, and
very
You're
cogent.
allowed to say that you don't like Knives Out, you think it's bad and it's full of contrivances. You can say that without having to provide all of your arguments, especially when the video's about
especially
it.
if it's about Glass Onion.
I sure would like a single example. That'd
What's
be
the thing?
nice at this point.
I don't even know. Like I said, I feel like I'm lost in whatever Drinker. We're not going to do it so that we watch Drinker's videos side by side, because that's going to get way too
No.
fucking complicated. But
Yeah.
it
but
makes you wonder.
He would add anything, but all right.
Yeah, is
played-
he
You'll
fighting a
notice
glass
this
man
becomes
right
a
now?
running trend.
Oh, why is it? Ah. My mouse is double clicking.
He
Oh my
played
goodness.
clips
Why are you hitting it twice to-
earlier when it like he played clips of Drinker's video when he thought it served his argument, but then he just curiously doesn't hear, which is
Well, like,
strange.
to be fair, I think as for what Free said, it's like, why was this section even here? Just skip this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it's more drinker dunking.
Drinky.
Whinging,
Cogent in the
if you will.
moment, doesn't evidence or substantiate it, and carries on. You'll notice this becomes a
You literally said that you think that he's like probably wrong on Knives Out, but you're not going to go into it. Like, you can do this. It's okay. You're
Whose
allowed.
word am I supposed to take here?
Just feels really weird. He's like done the things the Drinker's not allowed to do.
running trend. When the guy finally gets to Glass Onion, he kicks it off by criticizing the wardrobe choices. They're not realistic enough.
The most obnoxiously flamboyant wardrobe since Paul Feig stepped outside. I can't believe you think that real human beings are supposed to look like this, Ryan.
Look, maybe
It's just a joke. It's fun.
Yeah, I
joke.
mean, come on. It's okay to say that Blanc dresses very silly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
He's a silly little
I'd
fella.
probably go ahead and
Really
argue that
fella.
was it's kind of the point. That he
No
has,
one
like,
wears
this
that by
weird kind of-
accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. I think even Ryan Johnson would be like, yeah,
Yeah.
I've had him wear weird
Like
clothes.
I think because we're like, yeah, it's kind of funny. They wears these kind of clothes.
Like this,
Yeah,
you know,
it's gotta be the
what this is
point.
being treated as Drinker is like, it is a serious flaw with the film that Benoit Blanc's wardrobe does not match that of the average person. I think it's just him saying his clothes are dumb.
Yeah. Said.
the
But then
drink
again,
is
I
just
guess
a
there was the thing of like, Ryan Johnson, does he believe that people dress like this? It's like, well, that's the point, right? Is that Benoit Blanc is weird?
Yeah, I would probably say that. But like I said, I wouldn't really waste much thought on that comment. It seems to me that
like,
Drinker
it's
just thinks it's a
so
goofy outfit. That's all.
Yeah.
So inconsequential.
Yeah. He is accurately pointing out that the outfit
huge
is
fan
goofy.
of
It's goofy.
old school neorealism. Maybe he got bitten by a radioactive Cesare Zavattini, but
What the fuck is happening?
What? We're talking about neorealism and
What?
It's on an
I'm gonna roll it
Italian
back.
guy.
I think I missed something. Hang on.
Like this, Ryan.
look, maybe the drinker's just a huge fan of old school neorealism. Maybe he got bitten by a radioactive Cesare Zavattini, but as I'm sure most of you who have seen more than
I
say
sound
2
smart.
films in your life realize, realism, fidelity to everyday life.
Oh my fucking
He just
god! He's
said
just
the
saying the
outfit is
outfit's
silly.
goofy. This is goof.
But also, you know that Drinker's seen more than 2 films in his life.
Also, yeah, damn.
I don't know
He's probably
why we
seen
got
more
so
than you.
hard on this. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Isn't really cinema's only point, and films have been stylized
did
way
he ever
more.
say
What are
that
we
it was?
doing?
I don't
Why
know
are
what's
you so
happening.
defensive?
Must have fed the onion.
Stylized
Must
as a
have
guy
been
wearing a
onion.
romper for well over a century.
Okay.
Let's talk about another one of the video's running trends, though. The guy complaining about something not being explained when there's a scene spelling it out.
Wait,
All right.
it needs to be explained
no.
what the outfit is?
Here we go.
Oh,
here we
no.
go.
The hot
no.
sauce. All right.
Oh,
I'm
here we
rolling back.
go.
Rolling back. Let's really hear this out, okay?
The guy complaining about something not being explained when there's a scene spelling it out, or about something not being included in the film when it just is. This happens a lot. The drinker takes issue with Miles Bron's lack of concern at the uninvited Benoit Blanc turning up and his not being kicked off immediately by Miles.
You might think that an uninvited guest at an exclusive party like this would be a cause for concern, and that Miles would probably ask him to leave.
Yep.
Yeah, as I suggest.
I don't know if there's more to Drinker's complaint, but all I'd have to say for criticism is you should probably include he's the world's most famous detective, private investigator, and you've invited him to a fun party where you've made a murder mystery. He's gonna ruin it.
Also, he's the murderer.
Also, there's a person at party
you
and
know.
you don't know him.
Well, so we're at the point earlier in the movie where that's not known to us. I'm guessing but you're right. Both before and after, we have significantly good motivations to get him the fuck off the island.
Exactly.
Correct. So yeah, if anything, I don't know if that was Drinker's format though. If he was going with the before or after the reveal.
Suggested we actually have a whole scene explaining why this is in very simple terms. Blanc suggests.
Whoa, my mouse is acting up.
Another guest reset their box and invited the world-famous detective as, well, a little joke to spice up the mystery.
Someone reset the box. They sent it to you as a gag. Miles is doing a murder mystery. Let's invite Benoit freaking Blanc.
As we will go on to see, Miles isn't that smart, so he...
it's because he's dumb, so it's okay. Literally anything is excusable.
Yeah, I think I need a new mouse, unfortunately. But
so okay. To be clear, his reason is a dumb reason. Critical Drinker is aware of the movie's reason for why he allows him to stay. It's just that it's a stupid reason.
This is why Drinker needs to embrace the long. Actually, oh my fucking god, my mouse is fucked. God damn.
Is it? Go grab another one.
I can't right now.
You ran out of clicks.
Yes, you can.
We'll keep it
Go get it.
we're gonna do a counter.
Go to the bin.
For, but he's dumb. But he's dumb counter.
Do you have a piano?
Oh, you can play a note.
Play a note.
Play a note. Make it. Ooh, you should make it C sharp because it's a detective film.
There we go.
Is that a dolphin?
Look, all right. Most of the notes don't get through. Only a couple squawks
you can
will
ping
get
the
through.
piano.
So, again, this is why you need to be a long man. So Drinker has already absorbed this information and he is criticizing it. The critique is Miles, with how he's characterized, should be invested definitively in getting this guy off the island immediately. Just because the scene has Miles say, "Man, this will spice things up," that doesn't make any sense, and that's the point. So saying, but the film said it made sense, though.
This answer is dumb, but it was answered.
Yeah, so this is lame.
I'm sorry you don't have complete and total lack of actual engagement with the information you're being presented. Is it naivety that anything a film tells you is de facto accurate and good and logical?
If
I don't know what
anyone needs a reminder, Miles has recently killed a person. That person has now shown up at this place, and the world's most famous detective is with them. You know that someone here has brought him, and you immediately believe it's for funsies, and it will be fun to have him here for the murder mystery. And you see, the reason he thinks that instead of what everyone else in the fucking world would think is because he's dumb.
He's smart enough to get to this point in his life, but I don't know how stupid a person has to.
This is the thing, man. I don't believe it. A stupid person can still have self-preservation. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
In fact, you might even go as far as saying they will overcompensate self-preservation. A stupid person might do that.
As we saw, he did,
Such
right?
an uninteresting way of framing it. It's just not fun.
He's dumb.
And he doesn't even ask who did it as a gag. He doesn't say, "Oh, funny joke, guys. Who did it?"
Easily prove, which is like, show me your invitation. But then also, by the way, it's just worth emphasizing, Miles is selectively smart and stupid. He was smart enough to cut what's her name out of the company. He know, killed her to get rid of her as soon as he felt like he was threatened. He destroyed the pad, like the napkin, as soon as it was, he realized that he needed to destroy it because he didn't do it earlier.
It's really weird how much of his sleight of hand is like a thing that he has throughout the movie.
Oh yeah, the fact that he's like very good at like stealing stuff, and the fact that he formulated that quick plan of killing what's his name, Dave Bautista. Like it's
he constructs a fucking murder that he almost got away with
and then
in a split second.
With the lights, right? Because he had a lighting thing that was set to go off anyway, and he used that as an excuse to go out.
No, he stole that from Benoit, so there you go.
Oh, you know what? Stealing it off the cuff like that.
It's pretty smart.
Yeah, still fairly intelligent. Yeah.
The problem is
and you can, by the way,
selectively smart and stupid.
You could argue, yeah, well, it didn't work out, did it? And it's like, no, it did. He's gotten away with those murders. That's the point in the end, is they can't prove anything.
Yep.
Yeah, he actually did get away with them. They had to frame him for a different crime.
Oh yeah.
Set the box. They sent it to you as a gag. Miles is doing a murder mystery. Let's invite Benoit.
I fucking hate that you would use this as like, haha, you missed this in the movie. It's like, no, this is the
Oh,
complaint.
we saw it. This is the
See,
whole
you
point
are
of
a
this entire
liar.
scene.
Freaking block.
As we will go on to see, Miles isn't that smart, so he accepts this
What do you mean,
explanation.
as we can see?
As we will go on to see, I think is what he
What's he
said.
about to
Oh,
say,
okay.
actually? What's he about to say here?
Rolling back.
Let's invite Benoit freaking block.
As we will go on to see, Miles isn't that smart, so he accepts this explanation enthusiastically. See, he's
Is that
gotten away
actually
with
what we're meant to read into that scene? That he actually genuinely accepted that explanation? Is that like what
The
we're
explanation
This is
he
what I
made
mean,
for
man.
himself.
It's so stupid, but that's all they're going to say back to you is, yeah, he is stupid.
Okay.
This is how this film gets away with everything. It's like, oh my god,
It's the ultimate get out of jail free card. Just say that the character's stupid. That's the point, and you can have them do anything you need them to do, and it's totally fine because, as you
And
know,
people will call you a
stupid people
genius.
will do anything.
It's just dumb.
It's just dumb.
That's smart, so he accepts this explanation enthusiastically. See, he's gotten a way of knowing Blanc's here to try and suss him out.
He's a fucking detective. He's the world's most famous detective.
And
That's
he
how
just
he
admitted the murder.
recognizes him.
So.
Very easy assumption to make.
Oh
It's
my
like
god.
he recognizes him because he's a world famous detective. Why do you
And
think he's
also,
here with the person that you
Andy's
thought you
there.
killed?
Yeah. Well, yeah. Whatever he's meant to think of that, whether it's actually her risen from the dead or her sister, if he knew about her. Like it's.
I don't
way.
understand. Like, I just feel
It's
like if
too
we had
much.
murdered her together, like all of us, and then we had this party with several other people, and then a detective comes up with the fucking person we killed, I would be like, guys, we need any and all reasons to get the fuck away from this right now. Like, they're obviously here to collect information. They're gonna try and prove something, but we got to get them out of here. Can we use any reason to get rid of this detective? It's like, yeah, he wasn't invited. Pretty
Bye
easy.
bye.
Bye-bye.
Especially with how apologetic Blanc is when he learns this.
Yeah, and he's not even
yeah,
anyone's
he's warning
friend.
them.
He's not even anyone's, like, guest. He just turns up. So, and you're right, he almost implies that he should leave himself.
This explanation enthusiastically. See, he's gotten a way of knowing Blanc's here to try and suss him out, that he knows about Andy's death. It's a possibility, but Miles isn't.
It's a possibility, so whatever. Like,
It's a possibility. Well, it's logically possible, so fuck it.
that's amazing. I just don't give this level of charity to any kind of storytelling, just where you just go, fuck it.
that smart. B, he's already thrown off by the seeming attendance of a ghost, which was, of course, the plan. And
The
C,
seeming attendance
was
of a
thrown
ghost,
off by
which
the
was
ghost.
plan.
And that would make him less defensive. Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
He was thrown off by the ghost.
The thing that makes me really think about this is like, wait, what do you think he thinks in that moment? That she is a ghost or a zombie or what? What do you think? What is she?
Yeah.
He could be here to try and prove I murdered her, but there's a chance he isn't. So whatever.
Yeah, it's just a prank, bro.
Amazing.
since there's at least a possibility Blanc knows nothing here, it is
Why?
There's a possibility that he knows nothing.
Oh my god. This is the
He's
opposite
the
of the
cope
Batman
of this
thing.
video is insane.
I feel like he's just agreed with Drinker without realizing it. Like, Drinker's whole
Yep.
highlight is like, so he could be here to prove you murdered someone. Get the fuck rid of him. And then his response is, yeah, but it's only a possibility.
And he's
It's
stupid.
no. He even worded it worse. He said it's a possibility he knows nothing, almost implying that by default he would.
Oh.
Yep.
Oh, that's a good point, actually. Yeah.
just sensible not to act on bar
What are
him
we
entry now that
doing?
he's here, because this is Benoit Blanc, he'd probably figure out that something here was off. The drinker then
I'm sorry, what was happening? I need to hear all that again.
Yeah, I'm confused.
There's at least a possibility Blanc knows nothing here. It is just sensible not to act weird, bar him entry now that he's here.
It's not weird to kick him out. It's not weird.
Yeah.
Kick off
Blanc
completely
expects-
uninvited people.
Blanc is embarrassed to be there because essentially that's what he puts on. So he would expect to have to leave.
What you do is you go, man, I'm so sorry this has happened. Someone's played a fucking joke on you. That's unacceptable. I'll try and find out who did it, and
Yeah, I'll
whatever,
find out
but,
who did it. I'll pay
um,
you for your time.
yeah,
You
the
know,
boats
we'll
are
get
still
you
all
right
there.
back.
We'll get
I'm
you.
super rich, so while you're here in Greece, have a nice, couple days vacation here in Greece.
Yeah, I'll
There's a
phone some
personal
people.
thing.
I'll pay. It's all good. Just chill.
Yeah. And he has a nice, lovely Grecian vacation. And then along came Zeus.
Because he would be like, this party is kind of tailor-made for all of these people, not you.
Yeah.
In fact, I don't have a room ready for you with a key ready because I didn't expect an additional person, so I don't know how you have
I don't
all
even
of
know
that.
what chakra you are.
Yeah, that's.
What chakra did he have?
I don't know.
They just don't
I
say
don't
it.
think he
But they
did,
have an
right?
extra band for some reason.
Well, yeah, because he got given a
There-
band and a key in a
Yeah.
room.
7 main chakras. How many people come on to the island?
Is it 5? 6? I think it's 6.
I think it's including
Oh shit, we've got the.
Seven.
But are they in the same rooms as their sort of the important person, so to speak? The person they work
I
for.
don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Well, either way, I just think it's funny that Ethan Hawke turns up and gives everybody their keys and just gives out one to Benoit Blanc when it's like, there's one extra person here that shouldn't be here, but whatever, fine.
That is interesting. Why would he do that?
Because why not?
The world famous. Okay, well, fair enough.
Well, they
That's a
wouldn't
good.
have.
That's a good point, Mahler. That's a good point.
They wouldn't have a list like, oh, so we got Duke is coming. I recognize that guy, and it's like apparently he's bringing a +1 whiskey. There she is. It's like it listed
Yep.
off everybody, and then Benoit Blanc is there, who by the way is recognized by everyone ever. So they just be like, what the fuck? Who are you?
Yeah.
And then of course he would ring Miles or fax him. By the way, Benoit Blanc is here. You know what I mean? Like none of the shit that's supposed to happen happens because we gotta have our movie.
Yeah. Or maybe, what if they didn't have enough of these, I don't know, anti-COVID protection shots?
They'd all
They
cough
said
on each other
exactly-
and die.
Yeah, oh no. That's a twist.
here, because this is Benoit Blanc, he'd probably figure out that something here was off. The drinker then
Yeah, and by the way, that closing argument that if you try and boot him off the island, he might just figure out something is up. It's like, well, the whole problem
That's-
is that we believe he thinks something is up. We believe he's here because he knows something is up.
Why do you
So
think
that's
he's
why you
here?
kick him off.
That's why you kick him off. He's got nothing he can do then.
How does he get? Yeah, exactly. How do you get access to this, especially with the stupid crystal glass bridge or whatever?
I can't believe it. It's like, you better not kick him off the island, otherwise he might realize you did something. Okay.
Well, I mean, it's almost like you should let the police into your house without a warrant, or else they might get suspicious and think you're up to something.
You got nothing to hide, do ya?
It's weird how the lefties take these crazy authoritarian positions.
Boot him off the fucking island. He's got no place here.
then complains about the fact that in this world there exists a famous detective.
The world's richest man turns out to be a complete fanboy. Because I guess in this bizarro alternate world, amateur detectives are like celebrities or something. I don't fucking know.
You're right there, buddy, you don't fucking know. This
I'm
I mean-
so smart, I'm gonna cheat on him.
Fucking know on
So
this
what was the
planet.
criticism? I want to ask him. So what was Drinker's criticism there? If it even really was, what was Drinker saying? I guess in this world, amateur detectives are world famous. I don't
Yeah.
know. Carry on.
Yeah, so
He's describing the movie.
you could
accurately.
go as far as saying that what Drinker just said is impossible to disagree with.
Yeah.
He described what's happening in the film's world.
But if you want to say that the point he's making is it makes no sense that amateur detectives are celebrities, I think I agree with him.
Yeah.
And then you might be able
Yeah.
to develop it into he's not an amateur detective. And I'd be like, no, he is. We're shown that he is. We're told he's something else, but we're shown that he's terrible in both movies.
Yeah, and I keep hearing that one should show and not tell. So I gotta go by what I'm shown.
I respect fucking storytelling. I'm not going to go by what a character tells me is the case. I'm going to go by what I see.
Of course, especially in a movie like this.
And yeah, we got a whole other movie where he's a fucking moron throughout it. So I don't It is weird that he's so famous when he's so bad at his job. He's like Clouseau. But I don't know if they know that Pink Panther's a comedy.
Film and indeed the previous film both make it very clear that Blanc isn't an amateur. He's a high-profile.
I don't know about that.
I think there's so many references I could give, but I think one of the ones is like, I'm investigating a murder. I spot blood on the maid's shoe, and I don't say anything. Actually, I just conclude she's great, and I won't even do anything about it. Then I find out that she cannot lie, and all I ask her is like, hey, is there a motivation for everybody in this household to kill Harlan? Pretty much, and she like gets through a couple of them, and then he doesn't even get through all of them. The only person who has the balls to use her power against her, well, her curse against her, is the villain. He just says, "Tell me exactly what happened with Harlan." That because you can't lie. So it's so fucking stupid that, and all of the investigators know that's something that she has as a limitation. You're all amateur. You're all stupid as fuck. There's no way anyone could make this mistake. Honestly, if you're in the room, you just be like, hey, out of curiosity, because you can't lie, do you know anything about how Harlan died? And she would just stare at me like, you motherfucker.
I would like to have a lawyer now, please.
It's bizarre to think that detectives are like super popular and known by everyone. Because I would allow it. Know anyone.
I'd allow it if they were really good. I'd allow it if they were really, really, really,
if they were really good. Yeah, I would allow it.
But in Glass Onion, when the last person he suspects is Miles, even though he's the only one with motive, I don't think he's actually all that bright.
No, you don't understand. It was so stupid it was below him.
Oh, he can't solve simple things? Oh, he must be a great detective.
No, that's because he's so smart. You don't get it.
Smart.
Glass Onion. He's stupid.
Very smart.
Have you even heard the Beatles song?
Do you even listen to
the bad one?
Are you cultured?
Yeah,
Detective
Benoit Blanc?
Oh my god.
Benoit Blanc?
Yeah, I also saw all the This is part of Drinker's point. Everyone recognizes him when they probably shouldn't. That's his whole point.
Do. The fact that they do is even... I know, he's recognized, the worse it gets.
Look at his his hat's completely over his face. He's got the masks. Like, how do you even tell who he is?
Yeah, it's true.
Because he's Daniel Craig.
Oh, Mahler, we saw the opposite of this in a movie we watched recently. We watched a movie where a guy has a mask that covers everything except for like his chin area.
Oh, yeah.
And he sits next to someone and covers up the guy's face except for the chin, and then he recognizes him.
Which was kind of funny.
It was funny. It was actually, I think, the funny thing in the movie.
I was about to say that might be the best part of the film.
That's actually the only part of that film that was good or enjoyable.
Benoit Blanc, the detective? Did you solve the murder of...
Holy fuck, you're right, actually. Hang on, I just want to go back a sec. Look at this man. What the fuck?
I recognize those pants anywhere.
Part of his brand is that he wears very silly outfits. And so anyone who wears that silly outfit, oh, that must be him.
I never realized how funny this is. Like, if you saw this guy, you'd be like, oh, obviously Benoit Blanc.
He's wearing an ascot, so it's got to be him.
There's only like 3 people who wear ascots. It's got to be him.
The detective? Did you solve the murder of... Oh, what's her name?
And look, you might find
Fred would
that
actually solve mysteries properly.
It's true.
Fact unrealistic for some reason, but that's not really the film's problem.
Yeah, well, it's not
unrealistic
Drinker's problem or your problem
well,
either. All he said was that he guesses that's the case and moved on.
Yeah, that's all it was.
You could have left him alone,
That's a strange thing to say. Unrealistic for some reason. It's like, no, the reason that something's unrealistic, literally the only reason that something isn't realistic is that it doesn't match up to the real world. That's what realistic means. So it's strange to say it's not realistic for some reason when there can only be one reason why something is unrealistic.
Okay, so before we continue, his last point that he thoroughly debunked and destroyed about the fact that Miles doesn't have a good reason to let him stay on the island. Are these all supposed to be lies? Are we meant to believe that Drinker was aware of the scene that explained how Miles is okay with Benoit being there, but he lied about it?
Yeah, and he's
really...
so this is the thing that's really funny. It's like he believes that Drinker believes he can get away with this. The Drinker's like, aha, I'm going to ignore all of... I'm just going to misrepresent the whole movie and no one will know. Like, oh, Drinker, someone might watch it, though. He's like, oh, fuck.
I don't think any one of my millions of subscribers is going to watch my video. I'm just going to lie.
Yeah, this is the thing. If we were watching Drinker's video and we disagreed with all of his references, If you remember, famously, I think it was the Ralph the Movie Maker Joker video. All of us were holding out.
Sorry.
Whoa, what was that?
What the fuck?
Sorry, I
sneeze.
sneezed.
Did
You
you
know
like
what?
try
Sorry,
and like hold it in? But
I tried to stop it. It didn't work.
oh
That
no!
was a huge sneeze.
Okay.
I felt like it was like a tidal wave of snot.
I hope your microphone isn't covered in goo.
Yeah, well, are we trying to recreate a scene from Osmosis Jones?
I'm contagious.
Bless you indeed. Now, I believe if you watch the coverage of Ralph Movie Maker's video, we like one by one go from saying he's obviously mistaken to oh fuck, I think he lied. Because I can't remember what the reference was, but there was one that happened. I think Jay was the holdout, and then eventually something happened where Jay was like, "Oh shit, yeah, I think he lied." Fuck. Does anyone in chat remember what it was? I feel like it had something to do with Alfred.
I
but
know
it
what
might
you're
not.
talking about, but I can't remember the specific.
Because I think it was like a literal visual that he'd already used and that he'd said didn't exist.
Yeah.
And it was like, what? But
And
he's in your editing. What do you mean? Like, it's right
He
there.
referenced a visual, or he had
Oh,
the visual,
strangling
but then said
Alfred.
it.
Yeah, yeah. He was said like they overreacted.
Oh yeah, yeah.
And it was like you've got footage of him strangling Alfred. How you? What the fuck? Good times. But yeah, it's what I'm trying to say is that it is rare for me to believe that you are lying about the film as opposed to just making a mistake.
That fact unrealistic for some reason, but that's not really the film's problem, because when we're thinking about suspension of disbelief in any story, the objective isn't realism. It's very
I would like, before he continues, just saying the word suspension of disbelief is like, do you believe a person could actually be this stupid? You
He
know?
does.
I guess he
Well,
does. I guess
remember,
it's totally fine that this
it's
guy's
not like
that stupid.
a degree of doing a stupid action. It's this stupid simultaneous with everything we know. And remember, like a brand of stupidity is a
Collectively
thing,
stupid.
but not like a convenience stupid where it's just every time I need them to do something that will cost them, I'll just say they're stupid. Pretty fucking annoying.
about suspension of disbelief in any story, the objective isn't realism, it's verisimilitude. Basically,
Have you cracked saying that yet, ER?
You see, it's not realism, it's all realism.
Verisimilitude.
It's
Isn't that-
reliant on realism.
Yeah,
but
here's the
not
thing:
real.
if you're going
Yeah,
for
isn't that
verisimilitude
kind of a
in a
synonym?
story that's grounded in realistic, then you are going for realism. It's just sometimes
why-
you're not going for realism.
Well, just I guess suppose just so we're all kind of on the same page. Maybe he'll. I don't know. This sounds like the video where he won't explain what verisimilitude is. What is verisimilitude?
Do we want to
You
give
know
him
what,
a chance
actually-
to explain it, or should we go for a Google?
I just googled it, and
I'm
it's
gonna-
the appearance
Yeah,
of
it's
being
supposed to
true or
be
real. So,
Yeah. It's trying to appear real. That's what it
Pretty
is.
close.
Which is
to realism.
essentially, which is extremely close to realism in terms of a movie presenting something to you as an audience member. So.
Yeah.
Would a movie that's not going for realism, like a surreal movie or something that's very heightened, like would you describe the successful execution of that as verisimilitude? I don't know if you would.
I don't think so. It would probably tie to realism in certain ways just so that you can comprehend what's happening. But no, probably not. Surrealism is, in particular, surrealism generally is, defies realism or it tries to get away from it.
Well,
But this ain't no surreal film.
as
No.
an ER enjoyer, I remember you bringing it up in one of your videos. What was the takeaway? What was it about?
For verisimilitude.
Yeah, was it Star Wars? Or was it someone else?
Yeah. There's I forget what point I was trying to make with when I said the word. All I remember is that I couldn't fucking say it. It took me like 30 fucking tries.
Well, all right. Let's see how he contextualizes it.
film's problem. Because when we're thinking about suspension of disbelief in any story, the objective isn't realism, it's verisimilitude. Basically, does an event contradict or conflict with the established rules of the world? If so, generally, that's bad. This doesn't, though. This film had already set out the fact that Blanc is very famous for his sleuthing, and had already given us the first bunch of hints that Miles isn't the smartest cookie around.
Why are we spending so much time on this?
Because the amount of time that he devotes to any point is directly proportional to how many dunk points he can get on Critical Drinker.
Well, it is weird,
regardless of the
100%.
impact of it actually being a criticism or being in the movie.
We're at 8 minutes. It doesn't
100%.
feel like he's addressed much of Drinker's stuff.
Yeah,
No.
this is not what we'd call a
Have
information
we seen
packed
like maybe
video.
one clip from his video? I don't.
We've seen Drinker talk for a grand total about 10 seconds, I think, and so far it's been fine.
Yeah.
And the amount we see Drinker talk is also directly proportional to the amount of dunking possible.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
All right.
Hints that will only become more and more explicit as the film goes on.
Cool.
Within the rules of the film, this all checks out. Drinky then takes issue with the fact
Because
Miles
the film says it does. It says it checks out, so it does. He could be simultaneously this capable and conniving and clever, and also simultaneously this mind-numbingly stupid. And it's fine because the film just shows it happening, so it's fine. It's all good. The film wouldn't lie.
It almost makes you think, like, is it even worth seeing the rest of this thing? Because he's just going to keep pulling that card, isn't he? Every time there's a Miles criticism, he's going to be like, yeah, but he's stupid.
It's stupid, though. Except when he isn't.
Except those parts.
Except those parts, but that's fine.
Yeah, those one don't count.
This all checks out. Drinky then takes issue with the fact Miles sent a box to Andy at all.
He naturally isn't on very good terms with him now. Kinda makes you wonder why he'd invite her in the first place, doesn't it?
Yes, it is odd that Miles invited Andy. I wonder if the film will ever develop on this mystery. Perhaps, I don't know, it'll turn out that Miles actually killed Andy, and if that were the case, maybe we could use our brains and realize that the invitation was sent anyway to put the authorities off his scent.
So we had a big discussion over this.
We did. We had quite a big
I
discussion.
really disagree with that point.
And I think that both are definitely reasonable positions to take.
I don't think it's
whether he sends it
unreasonable.
or doesn't send it. Both of them have points in their favor.
Maybe I can step off my little fence of not deciding whether or not I think one or the other, and finally say, I think if they want to leave it up to the interpretation that they should have, like the state of their relationship post the courtroom scene is what the investigator would have, presumably. It's probably going to be public, at least to some degree. And that, if you're the investigator, right, and you find out Miles has made several attempts publicly to, reformat and rebind their relationship, and he's even said, sorry it came to this, then I believe the invitation makes sense. However, if there's nothing, if they've said nothing to each other since then, and there's been no interactions publicly, I think it is a little bit suspicious that he sends the invite.
Funny.
That's all we can assume.
And that's the thing, we're not shown anything
You can talk
really.
about both sides. Each side has merits in its defense.
No,
and
right.
criticisms of
If
it.
you believe one of
Would be
these
really
sides, you're a
interesting to have
liar.
that in a video.
Oh,
But
okay.
isn't it
Well, I guess
funny?
also that.
Miles is so stupid that he lets Blanc stay there to potentially, especially when it's a real possibility that he's come to investigate him and it has something to do with the ghost. But he's also clever enough to concoct a plan to essentially manipulate people into believing that he's still on good terms with her.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? Is he smart or is he stupid?
That's a really good
You gotta
point.
pick one.
Oh, we know what they're picking. Stupid. All the way home. We're just
All the way
taking that to the
stupid.
bank.
When he wants to do the,
Otherwise,
when he
the
wants to do
argument
Does
breaks
He Know
apart.
Meme.
Also,
This
someone
meme is
said,
really awkward as well, because of course Drinker knows he watched the film.
So was it? Wait, I thought EFAP took a day off. That was the plan. that was.
Yeah, but then this video.
Yeah.
Justice never sleeps.
I was already ready. It's like,
Oh,
I guess I'm just
why?
gonna stream late or something. And it's like, metal, this is bad video.
Beard.
To make it look like
bad.
an olive branch that tragically came a little too late. Gee, that'd just be swell. Also, side note, what's up with the color palette here? Half of these clips are just insanely desaturated, but I guess it's a pretty solid visual reflection of the utter lack of mental effort that's been put into this video.
Okay.
Oh, well, if I had a piano.
So this is just this is obviously just getting for a dunk, but all I would have said is it is weird. Why is this faded out? I don't know.
Yeah,
He
I
must-
thought the same thing when I
He must have
watched this
applied a
video.
filter by accident or something. I don't know.
Or that the footage he got was just desaturated and he didn't.
There was
He's trying to get around copyright.
That could also be
well,
it.
Maybe.
Well, the other thing too is running on different media players, the color was different. VLC it was colorful, and in Media Player Classic it was all set crap like this.
Well,
So I'm thinking whatever decoder he had did this. So I don't know.
But it's so this is the kind of bitterness I would expect after many bad points from Drinker. so early on. It's just like, fucking idiot. Fucking can't even edit properly. Moron. You're like,
Drinker's
all
been
right.
pretty fine so far. Not really any issues.
I've got
honestly.
barely anything to complain about yet. Like, yeah,
The
wait.
most you could say is that he could have explained better, but that's really about it.
What's up with the color palette here? Half of these clips are just insanely desaturated, but I guess it's a pretty solid visual reflection of the utter lack of mental effort that's been put into this video. What next? There's a fun little Ben, why don't they make crime illegal Shapiro-esque moment, where the drinker just displays this abject fury at the idea that Glass Onion could deign to eschew the standard murder mystery formula.
All right, that's a big claim. Let's see.
Yeah,
let's see if it's correct. Because I actually, personally, I don't even think that's a bad start to criticism of the. If you said this kind of fucks with the genre, I'd be like, all right, it depends on how you qualify that, and I might agree. I might also not. Like if someone, you could say about Predator, right? Predator sucks because I was expecting the Macho Men to just annihilate all of their enemies, but they actually get killed. I'd be like, okay. But it's really good though. So if someone said like, yeah, but Knives Out is bad because I don't like being told, who the killer is and then trying to be on their side, I'd be like, no, that's But let's see what did Drinkers justify it as.
This is where the movie does something that absolutely pisses me off, because it's so completely out of left field and ridiculous that it absolutely ruins your investment in anything that's happening. It turns out that Andy is in fact her identical twin sister, Helen.
No way! I'm not gonna get deep into that here. My first
clip. Then why bother?
So, wait, but that clip has that was nothing to do with what he just said, though.
True.
It sounds to me the drinker was just complaining about the insanity of that contrivance.
Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't like, bam, twist. He's like, I hate this.
But hey, we'll let him continue. I'm still waiting for the substance.
I just fucking get annoyed when every couple of sentences, I'm not going to bother to go into detail into this. Then how did you make a 30-minute video? What happened?
You see, Metal, he was very invested in deconstructing Drinker's fashion opinion, but he's not invested in this portion for some reason.
Yeah, this one, I mean, yeah.
Identical twin sister, Helen.
No way! I'm not going to get deep into that here. My first Glass Onion video, which I'll link in the corner now, is largely about this, but TLDR, taking variation on genre conventions as aberrant.
He didn't even say anything about the genre, he just said it was dumb what happened.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
That's all he said.
Is not good criticism. For more, watch that video. There's some more light whinging.
What was that? What was that as a response?
What was that? You
did I miss something? Did I miss a thing there?
No, you didn't.
It feels like it. It feels
there.
like a 2-minute chunk of the video was just removed accidentally, where the the explanation was located.
And
he didn't say anything about the genre. He said this was stupid and it ruined my investment in the story. And fact check true on both.
I guess it's like if I said it's so dumb that Luke fights a fucking giant monster in Return of the Jedi, and I think the monster looks dumb, and then someone responds like, clearly you're not familiar with the genre. I guess. Is that the idea? That he's like, you only dislike this because you think that this... Or, I guess it's the reverse, like you're not familiar with genre bending or breaking. God, man, you need to really fix up your script on that one. It's hard to follow what the fuck you were even responding to.
There's some more light whinging about coincidences.
Wow, lucky she happened to have a twin sister,
Whinging, he's whinging.
Detailed journal.
Oh, hang on.
This is a light coincidence. You gotta go back. I gotta make sure I write that right.
There's some more light whinging about coincidences.
Okay. Wow, lucky she happened to have a twin sister, and that she left behind a detailed journal of her entire experiences up until this point, so that Helen would know everything she needs to blend in with her friend group.
But again, these aren't coincidences that unravel the mystery, they're coincidences that set it up, that enable...
They don't set up the mystery. The setup is her being murdered.
Yeah.
It's
the murder.
It's Ryan creating himself a little premise and then understanding there's a lot of drawbacks to this premise that make it difficult to even occur. And then he just starts adding in all of these little like matchsticks to hold up the whole thing. Like, oh, you're not going to be able to have a twin sister like absorb and represent the personality of the other twin sister if they've been separated for this long and have like completely different lives. It's like, yeah, but she has a journal that has everything in it. Like, oh, Ryan, that's not only is that really stupid, but she's got like days to read it too. And like, what are you suggesting? She's been writing that her whole life, and so she's absorbed the whole personality. What the fuck?
I'm just gonna say, Baba would be really, really upset with this.
It is a major contrivance that is meant to heal the wound of having created such a dumb premise. And he does it more than once, because that's what Ryan be doing.
Enable this story to begin, to get going. Plus, some of them aren't coincidences, they're just things that happen.
It's also
They're
That
not
is-
coincidences.
that's what a coincidence
they're
is.
just things that happen.
What does that even mean?
They're not coincidences.
happen?
They're just things that
Coincidence does
happen.
not happen.
That is what a coincidence
As
is.
opposed to the coincidences that don't happen. You're right.
Uh,
That's the coincidences. That's one for Godelb. They're not coincidences. They're just things that happen.
People have already been saying, like, well, Godelb is like, Godelb is not happening anymore, but these would be great quotes for Godelb. Coincidences are just things that happen. Oh,
That's a
no, that's the
Godelb
truth,
quote.
sorry. The what he said is, they're not coincidences, they are things that happen.
Mystery, they're coincidences that set it up, that enable
Very
this story to
true.
begin, to get going. Plus, some of them aren't coincidences, they're just things that happen.
Nice.
It's also extremely
Yeah,
lucky that
you
Blanc
got
wasn't
it.
immediately turned away from the island when he tried to blag his way in.
Hey, Mr. Blanc, can we have a quick word?
What do you... No, this is... He wants to talk to him, but then he keeps him. This is not what Drinker just said happened. Drinker said he should have booed him. And he,
Because he
did,
should have.
everything
Because
goes wrong.
obviously he
If he
should
goes-
have.
It's all
Mhm.
fucked if that happens. Everything goes off the rails. The whole film can't happen.
Yeah, and what's so weird about this is he's like, Braun tries to get rid of Blanc, and it's like, no, he takes him in, and Blanc says, this is so embarrassing, this is a fuck up, and then Braun is like, no, it's okay, you can stay.
Yeah, like
yeah.
Blanc doesn't
So,
really do much of a job of convincing
you
him
know-
to stay there. Bronn convinces himself.
I was feeling a little bit spicy. I might go as far as saying, first of all, you're not taking Drinker's point for what it is, and secondly, you're not representing the movie properly, my dude.
You know, someone with even worse faith criticism might say that he was lying.
I suppose we wouldn't do that, but someone
We
might.
wouldn't do that, of course. We would never assume that, of course. But someone might say that. It would be a thing that just happens, shall we say.
Someone reset the box. They sent it to you as a gag. I've got the pre-definite detective in the world at my murder mystery party. That is
a great reason to not have you here.
Yeah.
Yep, that's incredible, yeah.
I'm sure glad
So
that didn't
legit.
kill anyone just a couple of days ago or something.
Yeah,
Man,
that'd
whew,
be-
or
yeah.
weeks.
And he showed up with the specter of the woman that I
Yeah.
killed, so that would be kind of weird.
That would be wild. Like, jeez.
Good thing I'm
Also-
so dumb. All of this is totally fine.
Yep.
Or that the killer didn't immediately try to take Helen out when he saw that the woman he apparently already killed was now alive and well.
He does try this. We see
No, Drinker said immediately.
Immediately. This is like an hour
Right
later.
there on the beach.
This is quite a while later.
Jesus
Again,
Christ.
see what I mean? Like, why can't we just be like, why are you lying? Why are you lying, bro? I'm lying.
Yeah.
it just isn't instant because there's a bunch of other people there. And
Oh wow, literally right on the beach is what. Yeah, that's what Drinker meant. Is right
Babe.
there on the beach. You should have
Let's do it,
jumped on
guys.
him and
It's,
strangled
it's
him.
time to explain temporal linearity.
Oh, what?
Can such a thing be done? Can such
Is that-
knowledge be learned?
Is that like verisimilitude, or is that something different?
This is, if you
Simpler
need
to-
to have
It's easier to
enjoyed the
say,
paintings
for
of
sure.
Gurshazl-Gistani of the late 16th period, you need to
Oh,
see
okay.
You
those.
I
know
checked-
about neo-Renaissanceivism?
Yeah,
the
that was
box.
a good
Haven't
one.
you
said it was
studied the article by Gertrude Le Temps des Anneurs?
Ooh, and don't forget the late musings of Brian.
Yes, Brian. Brian's Musings, one of my favorite works of literature.
So yeah, if you can all
Oh.
chat, if you can all get that, we'll come back to this. Okay. So
Also,
one-
I recall ruminating in my childhood those halcyon days where I would read these dusty old tomes of philosophers past.
I just like
Extend my knowledge of film criticism.
the gap between like I would just read like. Wow, there's so much to gain from your knowledge. Anyway, yeah, so what Drinker is saying, I didn't think this would be hard to pick up, is that Miles knows he attempted murdered this person and they are here. That's very bad. She is a source to destroy him and his whole life. So, we're on a private island, and we've been shown he's willing to kill her. That happens in the movie. So why not have taken a way better chance, like to pull her aside and be like, I need to talk to you, this is very important. But which, by the way, she doesn't even suspect it's him at that point. there were so many different times he could have tried this, where she was on her own. She was even drunk at one point. You could probably manipulate her to get into particular positions. But no, he waits until...
me too.
You know what's so fucking funny is he says, wow, Drinker, moron, why would he kill her in front of someone else? It's like, that's what he does.
Yeah, that's the thing too. It's all like, if he's supposed to be so stupid, why didn't he do that?
Exactly.
Where you're saying like he got smart all of a sudden and then pulled one of them aside. He's supposed to be stupid.
Right.
Just pull them both aside and kill them both. But I guess that's just not the right kind of stupid.
So yeah,
that's not a helpful kind. That's not purposeful stupidity.
Yeah, movie would be over.
So yeah, when Drinker says, why didn't he immediately try to kill her or get rid of her, he doesn't mean literally strangle her in front of all of these people. That's not what he means.
I think that seems a little bad faith.
Well, this is what I mean. This is getting a little boring and stupid. Like, we'll just take what Drinker says and make the worst assumption from it.
In the worst way possible. Yeah.
And and then it'll be great for anybody who hates Drinker, because they'll just be like, oh god, I can't believe Drinker is so stupid. By the way, there is a top comment on this video. I saw it mentioned on the subreddit, and I was like, no fucking way. Someone says, like, does Drinker not know that twins exist?
Oh, fuck The top comment.
One of them, yeah.
Jesus
How many
Christ.
likes did it have?
Oh,
too many.
Plenty,
If it's
sure.
one, it's too many.
But it's the kind of shit where it's just like, oh, guys, come on. We need a better class of critic. This is shit. Like, you just got to make this shit up. You can't...
This town needs a better class of critic. I'm going to
And Miles probably doesn't want them to see him murder someone. Like, goddamn,
Genius.
dude. The recap continues.
right there on the
It's
beach
a lot
in
of
front of
Drinker
everyone.
complaining about bad decisions Miles makes.
When Andy found a crucial piece of evidence and threatened to reveal it to the world, Miles killed her and hid the evidence away in his office, instead of, destroying it.
Dude, it's funny, because again, my criticism of Drinker is like, why didn't you highlight the fact that it was insane to kill her? Why'd he kill her?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, what a crazy overreaction. But you know what the answer is to that, everybody? Well, he's dumb.
Stupid.
Dumb.
Especially because what he does is
fella.
he drugs her with sleeping pills and then sets it up like she, left the engine running in the garage. He could have drugged her with sleeping pills, found the envelope, and then...
Yeah, because if you remember, he found that envelope in that selection of times. So yeah, he could have found it, destroyed it. She could eventually wake back up, and he could be like, what the fuck happened? Or you could even make it so that there's water on the floor or whatever, hit her head into something while she's sleeping, and then just be like, yeah, you slipped,
you peed
okay?
yourself. How embarrassing.
You could even do that, yeah. But like, yeah, and then she'll be like, the envelope's fucking gone, what the hell? And you'd be like, I don't know, man. That sounds unfortunate. Anyway, I gotta go. But no, he killed her. It's like, what the fuck are you doing? It's like, yeah, but he's stupid. Anyway, what Drinker brought up is still a good point, though. He should have destroyed the evidence. But why didn't he, everyone?
Instead of, destroying it.
Not seeming to realize that vainglorious, hubristic irony is precisely dead on in character.
After all that,
Is that
you
just
still kept the
stupid?
envelope? You didn't burn it or anything?
There you go.
How is
The
that-
movie said so.
It's okay because the movie said the movie is stupid, so it's
Lamp
fine.
shading is good.
The vainglorious fool who kept the only thing that could destroy him because he's vain. Couldn't you make the reverse argument? A vain person would annihilate any chance of them being exposed?
Well, we've kind of discussed this a little bit when it comes to arrogance as a trait. I feel like it's a trait that you could use to justify pretty much anything.
So
Because
boring.
if your motivation is being super prideful and everything, then pretty much everything's on the table. He burned it because he was so prideful he wanted to get away with it all. He wanted to be prideful to himself or something along those lines.
Well, it's like whenever he does anything, I just want this guy to be in the corner. I can be like, was that vain, stupid, or... Well, no, it's always one of those two, right? And then he's, it's like, he killed her. Was that vain and stupid? And he's like, yeah. And it's like, okay, the sleight of hand steal of the gun. Was that vain and stupid? And he's like, what?
So how exactly is it vain or arrogant? Why would vain or arrogance motivate him to keep it?
Because I think the argument, the best version I can imagine is like, he's so vain about having one, he's holding on to the one thing that could destroy him, and he's like, haha, I have it.
Instead of destroying it and saying, haha, no one could beat me.
Well, that's the thing, every time I think about it, I'm like, God, that's
expression.
stupid. That's stupid.
This is reaction of his right here. It's kind of like, well, you know what? Why didn't I do that?
Yeah.
If you
No, you're
remember,
right.
a lot of people will be like, you see, he steals his ideas, and so he steals the idea to destroy it from Lionel, saying, right here, why didn't you just destroy it? As if to imply it's not about vanity, he's just an idiot. He didn't realize
Well,
he was
he's
going to
not-
destroy it.
I mean, but he killed Andy. So clearly he knows that this could ruin him and that you know what I mean? It doesn't make
Why
any
didn't he leave
sense that
Andy
he would-
alive through vanity? It's like, no, he killed her through vanity. And you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, you didn't. You don't think it would be really vain for him to decide to leave a person alive so that they would exist, knowing that he had defeated them? Like that's super fucking prideful. But I guess he wasn't prideful at that time. That was something else. That wasn't the pride. And also, how intelligent? By what we see on that napkin, you've got to probably be pretty insanely smart to translate that into a gajillion-dollar massive company.
No, what? No, we went over that napkin. We had to actually censor some of it because it was such a good idea that anyone could start a multi-billion-dollar company from it.
Oh, okay.
And obviously, we're going to do it. We don't want anyone else to.
Wait, you guys doing that?
We weren't going to tell you until we'd fixed it all up for you, okay?
I was at your home,
I didn't,
you bastard.
And there's a lot of just
right there, man.
inaccuracies.
And then all of Miles's friends turn against him, and they all celebrate at the end like this is some kind of epic win, conveniently ignoring the fact that they're all absolutely going to go to jail.
As I discussed in my last video, the shitheads are only celebrating when it looks like Helen's just having a tantrum. Symbolic destruction, nothing
Why
real.
would they?
When it escalates, they try to stop her.
Of course they tried to stop her from destroying the Mona fucking Lisa.
Yeah, of course.
Anybody would just want to stop her.
Yeah.
It's just funny to see that he says that, and they do, but the way they show them trying is like, oh no, I cannot possibly get you,
also,
even though I can.
But they ultimately side with her in the end.
Exactly.
And let's be clear, they're not just not siding with anyone. They side with her. They're going to lie for her, is what they say.
Yeah.
They're gonna reveal that they perjured themselves.
Yes.
Originally.
Well, to be fair, I don't believe that's how it would actually run out. I think eventually they'd come to
No,
their
but
senses.
that's what the movie thinks.
Yeah, the movie wants to tell us that's what they're going to do. It's like, no, they won't. So basically, what Drinker said is like 99% true, other than wonky interpretations of what he's saying. He's trying to say, after all this bullshit, they are teaming up with her, which is insane.
After the Mona Lisa burns, they're not happy. They're resigned, bleakly accepting.
Well, they nearly just died, so it's probably fair that they're in.
Yeah, they got blown up a little bit.
I'd be a little bit upset if someone did that.
In fact, the person who killed them is who they sign up with. Really weird. Almost like it doesn't make any sense.
This new status quo. So this is wrong. Do they look happy here? They know they're boned. Critical Drinker.
Did Drinker say they were all happy?
I don't remember him saying that.
I don't remember.
He said they celebrated or something like that.
When conveniently ignoring the
I mean,
fact
they certainly were gleeful moments before, and then they came out
Absolutely.
there. It's all
And
like
there's a lot
finished
of
and
just
stuff.
inaccuracies.
My assumption that when they were down at those stairs was, Jesus Christ, we almost died.
And then all of Miles's friends turn against him, and they all celebrate at the end like this is some kind of epic win, conveniently ignoring the fact that they're all absolutely going to go to jail.
As I discussed.
Yeah, you can definitely argue celebration doesn't necessarily. They're like conjoined on their plan to destroy Miles. Like a conclusion. To call it celebration might be hyperbole, but like, damn, dude, you're picking up on him for that? Like,
yeah. Well, I mean,
seems
you
really
could argue
desperate.
it's a celebration on the movie's part, right? That the movie thinks this is a win.
Certainly, yeah.
Just in my last.
I just say the fucking thumbnail is so ugly.
I hate that.
Oh God, yeah.
That's
video.
Why
The shitheads are
disruption matters.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't the
Lisa
title
and
something like
Grace-
the one true disruptor? Like, oh, she was the real disruptor the whole time.
Yeah.
I guess she
None of these
was.
YouTube
She
people
destroyed
are
the
gonna
Mona
disrupt the
Lisa
system.
where no one would have wanted her to.
When conveniently ignoring the fact that they're all absolutely going to go to jail.
As I discussed in my last video, the shitheads are only celebrating when it looks like Helen's just having a tantrum. Symbolic destruction, nothing real. When it escalates, they try to stop her. After the Mona Lisa
destroying
burns,
the
they're not
Mona
happy.
Lisa.
They're resigned, bleakly accepting this new status quo. So
With the rest
this
of
is
humanity,
wrong.
yes.
Do they look happy here?
Can you please address the most important substantive part of this, that they've sided with her, even though to do so would put them in jail and mean they have to lie again?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Please address that part of what he said.
They know they're boned. Critical Drinker then does a...
They're not
All
boned.
right.
They actually survived. It's incredible. And now the only thing that
Yeah.
can stop them is their own reveal of their lie. That's the only thing. Like, that's what perjury is essentially at that point. That's what he's referring to anyway when he says perjury. So I guess we're not going to talk about that part of what Drinker said. Okay.
A funny thing and tries to use this film's concepts against it, against Rian Johnson.
It's not hard.
It's really not hard at all. Rian Johnson isn't anything approaching clever, but maybe the theme is he's too stupid to not know.
It genuinely undermines my faith in humanity that a lot of people out there consider this film a smart, well-made movie. Rian Johnson seems to have some kind of reality distortion field around him and his...
He's a bit of a glass onion, isn't he?
Yeah,
Don't worry, everyone is going to call each other glass onions as a result of this fucking movie and its discourse.
Great.
So
Great.
Yep. Let's just keep it going. Why not? Everyone's a glass onion. Woo! And we're all inside a big glass onion.
His work, somehow convincing people that he's this crazy auteur genius. The truth is that it's nothing but the flashy veneer of intelligence with nothing lying beneath.
It's a good...
So like,
finally came.
I guess you think that's really clever or something.
this is what I mean. This is where we're at. It's like Drinker watches this film and says, everyone's calling it smart. It's really not. And then this guy's like, everyone fucking, you think you're smart. You're not. And then now it's our turn to go, well, you think you're smart and you're not. And then someone in the comment section will be like, EFAP thinks they're smart and they're not.
Joke's on you, I know I'm smart. See, I didn't even say that sentence right.
Keep it
Twice.
all going.
Good laugh that the dude's railing against obvious stupidity, the facade of genius, in the middle of this video's inaccuracy sandwich, but just park this irony for now because we'll return to it later. This general...
We have to.
Also,
Right,
I don't
so I guess
know...
we're not going to talk about anything that Drinker said, but okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
Drinker's just
Also,
wrong.
I don't...
Okay.
Wait, Drinker
I don't
made the
know.
video?
I don't know if Drinker's pretending that he's a genius by making this video. You know, you don't need to claim that you're a genius just to point out how stupid
I've
this
seen
movie is.
so many people be like, calls himself fucking critical, like a critical thinker, and it's like, you're ignoring the part that says Drinker. Like, the whole idea is that he's a fucking drunk dude being critical of things. He presents himself as such. Like, you don't need to pretend, like, look at this man trying to come across as intelligent. Ridiculous. Set down that bottle, sir.
critique keeps going. He says Glass Onion's ruined by all the tropes, conveniences, cliches, and so on, but he doesn't give examples, explain what he means. He gave some examples earlier, remember?
It turns out that Andy is in fact her identical twin sister, Helen.
But again, these are Goffman's good coincidences.
No, they're not. That's not what she said. Liar. Leave Bob alone.
Did you not read the article that you listed?
Yeah, dude. Read Bob's paper again.
Don't besmirch Bob's good name here.
Yeah.
He says a good coincidence. She says a good coincidence is one where you don't make it a coincidence anymore.
Yes, she
That's what
did.
says.
So
I
I'm willing
just read the
to.
paragraph, but maybe in the article she says specifically, unless you reveal that she had an identical twin the whole time. That's
Listen.
totally cool. Maybe she says that. I'm not sure.
I'm sure he's not lying about Precious Bob's work. He just stopped reading after the first sentence of a paragraph. He was like, "That's it. I've got it. Good stuff, Bob."
Just read it. Ha! Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah,
I agree,
don't be
Bob.
afraid of reading, my dude. You can learn a lot by reading.
So this is just more empty bluster. Then we get to...
I
think,
agree. It is empty bluster, but not
Yeah.
from him.
my favorite point of
Get your
the
shoes
video.
off the couch, you barbarian.
No, I'm sorry, Ranks. That's the kind of party this is. The whole room will be
God
ruined.
damn.
Not a
They
party.
juggle
I don't
Do
fire,
that. You
and
don't
you're
go
worried
into
about
other
the
people's
shoes.
houses and put your shoes on the fucking couch.
Yo, couch.
They got a fire juggler, and you're worried about the shoes.
Fire jugglers are
Yeah.
chill. I believe the fire juggler is safe. They know what they're doing.
You can worry about two things at once.
He's a pro.
Yeah, a
If
professional fire juggler is one thing. But some random asshole putting his shoes on the someone's got to clean that, and it's going to leave marks and scuffs, and that might not necessarily be something you can fix.
So
Getting your couch cushions
No
reupholstered, whatever, that's time and money.
Any single one of these forced plot elements didn't happen exactly as they play out, then the whole story would have collapsed around it.
Yep.
The story would have fallen apart if the story beats didn't happen.
Wow.
That's what he meant.
That's-
Congra-
yeah, that's what Drinker
that's
meant,
what
yeah.
he meant.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
definitely what Drinker meant. You aren't poisoned by bad faith.
Ugh.
I have seen this one about my work so many times. They'll be like, Muller will say, based on the things that we have, like, well, what if this had happened? He'll literally be like, oh, if a different movie happened, then the movie wouldn't have happened. Yes, of course the movie happened the way it happened because of the things that happened. You're like, wow, you couldn't have missed what I'm saying, like, at all. Worse. It's just like, holy fuck, you're just not listening at all. This, by the way,
You
is
were
why I
not
get confused
engaging.
when people say, like, this is a good video. It's just like, did you hear what Drinker said? How the fuck did he pull that from what Drinker said?
Video.
If any single one of these forced plot elements didn't happen exactly as they play out, then the whole story would have collapsed around it.
The story would have fallen apart if the story beats didn't happen. I mean,
It's like
extremely
amazing. Good
forced
job. The key word is
story
forced, by the way, yeah. Drinker is
Yep.
trying to tell you he believes the story would not run the way that it does based on what information we have. You have to have the writer come down and push things. That's not good.
Only push things, but like a series of they had to be really stupid. They had to be really stupid here as well. They had to be incredibly vain.
Yeah.
This just happened. They just happened to overhear this
Well,
because she happened
I
to
had
be
to
in the
put that-
exact place at the right time.
You had to put that extra character in this scene in this other time we show it, otherwise this wouldn't work.
So
Even though we
to
showed
be-
you otherwise before.
To give you an idea, it would be like Benoit sees the hot sauce, has some of it, enjoys it, and then is told he can have some. And then he goes, cool. Sets it on the table and says, I'll pick up a few of these before I leave, thank you. And then Ryan comes down from the heavens and picks up Benoit's hand, grabs the hot sauce and puts it into his pocket. And Benoit's like, what am I doing? Oh.
What was that? Ryan, what are you doing? Stop it.
You're gonna need this for later.
Just trust me, bro.
It's
Exactly.
dangerous to go alone.
Keep this bloated bottle in your pocket even when you change clothes. Keep it there too.
Even when you didn't seem to enjoy the hot sauce in the first place.
Yeah, just keep it, idiot.
yeah, that is true. This gives way to an anodyne avalanche of attempted nitpicks.
Anodyne
Pretty much all of which
Anodyne.
Anodyne.
Avalanche.
Anodyne avalanche of
To be
attempted
honest, I don't know what
nitpicks.
that means.
I
Yeah,
blame
most
the
people
British.
don't know what that means. Virtually everybody listening to this video won't know what it means.
Hey,
The point of
throwback.
communication.
Throwback to EFAP 9. I think that's the last time the word
Yeah,
anodyne was
anodyne.
used. Man.
You see, the point of language is to communicate, your ideas to other people. And I know it makes you sound smart to say stuff like anodyne, right? And verisimilitude or whatnot. But if the people who are watching your video don't know what these things mean, then you're just
Rags,
you're not
you
being
know
helpful.
for a fucking fact. The majority of people hear him say it, they go, I have no idea what that means. And then they go,
I have
I
no
agree.
idea what it means.
I agree.
I agree. Yes, it's very anodyne. People will say.
Yeah,
And
wouldn't
then,
want to be
like,
understood. Dazzling's
the
fine.
one friend in the group goes, what does it mean? And they all go,
Oh, you fool! Get out.
they say all that, you just hear typing. They're like, it's so funny you don't know what that means. Yeah, I'll explain it.
Just here in the background. Hey, Google, what does anodyne mean?
Oh, that's a lamp.
I think he just wanted to say that so he could have 3 A's.
Oh yeah,
together.
definitely. He was doing tripling.
He was doing
right?
a smirt. Yeah, narrative tripling. Yes.
That's another reference to EFAP 9. Holy shit. Nostalgic.
which have fairly obvious answers. Let's begin.
Let's do it.
Like, what if Miles had refused to let Helen and Blanc onto his island? Wouldn't
Oh, the whole film ends. Yeah.
Yeah, the film ends. GG.
Yep, film doesn't happen.
Helen's presence here with the world's most famous detective be a very obvious red flag?
Again,
This is what I mean. Drinker is being nice to the film. Like,
He is.
I would go as far as saying, like, it is the red flag. It is the biggest flag. It's waving so
Not
hard.
be a larger red flag.
I don't even know what that... Like, she turns up with the world's greatest detective. I'd be like,
I wonder what this means. This could be cool.
This must
Here
be
it
fun.
comes. Miles
this is
is
a fun
dumb.
thing.
and if he does in front of the rest, everyone, Blanc included, will definitely know something is rotten in the
No, he's
statement.
not allowed to be
No.
here. This is a private island. He shouldn't expect that he can just be here.
It's so funny.
It's such an easy explanation. You say, I didn't invite him.
Imagine
I don't know
some
why he's
guy
here.
swims the distance between the dock and the other dock, and then just turns up, and Miles is like, "Who are you?" And he's like, "I'm Brian. Here I am. I wrote some musings. You should check them out." But so is it cool I can join? And he goes, If I send him away, that would look suspicious. Yes, Brian, you can join our party. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
police
he did write the
example.
musings after all.
It's almost more suspicious to keep him there. It's like, why? Nobody would normally do this. Is this something? Is this planned? I might even
You know
assume that if
him?
I was one of the guests. Like, is this a part of some weird thing you're doing? Is he here for a reason?
I would be like, obviously it is. You're here for a murder mystery. The world
Yeah.
famous detective just shows up. and he shouldn't be here, but he's being allowed to be here. Like, obviously, you're in cahoots. Obviously.
It's such an easy explanation to your friends. Be like, I don't know why he's here. Something went wrong, but I didn't invite him, and this is a private island.
I don't even think it's in Drinker's video. It might be, but the obvious thing of like, all right, everyone turn in your invitations. I want to know who doesn't have one.
Mm-hmm.
And then when Helen is like, I dropped mine. You'd be like, so you brought in the detective, huh? That's pretty suspicious. And then she could be like,
no, I didn't. I'm dead.
He could even find a good justification for turning fake Andy away. He could be like, look, I didn't invite you. She could be like, she could claim he did, but you know what I mean? He could make up an excuse.
Good.
And that they would believe it because they're also stupid, remember?
Everyone's stupid.
Well, in technicality, he did send her the
Even the
invitation, so it's
scientists.
all like, yeah, he did invite her, but not Blanc at all. So
I know, but all I'm saying is he could turn her away here right now and make up an excuse for his friends who are the disruptors, and
You
they
know what?
believe it.
He doesn't even
Yeah,
have
but he's
to.
asking for their invitation.
They could be like, why'd you invite her? Let's pretend they know. And then he could be like, listen, it's between me and Andy. She knows why I don't want her here. I may have sent her the invitation. That was a mistake. You know, like, or rather, it was something has happened between us. We're not going to talk about it. You know, just imply there's something a lot more complicated because you can tell these people anything. They're super stupid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What's Andy gonna do? Be like, nah, we're friends.
He literally takes the first possible opportunity to interrogate Blanc because
he keeps him. What do you keep saying this for?
Interrogating him doesn't mean anything if he just lets him stay.
He convinces Blanc to stay. Why are you changing what the film is? Blanc in that scene, go watch it, guys. He is like, oh, geez, oh, God, oh, damn, I should probably not be here, I guess. Oh, this is so embarrassing. And then Miles is like, no, this is actually cool. This is cool. Like,
bro, it's cool.
How is that an interrogation as opposed to him just being like, you know what, you're here, so be here?
Yeah, because I think the first time we watched this, I was like, oh, he's going to keep me here because it's kind of cool he is here. And then an actual murder is going to happen on this island. Because, of course, the first time around, you don't know that the murder already happened. Like,
Yeah,
or another
and obviously
one.
the person who's letting him stay wouldn't be behind it because
because that would
obviously
be very stupid. Oh, that's on character.
that would be incomprehensibly stupid.
That's the point. Sorry.
Fool.
Oh, damn it.
Is a red flag, but he doesn't figure out what's happening because he's not very clever.
Why didn't news of...
Oh, there you go.
Right, he's not clever. So here's the thing. We've gone far, far beyond not very clever.
Yeah.
Like, this is... I don't think that a person could just...
We talked about it before. This is an embarrassing way to characterize stupidity. It's a lot... You have to do it intelligently. You can't do it stupidly, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah.
They characters have weaknesses, characters have strengths. The idea that you just know this character is just stupid. By the way, which is what Birdie's character is. She's just stupid. I was watching Red Light Media's coverage, and Jay says, like, that is her character. She is stupid. And then he says, like, she talks to a lamp. She's just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, it's not even that. I'm like, that's not even stupid. That's just, I don't know what that is. Why is she talking to a lamp?
Could be delusional more than anything else.
Yeah, it goes a bit further, doesn't it?
The death
It's like
of a high
he seems to think that actually if it was just police officers instead of Benoit, then everything would play out the same because Miles is just that stupid. You know what I mean? Like if fully uniformed police officers showed up, that Miles would still be like, oh, that's kind of a funny gag, haha, because he's that stupid.
If Ryan had said in interviews, Benoit is a very stupid investigator who stumbles across the right answer but believes himself to be very smart, I think people would start recontextualizing these films to include that as well. It would stop being like, actually, yeah, he is. Like, you can just...
Ryan could say anything, no matter how nonsensical, and they'd feel forced to defend the film.
My point is you can move everything around to always match that, because how everything is so, like, just disconnected. You're like, yeah, actually, it does make sense. They tell you that throughout. When he says it's just dumb, he's referring to himself as well.
To interrogate Blanc because this is a red flag, but he doesn't figure out what's happening because he's not very clever.
Why didn't news of the death of a high-profile tech prodigy reach the press sooner?
Yet again, this is addressed.
No, he saw him up before this, you fool. 4 days she's been dead. That's before he says he's going to pull strings. See, this again, if he made it a long video, he may have included that, but Drinker went shorter, and now look what's happened. It's
Don't
funny
let
because
this happen to you.
this is like we all saw this scene, we all thought it was dumb as fuck, including Drinker, because it is. But the fact that how does a popular celebrity person die for 4 days with no intention to hide that, and it doesn't get out? How is that possible?
It's absurdity. It's
I guess you'd have
absurd.
to like find me real life examples of this happening, because
You know
I
what it
just
would be,
don't know
though?
if it happens.
They would
but
have died
It
in
seems
some
unlikely.
distant country on like some very specific and
Yeah.
private thing.
They go missing on a trip, and
That-
then
yeah.
we don't know. They're a missing person far before they're declared dead or whatever.
She was found dead in her house by authorities. That's going out.
Yes.
That's public.
Yeah.
Yep.
And also, how does Helen accidentally keep this a secret? for
Well,
2
yeah,
days?
because that's exactly because the reason why it didn't get out is because she was like, "Oh, was I supposed to do something?" It's
Yeah.
like that was.
Wasn't
what she
I'm
said.
a
It's like,
dumbass.
man,
Was I supposed
everyone's
to tell
done.
my mom and dad that my sister died? It's like, what?
Because I
Failing
guess
to
it's worth
report a dead
emphasizing
body is
that.
illegal.
If she didn't realize that there was somebody she needed to, which by the way, she would have told people, like of course she would have. She would have told
Yeah.
her friends and family.
Which gets
but
it
like,
public, yeah.
But the whole film can't happen because she didn't realize there was anything she needed to do.
So she just
If
like
she
left
had,
her
it
there
would
on
be
the
over.
floor or something.
I
But
have no idea what I meant to make. Like,
Well, here's the thing: we know she didn't just leave the body there because
Yeah.
I guess there was autopsies and the police were aware. So she had to turn it into the police. And after 4 days, the police never mentioned that this woman was dead, and there was no obituary, there was no statement, there was nothing, no family, statement, nothing like that, which is nonsense.
Yeah, no, you're totally right. But the only small details, I think the police found it first and then contacted her.
and then contacted her.
And then we have
yeah.
to believe
is even
that
worse.
they didn't
It is
announce
worse,
it,
yes.
and then she didn't tell any loved ones.
Exactly.
And which isn't she supposed to be like well connected and loved, right? Like, isn't
Yep,
Helen-
no,
Well, the
she's
police surely
got,
would have
like, a-
told multiple people.
She's so well connected and loved that Benoit Blanc almost mistakes this person for Andy. He's like, "Oh, I recognize. Oh yeah, you do kind of look like her." Like, people are aware of Andy Brand, right? That's her name, Cassandra Brand. This makes it all incredibly hard to believe, and your whole story falls apart if this isn't true. And so what does he do?
Well.
He takes his point and says, "Well, Benoit said he's going to pull some strings." So completely ignored Drinker's point. The thing is, maybe I should put some blame on Drinker for not being, again, longer, being like, getting all of the references out. It sucks, but like, yeah, I'm sure Drinker would have had this same reaction. He'd be like, "What do you mean? No, I'm talking about all the time that she spent without anyone trying to pull any strings." And then the guy, I don't know what pillar of garbage would say to that. Maybe you play the
that's
clip.
What happened in the story.
Maybe you play the clip where she says, "Oh, was I supposed to do stuff about that?"
Yeah,
And he'd be like,
and
"See,
then
that's
it'd be like-
explained."
And I guess at that point you'd just be like, "So, is there ever a time when you watch a film and you're like, don't know about that," or seems like a bit of a stretch," or "Wait, hold on, that's absurd." Is there never like a moment for
Well,
that? For this guy?
if we could just be like, Benoit is literally shot through the head, his whole head explodes, and then he gets back up and says, "Ah, I can shake it off. It's fine."
Yeah, yeah.
I had a book in front of my face. It's
You-
fine.
Like, well, that's what happened. So it's pretty chill.
Yeah, it's fine. That's what they showed us. It's all cool.
Pulled a few strings. I could keep it from leaking
Pulled
to
a
the
few
press for another
strings.
weeks, maybe. Then
You can disbelieve a detective would have the pull to do this, but within the
Yeah.
logic
We weren't even talking about that part of it, but yes, I do.
I know.
disbelieve
Also
that.
that,
4
yeah.
days before the string pull? Come on.
No, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
of this,
This needs to be
world,
something I could believe this if the film gave a shit about trying to convince me. Like LeBlanc is trying to investigate the murder. He needs the murder to stay quiet for the investigation to proceed. He's got this plan. He's got the twin. He's got it. At least if they had tried to believe he could do that, I would potentially believe it. Sure. Like
They,
maybe he's got a lot of influence and pull with a certain department or whatever.
There are whole industries built on reporters desperately knowing when any celebrity dies so they can report it. Like,
Yeah.
This is just not something that stays quiet. But, like I said, he's not even addressed the point. He's just going for the later points. It's like, oh, well.
this is explained. The verisimilitude is not compromised.
If
Yes,
Andy
it
was
is.
so
This isn't what happens in reality. This is completely contrary to reality.
Yeah, well, they're telling you that it ain't reality in this film. It's a different thing.
The reality of the film and the reality of our reality. I feel, I mean, just saying it doesn't make it so. I felt like I don't know how these people can be so simple-minded and naive. They're like children who just believe everything that they're told. They just accept it. Their brains are off. Thinking caps discarded.
I think
they're not going to be critical about anything. They're not going to actually engage in the content.
Yeah, I
They're
feel
just
like
going to eat it up.
The gunshot example would probably be enough, but another one would be like, there's a steel door in front of us, we can't cut through it, and then someone says, don't worry, I have a scissors, and they just cut through it, and you're like, what?
The film says the scissors can cut through the door.
And then
What's
we're all
the
like,
problem?
magical
Verisimilitude.
scissors? Science fiction scissors? And you're like, no, regular scissors. Like, okay.
smart, why didn't she anticipate the danger she was in when Miles suddenly showed up at her home immediately after she threatened to expose him to the world?
Yet again, this is addressed.
Please, please,
Say
please.
it. Do it. Say it.
Don't do it.
Say it.
Don't you fucking
Do
dare.
it.
Don't you
Fucking
do it.
say
Don't
it.
do it.
Don't
You know
play
you
the
want
clip.
to.
No, don't do it.
Is addressed.
Andy lets him in. Of course
No.
she did. Miles
happening?
himself? Oh, she was clever enough not to fear Miles.
And then she died.
You did it. You did it. You did it.
Oh my
Not
god.
clever.
She's so clever she died. It's a fucking meme.
clever.
She should have
So
feared
clever.
Miles.
She let the person into her house alone who has a reason to kill her and take her shit. That's how clever she is.
Come on.
But you know, she's so clever, she shot herself in the head so that no one else could murder her.
Oh, it's so bad. You just swallowed what Ryan sent down your throat.
God damn.
You just... Come
What
on,
an
man.
What an actual fool.
It's such a desperate bit of writing, you know?
He's smart, you guys. Really? Really?
This is addressed.
Andy lets him in.
Hang on, I want to hear Drinker's clip again, because I'm pretty sure it's
Because
implied
he even sarcastically says, "Oh, super clever."
This
of
is
her.
explained.
Yeah, this is becoming like a how to consume a Drinker video for us, what we're making right now, and I didn't realize we needed to make that. I thought they were relatively straightforward, but hey, there's some people out there who just... He's too complex.
Verisimilitude is not compromised.
If Andy was so smart, why didn't she anticipate the danger she was in when
It's a response to the clip that he plays, but he plays the clip as if it's not.
It actually is a response. Because there is there's the explanation in the film. But Drinker's point is, yeah, but like that's an unacceptable one. So like, really, why did she do that?
Make any sense? Yeah.
Miles suddenly showed up at her home immediately after she threatened to expose him to the world.
Yet again, this is addressed.
Andy lets him in. Of course she did. Miles himself? Oh, she was clever enough not to fear Miles. She didn't see
She
the...
was clever enough
Real
not to fear Miles.
It's so
The guinea pig was clever enough to not fear the tiger. I mean,
The sheep was so... Yeah, it's like the sheep was clever enough not to fear the wolf.
I don't understand, 'cause, like,
Into the middle of a forest.
Ryan could just write this bullshit, and these people believe it.
Remember,
they
by
just
the way,
accept it.
the context here is that she's discovered the napkin. She sends an email to her 4 friends, not Miles. I'm going to destroy him. This is your chance to, like, you know, make things right. And then, 2 hours later, he turns up at your front door.
Like,
why the fuck would you let him in? You kidding? I would even consider calling the police the second you see
The
him.
reason why she let him in was because she was so clever that she wasn't afraid of him, and that was her last mistake.
That's so bad. It might be like
It's
kind of my
absurd.
pick for like one of the most absurd moments in the movie, just for such a specific line
Is
that
it?
Ryan
I
totally
wonder if
wrote.
it's as simple as like you had a guy say it in an accent and kind of deliver it in a way that was sort of, you know, like it's
Well, he
trying
said,
to be
"Of course."
convincing.
And I
He's
would
trying
not want to
put it
disagree with the
persuasively.
world famous
And
detective,
also,
because that would
look
make
at-
me a
look at
fool.
look at the cinematography and the lighting. It's all like very crisp and like well made on that level. So like it couldn't be that this is just nonsense. It always feels like that's kind of the trick that the film plays, right? That it's that the manner in which it's presented almost fools you into believing that it's that the script isn't absurd, that it isn't gibberish.
I think
Like, if you
anyone
read that,
I think
You know,
anyone who's
like, if you-
fooled by that particular line, it's kind of inexcusable to me because the line is she
Kind
was
of, yeah.
so
Oh,
clever
I think it's
that she.
absurd.
I know, but what I'm saying is, okay, so she was so clever that she knew not to fear Miles. Like, yeah, why would you fear Miles? But unfortunately, she didn't see that Miles was a threat.
My guess would be that if you
Who
would
the
try to
fuck?
incorporate into the whole glass onion thing, she was so clever that she didn't realize that it was really straightforward that he's an asshole who would do that. Is that
She'd know that.
Yeah, she's so clever.
No,
She was
but I
like-
mean, if that was the goal, that's not what is said. What is said is she was so clever not to fear him when she should have feared him.
Cleverness would be
This is- so I don't
recognizing
think
that
it's-
he is
I don't think it's
capable
good
of
at all.
doing her. Yeah, this is a scene that you just. If you fuck this up, you are a horrible film critic.
The problem is I'm just thinking about like because the whole thing with Benoit is like I figured out that really elaborate and complex mystery for the murder mystery, but the glass onion thing, like the central thing, was too stupid for me to even entertain it. Is that what it's meant to be here? That like Miles is so stupid that she didn't entertain the notion that he could be dangerous, even though he shut her out of the company and took all of her stuff. It's the point is it's incongruent and stupid. It's just like I'm just trying to figure out why somebody would like think that it's coherent.
They need to
trying
defend
really
it. I want to
hard.
make someone like sit them down
Actually
or
make those arguments,
actually
yeah.
defend this. Explain to me how this match define cleverness. How can this possibly be considered as clever? I want you to defend this writing because you just bought it hook, line, and sinker. And we're the ones who get accused all the time of not. Oh, we're just describing the plot. We're so surface level. We don't know about themes. We don't know about stories and how characters are really written. We don't know about the art of filmmaking. People say this horse shit all the time, and then they just swallow this stuff
Well,
without
almost
any
feels like
critical thinking.
a worthwhile thing to throw in because much of what seems to dominate the discussion around like glass onion and shitting on people who don't like it seems to be the perception of like, well, you didn't understand it clearly. Like you didn't understand what it was going for. You didn't understand its place in like the meta. You know, I feel like it's like, I got it, all right? Like, it's meant to be a story where you go into it because of the genre conventions of a whodunit. You expect something elaborate and complicated. You expect that there's a mystery that you're going to have to work hard to figure out. And the film subverts your expectations because at its core, it's actually really stupid. Or maybe like the, you know, really simple, right? Like that's, you see, it's a glass onion, right? You can see right through it if only you did that. But you refuse to do that. That's like one of the few things, you know, one of many things that I think the film is trying to do. I got it. I just don't think it's effective at all. I just think it's not made well. Like it seems like it can never be that. Like it's kind of the impression you get with this video. Is like, what does it mean for a film to be poorly conceived? Like, what does it mean? What I think Rags has said it a few times. What does a bad glass onion look like? Like, could you entertain the notion of what that would look like?
I don't think he can. Because you
I
know,
don't think it can.
Because
right
this
now.
whole thing is Drinker says, if she's so smart, why did she do this stupid thing? And he goes, well, the movie said she was so smart that she did the stupid thing, so get fucked.
Yeah, like it provides you the answer, and then the claim is like, and it doesn't contradict anything. It's like, well, like I don't know, does it or does it not? Like, it's worth asking that question, surely.
Doesn't seem that he's capable of entertaining that it could be poorly executed because the movie gave an explanation, therefore it's a good explanation.
Right, there's never a time in a film where the explanation is unsatisfactory.
Yeah.
I just spotted as well a super chat saying that fax machines are analog. And I'm like, wait, what?
Is it because they run through like telephone lines and those are analog?
Well, so I just checked. Apparently fax machines can be analog, they can be digital. It just depends on what one you have. I don't know what one he has, but that is news to me. I thought they were digital.
Okay.
Which is
okay. If it runs through telephone lines, right? Like, but that as opposed to I don't know, like fiber optics or something. Fiber optics fax machine. Well, I guess that might exist.
Well,
fair enough, I guess.
Yeah, for me, that's just I lack enough knowledge on the difference between analog and digital.
Thing is, if he also gets emails on those fax machines, then they must be connected to the internet, right?
Well, it almost feels like at that point it's a distinction without a difference, right? Like if you're ultimately getting the same, like as opposed to a telegram, right? Well,
Yeah,
maybe
I'm
a
just
telegram
wondering.
is a type of electronic mail.
It might be categorized still as analog. I'd have to look into it, but fair enough. The only reason why it interests me is like, wait, so he really does want it because it's analog.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like a meme about how he's stupid or whatever. It's just like, I don't understand this.
How you could go with like a telegram or something, or like a rotary phone. Do you think that you thought because it's like an 80s thing, like a fax machine feels like an 80s thing, and that was when, you know, computers were starting to become more
I have nothing for why this is something Ryan chose, other than he needed to facilitate him not having a phone.
Even though a fax machine it's got a phone connected to it.
Yeah.
I don't understand why this decision was made. It's one of the things that we took a while on. I was just like, I don't know why. And it's like, it facilitates, you know, a portion of the plot, so...
And also, it's a meme, right? Like, that's it. It's a meme. Like, look at how eccentric he is. He uses fax machines instead of, like, more efficient,
just a computer, I guess. Normal.
Makes
Honestly,
him eccentric and unique.
I think Ryan thinks fax machines aren't analog, and that's the joke. That's what the movie seems to be getting at to me.
You know what? Maybe that's the real Glass Onion. Is it analog or digital? Or maybe don't think about it because
it's the first I've seen of people bringing up that it is, in fact, analog. So it seemed to sort of go for a while with a lot of people that it was digital. You know what I mean?
I guess it's because of the fact that it's telephonic, right?
I don't know enough about all of it to say, but I probably would Google it a bit more if I was like writing a breakdown of that particular point.
You gotta Wikipedia it more. That's what you gotta do.
Learn about fax machines. That's the thing. I don't really know much about fax machines. All I know is that is fucking inefficient to have all of your private information be printed out on it every day.
On fax machines to several different locations that you don't have under your control when you're
not even like high quality
Obviously,
printing. Obviously, it's a fucking fax machine. And it's like black and white. Not that makes it like it makes it impossible to read data or anything. It's just that, man, what a dumb.
How very, very stupid, and how very, very convenient.
And that means, if everyone then has to, if they want to send him anything, they have to print it and then fax it, right?
I think that's.
Or does it just receive?
So here's the thing: fax machines. They're like pretty antiquated.
Well,
technology.
That's what I was trying to say. I think you can make it so that when someone sends you an email, you can redirect it to a fax machine if you want to. I'm pretty sure we had that for a while in work.
Fax is and has always been digital. The lines are analog, but it works like ADSL or cable. You can use a modem to send digital over analog lines.
Right, in the same way that, you know, the internet would be considered digital when initially internet run through like telephone lines. So wait, so which is it? Is it digital or is it analog?
I'm putting my hands up. I don't know. I'd have to go read about all of it.
I'm very confused now. I don't know.
Threat, the obvious threat until it was too late.
The fact Drinker
See, because it's Glass Onion.
Don't even.
It was obvious, but she didn't see it because she was too smart.
Stop just regurgitating.
It's kind of funny.
Anything that's obvious cannot be caught by anyone smart, evidently.
No, except it does eventually, right? Like Benoit Blanc figures it out.
Because he's a smart man.
Kind of, yeah.
Is it clever to not be able to tell that something is actually more simple than it seems on the surface? Is that cleverness?
I do not.
Well, but it's what we do, right, as the audience, and that's the point. We expect
also, the insane coincidence of her finding the napkin after jumping.
Oh God!
But Rags, she destroyed a whole place, and then a book had it fall out. It's like, oh.
And then she happened to look down and notice it instantly. How
you know
incredible!
I think if my entire life depended on finding a napkin that might be in my house, I'd probably check all of everything. That's what I would do.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a thought.
Especially if I remember that, sometimes I shove napkins into random books. I should probably check all the books.
Yeah, she's too clever for that.
Too clever.
Maybe if I destroy my house, it will just appear as if by God.
Doesn't understand it is telling. It's a distillation of the, whole point. The overestimation of Miles Braun.
So you see? Yes, it is. See? That's his claim. It's all about Glass Onion.
Yeah, but if
you
overestimate Miles Braun and then it turns out that he's not what you expected, how are you being clever? It's not clever.
Well, yeah, like, what does it mean to be clever if it's ultimately your undoing? What's it even worth?
I don't even... Clever and stupid have been thrown around so much at this point. I don't even know what anyone's talking about anymore. Really, it's like, you mean?
I've always gotten the impression that clever indicates a level of like street smarts as well. Like intelligent means that your brain works super duper well and you know a lot of things. But clever can
Yeah,
often
you
be
don't
used to
have to be
describe somebody
smart
who.
to be clever
Yeah.
necessarily.
Yes,
I feel like clever
yeah.
is a very poor choice of words in this regard. Then we need to come up with something else. Maybe just spell it out a little more obviously.
If you want to make it that she didn't think Miles was capable of such a thing, fine. But then don't say that that's a point towards her being smart or clever.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because Benoit Blanc is saying it as like, see, that's like one of her. That's a good quality she had, and it got her killed. But I don't think it's meant to be like that good quality got her killed. It almost feels like that's not what he's saying.
Well, hey, remember,
maybe she could just be like, clever as she was, she underestimated, that sort of thing.
In the first Knives Out, she's such a good nurse because she can tell the viscosity, and that's what she gives them medicine on. However, I feel like a real good nurse with that bonus would have been like, wait a minute, the liquids don't quite match the labels.
Yeah, something's
going
up here.
on?
I need to be really careful. I need to see what's up.
I think someone's fucked with these, and it's like, Harlan, give me a sec. I'm gonna have to make sure about this. And then if she realized one of her medicines was stolen as well, that is the counter. But whatever. That's a different movie.
Like him. But when's he ever let the point get in the way of inane nitpicking before?
What if one of
I don't know. You don't watch his channel, so.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
That's
and you wouldn't
kind of
know.
a funny thing to say. Yeah, when is he allowed that? It's like I thought you don't watch him.
Out of principle.
Out of principle, that's right. But in this case, the principle of using your platform to stand up to drink is wrong take.
How
The
brave.
group had asked Helen a personal question that she should have known the answer to, but didn't.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure Andy didn't record every single thought and event in her journal.
Exactly.
They're avoiding talking to her. They feel very
No, they're
uncomfortable.
not. They talk to her a few times.
You're showing a scene where they're talking to her.
Happening right now.
They
Not only that,
Stairs to her.
Legit, I would actually be like, you need to rewatch the movie, my man. So we've got a whole weekend. I think, is it like Friday, Saturday, Sunday or something? That's the plan. And we've got, within the first few hours, they are already talking to her directly about very personal and private matters. But I would push your attention to the scene where they're in Beneath the Glass Onion, and Claire says, are we going to address the elephant in the room? And she's specifically talking about how they all personally feel about Andy and their history with her.
Yeah.
So what Drinker said is accurate, and if they had asked her about something she doesn't know about, then she'd be fucked.
Which, come on, Benoit has to know that's a real possibility. He can't be that. And
He's got to know that she'll be confronted about all this.
The reality is that the idea that you could just like read a notebook and then understand a person completely is absurd. Did she spend 24? Did she spend every waking hour of her life writing down every single thought that she had? There's just not enough time in the day to be like alive and write down everything that you feel.
Well, the thing
and
is,
then there's a matter of like
she
how
literally
honest
has
are you
about 2
even with
days, right?
yourself?
That's it.
Yeah, well, yeah, she has like no time to get a complete understanding of the temperament of somebody that she hadn't seen for a long time. That these people are probably more familiar with who she is right now than Helen is. It's absurd. It's ridiculous.
And again, just like, man, you're just refusing to listen to Drinker in any way, shape, or form. You just can't let him be accurate about anything.
He's got to be wrong. He has to be wrong. Drinker can't be right. He has to be wrong.
Yeah. Also, how the fuck does Benoit know that she's doing a good job? He doesn't know. He doesn't know her.
Well, yeah,
That's
it's something
true.
that I feel like it might be worthwhile to bring it up now. Something that is really frustrating about the twist of RC, it wasn't Andy, it was Helen, is we have no point of reference for the way that Helen acts, up until that point in the film. As far as we are aware, Andy. This is Andy. Like, this is it. I don't know who Helen is. Damn it.
People subconsciously refer to the act as being the baseline to compare it to because we went in thinking that was the real person.
Well, yeah, right. Like in another story, right, you might be given some clues that, this is a different person because you have a baseline understanding of who they are. But we're not provided that. Our only point of reference is Helen pretending to be Andy.
How can we resist not mentioning Tia?
I know. That's exactly. You know what? That's worthwhile to dive into because you never meet Tia in 2018, but like you get all of these stories from the perspectives of characters whom you trust about who Tia is, like how he conducts himself. And as soon as you meet him, it's kind of like an anticlimax. It's like, oh, like that's Tia. And then there's like little clues as well, like the fact that he doesn't have the little mark above the Y. Some of the things that he says that he
Very
calls Kratos
sussy
God
lines,
killer. Yeah, the fact that he doesn't ever help in these situations, he just seems to be absent sometimes. There's just ways that he guides situations to where when you look back on it, it's like, oh, whereas in this, it's like, how are you meant to look back on the way that she was acting and go, oh, because she was Helen? You have no baseline understanding of who Andy is to compare it to, or like any clues that you could have picked up before that point to figure it out.
Yeah, just some when Atreus is like, you know, give me information about the Giants, and Tia's just like, oh, they were pretty private people.
Right, it's like
what?
you know, I think the real Tyr would have a lot more to say about the Giants than
He was
that.
like their greatest ally. Of course he would have shit tons of
Exactly.
information, but Odin doesn't have any information about the Giants to say.
Yeah,
It's like,
and then it's even the thing, like the scene when they see the prophecy that Odin hadn't seen, and he walks through, bumps Atreus out of the way because he's so focused on that. That's an example of you are given a lot of information that allows you to come to that conclusion beforehand, even though chances are you probably won't, but some people may well have. I don't know who really could have watched this film and been like, you know what? I don't think that's Andy. I think that's her twin sister.
Without knowing anything about it.
What reason would anybody have to believe that?
Hence why when they reveal
it's like a
it,
meme. It's
everyone
like a
goes,
meme
"Ugh."
you would make up in the beginning of the game. It's like, oh, she's probably like twin sister or something. Haha.
Exactly. It's a
And then
meme,
it happens to like, what?
Yeah,
That
and
was
then
a joke.
when your friend says that, and then they go, I was right, I would be the guy who's like, you based that on bullshit. There's no way you do that. I
You're
just figured that out.
joking.
With her presence. We see this. It isn't a contrivance that no one grills her about her
They do grill her.
They do.
And
If anything,
explicitly-
as far as we know, the reason they grill her is because she's not acting like Andy, actually.
Yeah, they do say she's been weird the whole time.
Yeah,
and
so-
they grill her on night 1. They've like basically just arrived. So yeah.
Yep. It's alright if you don't remember the film, but you should probably rewatch it before you make your big video on Drinker.
biography. And the court case was public. Blanc and Helen knew this going in. God damn, dude.
Wait, sorry,
But
what?
they
Knew what
so
going in?
they knew
Which
that
part?
the court case was public, but like, what does that mean by way of just
He's
acting
saying-
like her?
He's saying that they knew all of that happened, therefore there's not going to be many private or personal questions asked. Like, no? That doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah.
How would you even know if it was private? Then how would you know it was a question
When
to
you have
be
a blowout
taken care
court
of?
case with friends of, they were like friends at least of 9 years. It's like, yeah, there could be all kinds of huge conversations that'll happen.
Yeah.
You're like, Andy, remember what I did for you so many years ago with your like who? Just name a thing, and then they're like, oh shit, yeah,
Fortunately, she wrote about this in her journal.
yeah, oh fucking genius writing every time.
Yeah.
Comfortable with her presence. We see this. It isn't a contrivance
Surely
that no
the
one
idea
grills
that
her
they're
about her.
uncomfortable with her presence might actually make it more likely that they confront her because they want to get rid of that discomfort.
Yeah, well, that's what is said explicitly. Are we going
that's
to
what
address the
happened.
elephant in the room?
Exactly. But I mean, if we conveniently ignore that reference, then I guess we can make this claim. But I don't know. Maybe he actually did forget that.
Or he lied.
No. I think
Bum
maybe he
bum
forgot
bum.
Not my pillar of garbage.
And the court case was public. Blanc and Helen knew this going in. God damn, dude.
What if Miles had security cameras installed in any of the house's
Yeah.
public areas?
Good question.
That is a really good
Yeah,
question.
well, cameras aren't analog, bitch.
well, what if they were in cameras with their own little tapes in them, you know? Like they're actually the old, old-timey film cameras.
Yeah,
that
he likes
somebody has to
analog,
go
right?
around and
Or you just
manually
have
change.
a bunch of people sitting up in the corners of rooms constantly drawing pictures and writing
Yeah.
down what is said.
Oh, yeah, you actually...
It's one frame every hour.
And, you know,
It's super effective.
Miles doesn't look at those images, he makes them fax them to him so that he can see them. It's the only way I will consume them.
Taking them with old-timey cameras, and then they need to put them in like a red room to develop them.
Oh, and that's a good question. A TV screen showing Serena Williams analog? Like, probably not.
No.
Apparently not.
I don't think he's going to go with the analog defense. I feel like he's going to go with the, it's a private island defense. That's my guess.
All the more
Oh, for
reason to
the-
have cameras.
No,
No,
yeah,
no
for sure.
cameras.
I don't think he would go
Like,
with analog because
there's
there's
no
so
way-
much
Nobody's
running on
ever put
electricity.
cameras on their private residence before.
Yeah, that would be madness. No one ever does that.
And he usually has 50 people working here. How could there not be security? That makes
How
no
could there
sense.
not be cameras? Does he just trust every single one of those people?
Yes.
Yes, because he's
Also,
stupid.
How does,
No,
how does
no,
Serena Williams? How
Hang
does she
hang
see
on.
who's here?
If I'm a super rich billionaire man and I have like a private island, and there's probably people who hate me, I want to have even more security so I have my friends safe.
How
No,
is
'cause he's
Serena
dumb.
Williams-
Oh,
Serena
fucking hell.
Like, how does she see these two if not for a camera?
Yeah.
You know,
He has to be. Yeah, the screen is not a camera.
the screen.
Well,
is
as we
the
said,
camera. There is a camera.
it's very likely this is all recorded, these sessions, for proof of many things, health and safety, all that stuff, and thus they're on record fucking sleuthing about the death of her sister. That's what they say in front of the camera, death of your
Yeah,
sister.
that's true.
Picked up on the conversations between Blanc and Helen.
The film tells us this early on.
What kind of staff does it take to run a place like this?
Normally, like 50. But, you know, look, I sent everyone home.
Maybe there is a big security control room, but Miles isn't sitting there monitoring the house. And if
he doesn't, so
What?
He doesn't. It's
Cameras are still doing their job unless you turn
Well,
them all off.
I just think again, we did it with time. Now it's time to explain how cameras can work. I don't know if you guys are familiar, but a lot of cameras will run, let's just say 24 hours a day, and then when you check them up, they say, "Hey, points of interest on the timeline here, here, here," based on sounds and movement that are abnormal
Yeah,
compared to
that's
the usual.
how like
Mhm.
wildlife cameras and deer trail cameras and stuff work. Because they only record when they sense motion.
And then
So it's not just 98% nothing.
you can check
Yep.
the gym cameras and be like, there was a point of interest that was very strange at this point all day. No one's using the fucking gym except there was these people that popped in. And by the way, that was the exact same time that Duke walked in to say something incriminating as well. And they hid in front of
Wow.
the fax machine. that could fool him. So yeah, and then Miles just listens to them talking about how they're desperately trying to prove that her sister died. He'd be like, wow. Okay. Simple as that. But of course, no. He would have to spool through like the whole camera system and be sitting on it every night. That's how that works.
I can't believe his defense is not trying to explain why he doesn't have cameras, but that he does have cameras, he's just not looking at them. If they're recording, then all this stuff, like their
It
lives
destroys
would
the
be
whole film.
meaningless. Exactly.
If you need an explanation for why that didn't happen too, might be a bit fucking sus if the guy who's invited you and your buds to his gaff sods off and watches the cameras all weekend. Especially
He doesn't need to watch
doesn't have
them, they
to.
need to be recording, and
Yeah,
it
and-
breaks the movie.
Dude, I'm starting to wonder. It's like, I don't know if you're familiar, but like it's becoming more and more popular. There are apps and doorbell technology now that like you can just be on your phone and it'll be like, hey, movement, and then you'll be like, oh, you're
Motion,
checking
yeah.
this is a dog, and you're like, oh. Like it's so weird that you're like, you'd have to spool through the whole thing. You're like, no.
Oh, but he doesn't have a phone, you know? He only has fax machines.
He does have an iPad, though.
Yeah, he does. You're right.
iPad
He does have
Pro,
an
This is
yeah.
starting to get a bit weird, isn't it?
Oh yeah, he does. That's right.
Especially if you get home after and see that Andy was dead the whole time. Wonder how that'd help Miles' alibi.
What if Miles...
I'm sorry, I need to
What?
hear that again. I'm not sure.
What?
Give that a listen.
They're monitoring the house. And if you need an explanation for why that didn't happen too, might be a bit fucking sus if the guy who's invited you and your buds to his gaff sods off and watches the cameras all weekend. Especially
Not
if
actually
you get
sus.
home after and see that Andy was dead the whole time. Wonder how that'd help Miles' alibi.
What if...
God.
So he's
You
so,
don't-
so he's saying that if he was to go off and check the cameras noticeably and nobody's around to see where he currently is, then it will make him look even more sus once Andy's death is revealed. That's what he's
We're
saying.
not saying he'll watch the cameras constantly.
Okay.
But we've already
Can just
said like
record
he
him on
doesn't.
those little analog tapes.
He can fucking view it while he's on his phone in front of all of them. Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a phone. My bad. I guess he's gonna have to do it with his fax machine. You're right.
Yeah.
That's a lot of paper. That is a lot of paper.
Yeah, exactly. When he's going through all the security footage, he has to print out every frame in the fax machine.
So fucking stupid.
If Miles didn't have fax machines in all of his residencies where all of his emails and sensitive personal information got routed.
What sort of question is this? Miles' fax system is perfectly in character. It seems
Perfectly in character.
Okay.
See, he says he loves analog. It's perfectly in character for him to
No,
have
it's-
fax
it's
machines
because-
all over the place that spit out
because
random
he's
information. Because that's how
retarded.
proud he is. That's how vainglorious he is. He just has all of his personal information spread out. Because you know how proud people, they just give all their information out everywhere, all the time to everyone.
So we've entered the point where it's
randomly.
basically simping for the movie, because I think if
Pretty
Drinker's
much.
video had like, there's this bizarre portion where they go into the basement and there's this circus happening, full of people doing all kinds of crazy juggling and fire and eating, and there's a bunch of goo everywhere and the fire and just grenades
Like
going
goo,
off.
like from
It's-
Little Nemo.
I don't know what any of it means. It's so insane. What the fuck? And then the guy just goes, "That's perfectly in character." It's
He
like, what?
loves
Why?
circuses.
Why is that in
It would
character?
be weird if there wasn't a basement goo circus.
Yeah. In fact, you're the wrong one.
You know what? You're the weird guy for thinking a goose
Yeah.
circus is unusual.
So how is he going to explain the fact that his fax machines just spit out all his sensitive information everywhere they are, not the fact that he just likes analog?
Because
How's
he's
he gonna
stupid.
explain that?
That's he's gonna say it. He's gonna say it.
That's something you have to set up. You have to go through a long process of setting up your system to where it does that, because that's not the default, right?
Mhm.
He's
Yeah.
gonna say it.
What sort of question is this? Miles' fax system is perfectly in character. It seems quirky,
That's not a
idiosyncratic,
system,
but
even.
it's just dumb. And more
Oh my god!
There it
It's just
is.
dumb.
Yeah,
It's
hang
just
on.
dumb.
That's the best I got. That's the best I got for our piano key. I'm sorry, I didn't have a
Oh,
piano
no,
key.
That's fine. It's more in
works.
character.
I actually prefer it.
Yeah.
It's in
A little
character.
clown horn. Yeah, I
character.
like it.
Right, yeah.
That's your. Why do you find that satisfying? It's like, of course it makes sense. He's stupid. Like, oh, what?
Okay, here's a question. How does he manage to run this massive company if he's that stupid? Like,
Yeah,
how,
well,
how
I
does
guess
Alpha
he
run
gets
there
at
are
all?
his
people-
ideas
there are
along
people
the way.
around him.
With the power of
Like,
facts.
Everyone in
people
the
who-
world is stupid.
I would
Our
imagine
facts
that
and not
No.
logic.
the best argument you would make is that he was surrounded by other more capable people who essentially like made all of the decisions really. Like he'd have
Yeah,
a stupid idea
Andy
and
was
they'd
the
find a way
one
to work around it.
Well,
that truly got
Hold
the
on,
company
I
started.
want to be really specific because all his sensitive information of anyone trying to get in contact with him is being spat out at every location he has a fax machine. How do you run a giant tech business like that? I don't believe
Oh
it's
yeah,
possible.
right, of course. Like, is it logistically even possible to do things this way?
No, especially when giant tech companies are full of, trade secrets. They don't want
Yeah.
everything they're working on to get out constantly.
Have you considered he's dumb,
Mhm.
though?
Oh,
Yeah, I bet you didn't think of that.
I don't know
No
how
one in the
people
company,
think
yeah.
this is a great response to Drinker's points when you have someone saying, but it's dumb. Like, how... First of all, like, it's just a bad argument. But secondly, like, this is shitting all over the movie. You don't even realize.
Unsensitive personal information got rooted.
What sort of question is this? Miles' fax
pretty
system is
reasonable one.
perfectly
It's a very
in
reasonable
character. It
question.
seems quirky, idiosyncratic, but it's just dumb. And more to the point, it's equal parts maddening and hilarious that these nitpicks, this critique has
It's a
devolved into
nitpick.
the drinker just asking, what if this thing that happened didn't happen? What if
Like, that's wild, isn't it? The fact that a guy can have a system where he has all of these fax machines randomly spitting out anything, including all of his personal information, all the time to just whoever stumbles across it, maybe or maybe not. That's just a nitpick, right?
Mhm.
It's not like a
point that's
huge,
be-
strange contrivance of a plot point. That's madness. It's just a
To
nitpick.
highlight the point that he seems to be, it's like, why you like all you're doing is just asking, well, what if something different happened in the story? It's like, so the point of that exercise is to highlight whether the connective tissue of the story is strong. If like things play out in a radically, or rather, if the whole story comes to a full stop, if like somebody made a different choice, or if the circumstance was a little bit different, and how that's relevant to the decisions that the characters make. What would the characters have done if it was a different scenario? Like, what would the characters have done if an option that was available to them was taken away? And if it was like a dead end, a complete dead end, where they have like no options, no capacity to do anything, no choices at all, it's like, well, that seems a little bit silly, doesn't it? Seems like the connective tissue is a little bit weak.
Everyone does this when reviewing stuff. I don't know why he's trying to break this format. It's a very simple one. But if we're watching a heist movie and they're like, all right, here's the plan. We're going to run out onto the street and the first car we see, we're going to take it. That's going to be our vehicle. And, you could be like, okay, sounds like shouldn't we figure out what the best vehicle is and the best driver? And do all this beforehand? It seems like, what if this goes wrong? What if there's like a whole family in there? What if like
What if
it's a bad
cop
car?
you know?
Yeah, what if
We
it's a
have
car?
to follow
And
through.
someone could be like, what if? Well, that's not what happened. It was the perfect car and driver, and they got it, and it all worked out. And you're like, okay. And then another part of their plan is, well, we need weapons for this heist. And they go, there should be some in the trunk of the car we steal. It's like, what do you mean? And it's like, well, I mean, hopefully. Like, what if there isn't? And it's like, that's not what happened. Stop saying what if. You're like, what?
It's like
It's a commentary on the intelligence of the characters'
behavior.
decisions, basically.
Well, yeah, it's like
Commentary
I
on the
expect characters in
intelligence of the
story-
audience who accepts it.
And the right.
I do expect characters in a story to behave somewhat reasonably.
Exactly.
Like to some degree, right? Depending on how smart or stupid they are. But you can't just keep going, well, they're stupid, or oh, well, that's not happened. It's like, yeah, but do you understand? Like when you just stack these up over and over and over again, of like, man, lucky that happened, man, lucky that happened, man, real good for the characters that they made that choice. Like it just starts to get difficult to buy into the story anymore. Like your suspension of disbelief just evaporates.
Well, you almost want to make the movie, don't you? Where they bump into the first car and it's the perfect getaway car, and there's a guy in there who actually joins their team and says, "I'm up for this." They open the trunk and there's all the perfect weapons. And you're like, I feel like I'm describing like fucking a Naked Gun movie now, not an actual movie. Like that doesn't
like a Monty Python sketch or something.
Yeah, and it would be funny, and then you'd be like, no, there are people who write like this. And you're like, oh.
Also,
acclaimed.
I don't accept at all that Miles is incapable of realizing when certain things are incriminating or dangerous for him. He does it constantly in the movie. He understands that he should probably either get rid of Andy or make sure, people don't find out about the napkin. He understands that he should frame it, put the idea in everyone's head that Andy might have stolen his gun. He's self-interested, and he does things, in his own self-interest all the time in the movie. So when it comes to setting up a fax machine that would just spit out any sensitive information to anyone in any building that happened to be there, like, I don't believe he would do that. I don't believe that's in keeping with his character. I don't think he's so stupid that he's incapable of understanding his own self-interest.
I agree. And the fact that the incriminating fax is in every fax machine around the world and he hasn't cleaned that up, it's just like, yeah, okay. Cool.
I don't believe he's that stupid.
No,
not based on how he's been characterized.
Well, it's just weird. He seems to recognize what can incriminate him and what he can. They didn't even think about that, by the way, that they should secure any and all. Like, I don't think that gets mentioned. That's a piece of evidence. The fact that, I will ruin him is something that he had 2 hours before her alleged death. Or murder, rather.
Also, side note, how does he send information to other people if he's using fax machines and no one else is? Right. They all have fax machines too?
Anyone he wants to talk to, they know I'd better have a fax machine.
He'll send them a fax machine first and then send them information.
You all have to set up a thing where the faxes go to your email as a PDF.
I was kind of developing that thing in my head, that joke about like a potential Naked Gun joke, and I was just like, that's probably is a joke, right? Where they're like, we need a gun. It's like, check the glove compartment. A lot of people keep guns, and then you open it up and like they pull out a pistol, and it's like, that's funny already. And like, oh, there's a second one. They pull out a shotgun. You're like, wait, what? And then like they pull out a minigun.
Something bigger. Of course.
They just keep pulling guns out of it like a clown car thing.
From the glove compartment. Yeah, it's just like a bottomless box.
These characters actually a portal to another dimension.
Yeah, I mean, it's just easy joke, isn't it?
One of the things too about Miles' stupidity and how it's sort of framed in the movie is that generally when you come across stupid people, you recognize things that they do constantly, and you're like, "Oh, that's a really dumb thing to do," right? But all of
pattern behavior.
Yeah, but this is all recontextualized stupidity. How come all of these things happened and no one noticed it was ever stupid? Well, because at the time it wasn't actually stupid. It's just an excuse given after the fact for why all these things could happen for the plot. It's the explanation being, oh, he's stupid, instead of just noticing him doing incredibly stupid things the whole time. No one can recognize that he's stupid until the very end when it needs to be stated, oh yeah, he was dumb the whole time.
His character was characterized differently. These aren't coincidences or contrivances, they're just parts of the story. What's the point of this?
Coincidences are part of the story. Like, why are you saying that? Because obviously what he means to say is that, no, it makes sense. It's not a coincidence.
Did you say earlier that coincidences are part of the story, that you're standard?
You did say that.
That's what I was about to say. Yeah.
But now it seems
now
like
they're
he's
not
also saying
anymore.
Yeah, he's
But
saying
now-
that he's trying to explain how they're not coincidences, and then he says they are just part of the story, but like coincidences are that, so just better write, please.
Okay.
What if this? What if that? What if Andy came back from the grave and did a tap number at the film's end? What if Miles was a
Yeah, it
robot?
would be bizarre, wouldn't be?
How would you defend it?
Yeah, how would
That's
you?
what I want to
defend it?
know. How would you defend that when if it happens? I would just be curious how you defend it.
Is he just
dumb.
going to
It'd
go
be a
like?
good coincidence.
Is he going to just do the whole? Just let us enjoy things route right now. Is that where we're going?
I think he's
Is
saying
that what
that
we're
like,
doing?
That's
well,
where we've
he's saying
been,
that
I
Drinker's
think.
questions are as irrelevant as saying what if Miles is a robot.
Oh, well, that's not very smart.
Well, it's not true. What Drinker's asking are reasonable things that would likely
Oh, I
happen
know.
based on the information we have compared to what we actually got, but he hasn't seemed to grasp that.
Oh, he's not bright, lad. Not a bright
What
lad.
if they made a pizza with ice cream instead of cheese? What if they made a toilet that jacks you off? See, I can
I'd
do
buy
it
that.
too.
I don't know. Are these relevant questions?
What does
Because
this have to
Drinker's
do with-
question was, yeah, Drinker's question was really relevant, and you're just not at all relevant.
What's what I mean? Like,
anyway.
you've been glass onioned, buddy. You're going crazy with interpretations on what Drinker might be referring to, and it's really simple. He's just pointing out a flaw. That's it.
He doesn't understand the glass onion. He didn't learn.
He didn't understand. To be fair, Drinker is just so highbrow, so complex, so complicated. You need to have read Gujinga and Falim, all of their works, I would say, before consuming any Drinker.
Yes.
Don't forget Brian and
yes.
his musings. These are the important
Brian.
elements. So.
Jesus, if Matthew Arnold knew this would be the future of
Who's Matthew?
You guys who are watching this, you guys know who about Matthew Arnold and what he would say about this, right? Of course you do. That's why I threw it in, because it's not me trying to fluff myself up because, ooh, look, I know Matthew Arnold. I mean, you guys know. I mean, come on, we all know, right? Yeah?
I'm going to pee.
Yeah.
BRB. Matthew Arnold.
Let's hear it.
I have to,
He's just
I have
writing
to wiki him.
silently.
I don't know who Matthew Arnold is.
No one knows.
I reckon he'd have
Smart
stuck to
people do.
poetry. Look, this is taking
Wait, didn't
ages.
Mufti
Let's-
say it's going
Oh,
for a
he's
wee?
smart.
He's going for what's going on?
Oh,
Yeah.
everything
Oh,
grinds to a halt when he has to pee. Is that how it works?
I thought he was making a joke. He was like, the artist was like quoting, "I have to pee, BRB." Matthew.
I thought so. That was
Got it.
It jacks
Right.
you off. See, I can do it too.
Wait, now you're playing it
Jesus,
anyway.
If Matthew Arnold
Wait, are we actually just not going while he pees? I
We
don't
could
understand.
just keep going. I don't know.
We
I
could
think we're
talk
capable.
about anything. We could go back to talking about Bionicles and Galador. We
What
could
would
talk
Matthew
about
Arnold
something-
have to say about Bionicle?
What would Matt? Well, here,
This is
let's
the-
explore Matthew Arnold. He was an English poet. He's been characterized as a sage writer, a type of writer who chastises and instructs the reader on contemporary social issues. He was a cultural critic who worked as an inspector of schools. Ooh, you guys are like this. You knew he was the son of Thomas Arnold, the celebrated headmaster of Rugby School.
Oh, I love rugby school.
Yeah, and he was a brother to both Tom Arnold. Wait, Thomas Arnold had a son who he named Tom Arnold? Okay. Tom Arnold was a literary professor, and he was also a brother to William Delafield Arnold. Delafield's a good name, bring it back. Who was a novelist and colonial administrator.
Bring it back.
He was born in December 24th, 1822, and he died in April 15th of 1888. So he lived a long life, and he had incredible
Longest.
facial hair.
Mm-hmm.
This man,
So,
yeah, man, look at this.
what I am to make of this is that
Wow.
you didn't know who he was.
Impressive sideburns.
No, we all knew this. This is just,
You
I'm
were
not
just
even reading. I'm
you're recapping it for people in the audience, right? Just so that they
absolutely,
they
and that was all off the top of my head.
Yeah.
In fact, here's another picture off the top of my head that I remember.
Big joke. Oh man,
So
really
Those
useful
are
skill you got
strongest
there,
mutton
Rags.
chops,
Yeah.
aren't they? Look at him. Look at those mutton chops.
let's see. Arnold's work as a literary critic began with the 1853 preface to the poems. In it, he attempted to explain his extreme act of self-censorship in excluding the dramatic poem Empedocles on Etna, with its emphasis on the importance of subject in poetry, on clearness of arrangement, rigor of development, simplicity of style, learned from the Greeks. and in the strong imprint of Goethe and Wordsworth may be observed nearly all the essential elements in his critical theory. So, as you know, you guys,
Yeah, we all get it.
I mean,
you get it. He criticized things. We have segments here from the Wikipedia that I've memorized on literary criticism, social criticism, journalistic criticism, religious criticism. And of course, since all of us just know about these things and these many paragraphs of his, of his work and these criticisms, you don't even need to explain it.
I was listening and I was kind of getting a little bit bored. Why are we going over information that we're all so familiar with?
I know. Well, there might be a
could have kept
couple
watching the
people-
video even.
Yeah, a couple.
There
of
might be a
Philistines
couple
don't know.
people who don't know.
I don't know who he is.
Don't believe it.
Yeah.
0 people are unaware of this legend.
Pretty sure he's more famous than food.
Yeah.
Than food itself.
All right, I guess we could carry on. Find out a bit
I
more,
suppose
maybe,
so.
about
Now
this.
that Mahler's
Salute
back.
Arnold.
Yeah.
Salutes
Yeah.
Arnold.
I am the long, so
I am the long.
I don't see how that's relevant.
that's where you're short.
2. Jesus, if Matthew Arnold knew this would be the future of literary criticism, I reckon he'd have stuck to poetry. Look, this is taking ages. Let's speed through the rest.
I had 16
Why didn't Miles
minutes
burn
set,
the napkin? We did that one already. Here's the timestamp.
He's dumb, right?
Okay, that's one way to do it. Here is the timestamp.
Seriously, Drake would be so disappointed if he knew this was it. He'd be like, I already knew that. I was making fun of the film for it. And it's like, yeah, well.
Why did Miles shoot Helen in the notepad? He didn't know she had it. He was shooting for the chest. Why didn't Miles...
Wait a minute.
What? What was that?
Why did he shoot her in the notepad? That is not, I guarantee that is not what
There's
Drinker
no
would have
way
said.
Drinker said, why did he shoot her?
What?
Why did the killer shoot her in the note? The implication here is that Drinker's issue.
And he did it anyway.
Yeah, that's probably the lie part of this video then.
It's funny. Like it just like all of a sudden
Grand fib?
It's just sort of like all caught up to my brain at once that he thinks that's what happened.
So
I had to laugh at the
I know that.
for a second.
She can't memorize
Wild.
her mannerisms if we kill the notepad.
Kill the notepad and the head will die.
Listen, I said I wouldn't do it. But we're doing it for this one, obviously, okay? So let me sort this out. This is Drinker's video. Booting her up. Now, I'm going to guess vaguely, and we'll see if we can catch it. It's probably like oh.
Look at that.
Oh, all right. then.
Bribery, arson,
Demonetized.
property destruction. You know, it genuinely undermines my faith in humanity that a lot of people out there consider this film
Oh, yeah, so we've seen
score.
this.
On the surface, it's sort of glass onion is that it's genuinely incredible how anyone can name a there with ill intents. What if one of the group had asked Helen a personal question that she should her? What if
seen this.
Miles had shot Helen anywhere except the magical bulletproof journal that she was wearing?
So what Drinker's trying to tell you is that it was lucky as fuck that the bullet hit the notepad.
Yeah.
And didn't go through.
Not that
which is
Miles
not what we would
intentionally
call-
shot her in the notepad. What the fuck?
This is
Why would
something
Miles-
to think about.
Did go through. It looks like there's a hole on both sides.
It got caught. It
Yeah,
got
it
through,
just-
but
it
it got
just stopped, yo.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I can't.
Because-
I'm not even talking about the movie. I'm so blown away that his interpretation was that Drinker thought Miles aimed for the notepad.
Why would Miles shoot directly when he knew she had a notepad right there?
What are you doing?
What are you doing?
Come
Miles
on, man.
is so stupid. He shot the notepad.
This is what I mean. Like, man, some people might just fucking say that's a gosh darn lie. You're lying. You're doing a big lie.
Some people, not us, of course.
And let's be clear, if we're gonna talk
There are a
about
lot
shit
of
like
li-
verisimilitude, you can't be showing you can't be showing this tiny little thin notebook stopping a bullet. You know, like we gotta like. Oh, is that just how it works in this universe?
Well,
and
and of
now I'm
course,
questioning
you know-
everything.
How does he account for the thing that Miles could have, like pulled the trigger a couple more times in that?
Or
Kind of changed everything.
I'd be
This
curious
is
to find
wrong.
out. Maybe we'll get
And
the
of
answer.
course, why didn't he shoot Benoit Blanc?
they
Considering
probably
that
should have
he-
shot him first.
By the way, I want you guys to remember.
Probably shot
Timestamp.
If
Why did Miles shoot Helen in the notepad? He didn't know she had it.
Can you just imagine? Helen was standing and talking to him in such a direction that like that shot is not easy to pull off.
Oh yeah, that's a
No,
hard
it's not.
shot,
Shooting
especially
a
with the
pistol is
window in
difficult.
between. There's
Yeah,
a window
shooting
in
through a
between.
window will alter the trajectory
Exactly.
of the bullet.
So
So
yeah,
you already have two things working against you. If you're not used to shooting pistols is very difficult.
Especially with one hand.
yeah, this is what I mean. Like, Miles is so incredibly unlucky. It's absurd. But then, of course, it's more than just a stretch. It's a hole. Like that shouldn't happen. I don't know why that happened.
Yeah, he makes a perfect shot, but it gets prevented by some bullshit magical notepad. It's
Well,
like
this
both
coincidence
it's like
he was
all
aiming
wrong.
for it.
mystery.
All wrong.
Someone just said,
I don't-
but Rags, there's so much data in the notepad. Of course, it stopped the bullet.
Oh yeah, that's some thick ass knowledge in there that stopped the
Knowledge.
bullet. And of course, as we all know, ideas are bulletproof.
Well, they say that it's hard for bullets to penetrate lead. Lead is in pencils sometimes back in the day. So yeah,
Mm.
kind of all connected.
That's
I think.
true. If only she was wearing pencils, she'd be okay.
That led me to believe that is still untrue.
That's amazing. If that thing was made out of if that whole book was a chunk of metal, even then I'm like, car doors aren't bulletproof. So.
Well, is skin
Depends-
bulletproof? That might explain it.
Oh,
yeah.
right.
If
yeah.
maybe she
Her
was so
skin was too
clever, her
clever.
skin was bulletproof. Yeah.
She's so clever.
It's so clever.
I would like to read this super chat ahead of time. Fun factoid: the most common first words babies speak are "Tell me absolutely everything you know about Matthew Arnold, or I'll pack this diaper." So,
It's true. Don't pack this diaper.
I've been in there for 9 months. Where the fuck is Matthew Arnold? Where is he?
He was shooting for the chest. Why didn't Miles try to check if she was dead? He did try.
No, he didn't.
No,
He-
try harder.
He dropped the
is
gun and
what-
left.
You know?
If you
Instantly-
want to argue honestly, he is trying to check to see whether or not she's dead, and he gives up the second Benoit says she ain't going anywhere. Like,
Ain't going.
yeah, but is she okay? Is she dying? And,
Especially considering that Benoit Blanc you saw him talking to her.
Yep. Super suspicious, and you're gonna want to confirm it this time.
And
Yes,
Yeah.
the first time you killed her, apparently you didn't do the job. Maybe you should
If you
double check this
However,
time.
Rags, we considered he's
Exactly.
stupid.
This
And also,
Rasputina here.
You'd
if he
think
had
that
gotten
he
any
would be
closer-
stupid and check anyway, even though Benoit Blanc said, "No, I don't check her," and then he checks her anyway. It's like,
I
he's
need to
stupid.
know. I don't trust you.
Guys, you just don't understand. All these coincidences, they're just deepening the mystery. So
That's
Yeah, they're
right.
good.
It's so funny.
Get fucked.
See all those lights just not come up in Miles's head, and the excuse is just he's dumb. It's like the guy she's clearly invited herself to investigate my murder of her is telling me that I don't need to inspect the second murder scene, of which the first time I fucked up apparently she didn't die because this is a ghost or a zombie. I don't know. Like, oh god, Miles's brain is such a fucking playground for everyone to say what is going on in there. It's just insane. There's nothing consistent about it.
Everyone, inside.
Shouldn't
She's not going anywhere.
Why
Oh,
did the
that's all it
notepad...
took.
So
That's
this
all
is
it took.
once again, it's like the film says 2 + 2 is 5, and then Drinker says 2 + 2 isn't 5, and then the guy goes, but it said it is.
The film says 2 + 2 is 5. Listen to the film. The film is correct.
Instead of opting, and this explains the whole video, instead of assuming Drinker is responding to these scenes, he's instead saying that Drinker's lied and said these scenes don't exist.
That's insane.
Really fucking annoying is what it
So
is.
insane. Yeah.
Because it just jumps on the circle jerk, right? Everyone's excited that hates Drinker to be like, yeah, he did lie, and he didn't. He's a stupid. He doesn't even know about onions.
Doesn't know about onions.
Stop the bullets. Maybe there's metal in the covers. Notepads
What?
like that
Oh
exist.
no!
What?
Do not you tell me you don't know fuck all about guns without telling me.
Dude, tell me you don't know fuck all about notepads. Like, how many of
No, if
metal
a
covers?
car door is not bulletproof.
Yeah.
All right.
Fair.
If you
There's no to be fair, there's no reason not to farm rhinos. All right.
There's no reason not to put a metal cover in your little notepad.
Maybe there were metal covers. First off, that's not notebooks. Don't fucking have metal covers.
I mean,
Jesus
I'm sure
Christ.
one of them
The
out there
the
does,
cope is
Rags, but this is
insane.
funny
There's
as
The
hell.
cope
Yeah.
is
There's no pictures of
insane.
me in those books. I didn't allow that.
We don't
Let's
know
ass-
that she isn't Wolverine, and she may have survived the shot. You don't know that. So
metal covers wouldn't have done anything. I guess it would have helped. You know, like if you were to ask me, would you rather be just shot, or would you rather have these tiny little metal plates in front of you? I'd be like, I guess I'll take the plates. I mean, it can't hurt.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, but it.
well, paper is enough, and aren't we showed there's no metal in the what's happening when we see the bullet holes? Like it's just paper,
No.
Metallic ink.
Like this is some fucking desperate shit, man.
He's not going anywhere.
I will definitely be telling Drinker about this when I next speak to him.
Notepad
Wow,
stop
snitch.
bullets. Maybe there's metal in the covers. Notepads like that
I'm not.
exist. Also,
Notepads
like that exist.
Like,
Right.
There's
just
nothing
showed
in
a
the movie
close-up.
indicating that at all.
He just showed a close up, and you can tell.
You
You
know,
would have heard the bullet hitting the metal.
she may have
You
been
would have
wearing a
seen the
bulletproof
metal in the
vest.
hole.
You don't know. Bulletproof vests exist. She might be wearing one.
Now, this is a dangerous mission you're being sent on. You'd better wear this Kevlar underneath your dress just in case you are assaulted by a ballistic projectile.
Yeah, Rags. And then she's like, I would, but it's a bit clunky. Is there anything smaller you've got? He's like, I have this notebook that is
I have
complete
this
with
notebook.
Kevlar.
It's the only one in the fucking planet that has metal coverings that are bulletproof. It's
sure to
called a
put it-
Teddy Roosevelt style notebook.
Kevlar notebook.
Make sure to put it over your heart at all times.
And y'all be fine.
Why are you
Pad
wearing a
stops
notebook
the
on your
bullet.
face? Oh, no reason.
No reason. That's
No reason.
fashion.
Metal, I
Fashion.
really like your impression of his New Orleans accent. It's great. More, please.
Nolans.
Thanks.
He's not going anywhere.
why did the notepad stop the
Why
bullets?
do we have to
Maybe
hear
there's
it again?
What?
Why do we have to hear it again?
I'm sorry, what we do. We gotta make sure we don't fuck up what he's saying, Friggy. We might even have to go back further depending on what he says next. Who fucking knows?
metal in the covers. Notepads like that exist. Also, notepad stops the bullet. That's a pretty established mystery trope.
Boo!
It doesn't matter if it's a trope. Okay, are we gonna have the trope talk? We're gonna have to do this again. We're gonna talk about tropes. Something isn't good and something isn't bad because it's a trope. Trope is a descriptor of things that typically happen often in media. Elements of storytelling or narratives or media. It's all kinds of things. More things than you could imagine are considered tropes because things recur over and over in storytelling. Something's not good because it's a trope. Something's not bad because it's a trope.
Need more. But this
You
is
don't-
this is a
Yes.
cope you
You
often
don't-
see.
but you-
Absolutely. Just because a shitty thing is done a lot doesn't mean it's not shitty.
Yes, and you can't simultaneously, as I'm sure this person would say, like this movie doesn't conform to elements of the whodunit genre in that you can't possibly have predicted what happens. But it's like, well, not every whodunit mystery has to have that, but you know what I mean. You can't rely on tropes and aspects of genre when it suits you, and then like use them as defenses.
And also, so is the point of this film to make fun of tropes, or is it to use them in its own defense? Which one is it? Is it both? Because if it's both, that's kind of interesting artistically, and very inconsistent. But what's our stance on tropes here? I guess when it comes to this film, I would need to know that. I feel like with a lot of people, you have to sit them down and have the trope talk. People act like just because something's a trope, it's totally defensible for that reason alone.
Another way you can break this down is that you've now established that because a notepad stopping a bullet happens commonly in this genre, does that mean that if I do anything in this genre that hasn't really been done before, it's bad? Like, what is the opposite end of this logic? And,
Yeah, the first time the trope happened, it was bad, but as enough people copied it, it became good retroactively.
The one you hear the most about this is plot armor. People will be like, "There's plot armor in all kinds of films."
Plot armor. Like, yeah, and it's always shit.
No.
I wonder if
By definition,
there's some fundamental appeal to suspension of disbelief, where they'd be like, "What are you losing your sense of suspense of disbelief in every film you watch?" But it'd be like, "Well, I do for those portions of those things. I don't like it when the minigun fires at someone and they're just like, I'm fine."
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Or
Do you
when we
want me to
clearly-
have verisimilitude or not?
Or when your movie clearly operates on normal life physics, but then your character gets run over by a car 17 times and they just walk away.
Allegedly.
So are genre conventions good, or is the film infuriating for subverting them?
Oh, he's now highlighting that Drinker's
he's doing it,
inconsistent
yeah.
because I mean, I could give you the answer. Drinker doesn't think it's good whatever it happens.
How's that subverting them?
That's his point, is that Drinker's saying, I hate this film because it subverts the genre, but simultaneously criticizes it for doing things the genre does all the time, like a notepad stopping a bullet, which is, I could, like I said, I could give you the cheat code. Drinker thinks that would be bad in anything. It doesn't matter what genre. Like, well, I was about to say it doesn't matter what genre, but we don't need to go that far. We'll just talk about this specific genre. I don't think he's ever going to watch a murder mystery where a bullet is stopped miraculously. Because, by the way, there are going to be, and Rags is going to have a better answer for this than I would, but I imagine there's going to be a very specific circumstance with a particular caliber or a particular way a gun was fired where you possibly could have a thick notebook stopping it, dependent on, you know, certain circumstances. But this one doesn't count with all the materials involved. And it doesn't even address the incredible luck.
Yeah, it's not. It's really not. I don't have an issue with the actual notebook stopping the bullet.
You should.
Might use that. Well, it is a problem, but it's just the insane coincidence that even happens at all.
She should be
And
dead.
the pile of coincidences this is sitting in.
You know what's crazy?
Yeah, that's the thing. Thank God I didn't leave that bottle in my room.
If she got tagged in such a way that she required like a hospital, she would be dead. Because remember how no one can get to the island? It's just like, well, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are no other workers there, and yeah.
That's what, whenever you go to that city in Greece, they say, all right, here's the number one rule. If you're ever shot, do not do it on the island between the hours of 10 p.m. and 6 a.m., or else we will not be able to get to you. Just making sure you know ahead of time. It just can't be done.
Why? And then they go, because the dock is all stupid. And then you're like, why is that? And then they go, because Miles is stupid.
It's like, who's
and then
Miles?
you say, oh, I suppose that's okay then if he's stupid.
Does
I
that
suppose
pass
explains
regulation? Is there any regulation kind for that? And it's just like, shut up. Is this a
He's
problem they've
stupid.
had this whole time with all 50 workers? Nobody can leave once it hits a certain hour. Because
I
the
guess
dock
so.
doesn't work, even though you can just climb into a fucking boat.
Even though you could just take the boat and pull it up onto the beach, because boats have things like pontoons and shit. Like, that's just how, like, I don't know, I've gone to the lake, I've physically, personally parked a boat onto land by pulling it onto the land. I don't know if I can simplify it more. That's just what you do. And then the boat stays there, and then you leave when you want to leave. There's no secret to it. You just do it. The film's insistence that it can't be done is actually incredibly important to the plot. When I could personally vouch that, yeah, you just take a boat and just put it on the land, and then you push it off when you want to leave. That's really all there is to it.
I think the boat thing actually gets brought up soon. That's going to be fun.
Or is the problem Glass Onion trying to have its genre cake and eat it too? If so,
Well, actually, hold up just a second. I'm gonna get a drink real quick. I'll be
It
right
just
back.
has nothing to do with genre. It's just a
Talk
bad,
about Thomas
stupid thing that
Arnold.
happens. He keeps trying
No,
to make
I
it
mean,
about
yeah,
genre.
it's
No, I'm sorry, that was
irrel-
Matthew Arnold. He's got a brother named Tom Arnold, and his father was Thomas Arnold. It's just make sure we know. Okay, carry on.
It is irrelevant to Drinker's point, but I do think the movie tries to have its cake and eat it too when it comes to genre conventions. Absolutely.
You could say that about
Yeah,
all
you
Ryan's
either
work.
respect it or you don't. You can't do both.
Yeah, well, it'll call upon them when they want when he wants convenient shit to happen,
Hey,
but then he'll dismiss them when he wants to have when he doesn't want to have a mystery that you.
Dude,
could
he
possibly
warned
predict.
us all the way back in Looper when he said, wait, this doesn't make sense because of blah, blah, blah. And then he goes, shut up, stop thinking about it.
True.
And people
That's
actually
probably
praised
what-
that, by the way. I remember.
Yeah, they did. They sure did. They're like, "Ha,
That's real
we
clever
sure
there,
showed
Ryan.
them." Yeah.
He warned us. We didn't listen.
Didn't listen.
It's right there. God damn it.
Let the past die.
Not the best. Kill it if you have to.
I came to this island to die.
Leave me alone. Go away.
You are such a good nurse that you mixed up the medication.
But then you unmixed him because you so good.
Then he killed himself because of your decisions because you're such a good nurse.
If only you would have called the ambulance, but you didn't because you're a good nurse.
She's such a good nurse that she couldn't tell he wasn't overdosing on morphine. What a good nurse.
Yeah, it's like, hey, why
Oh,
aren't you
dude.
sweating? It's been a while.
Yeah,
Wait a
just
minute.
went,
I love that
I'm a
moment.
good nurse. Don't worry. I can tell.
Whatever
When-
you do, don't cut your throat. I'll be right back.
They say like
A
you'll
good
start
nurse.
showing symptoms within 5 minutes, and then 5 minutes clearly passes, and he's fine. It's like
Yeah.
And also, it wouldn't be 5 minutes if you just given him a lethal dose of morphine directly into his bloodstream.
Mm-hmm.
Not
I'd have to
5
check all the
fucking minutes.
medicine on that, but yeah, I just going by what they said in the movie is so funny that by her own logic, she's dumb as fuck.
Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
that as well.
Ryan's superpower is making a character tell the audience directly to shut up and getting away with it. Yep. For me, man, it kind of feels that way, doesn't it? Like if you ever make a movie, make sure you include at least one character at one point saying this is all dumb, and then you got it.
Yep.
You got it.
I honestly do think he has a superpower for fooling people into thinking that these are good. Like I'm kind of in awe of that ability he somehow has. I don't get it, but he fools a lot of people. It's actually kind of impressive.
I think what was funny is a lot of people in like the EFAP community were like, I like Knives Out, but this one was dumb. And I'm like, nah. This one was dumb as fuck too.
Yeah.
We'll admit this one was worse. I'm not sure what the fuck's going on at this point, but yes.
It's very bad.
We lost, so I'm just gonna kill everything.
But it's fine. We're lying about it anyway.
We'll lie for a lie, but you won't lie for the truth.
It's like,
I'm
yeah,
back.
just don't want to
Drinks.
lie.
Hello, how are you?
Hello.
Let us continue on.
What's up? What are we doing? What's going on?
So, why is that a problem? I don't know the answer to any of these questions because the drinker doesn't give
I
them.
know you don't.
Why didn't he kill
To be
Blanc
fair,
with...
Drinker does expect a little bit of sort of critical thinking on your end to consume his
Yeah.
video.
You
You can argue it's his mistake to make. That's fair. Maybe it was. But yeah, I don't know.
Expecting a little too much.
know the answer to any of these questions because the drinker doesn't give them. Why didn't he kill Blanc with Helen? Why would he kill Blanc? He doesn't think...
I was going to kind of like...
I don't... We'll let him continue.
Okay,
all right, fine.
Okay.
Blanc's in on it yet. In fact, Blanc's just been playing the concern card.
Jesus fucking
He doesn't
Christ,
know.
It got worse. It got worse.
Doesn't in on it yet. It's like, what? What
Well,
is that
let
what
me-
he would be
I-
thinking?
legit, once again-
Eyewitness, bang bang.
Once again, we have to explain the events to this guy because he's forgotten how the film goes. So, Miles finds out that Andy is dead from Thingy's phone. He's then like, right, you're using it as leverage against me, so I'll kill you. And then I'm going to need to kill whoever the fuck this person is, because and I think at that point he's probably realized she's Helen. And she's pretending to be Andy. And then, of course, there is an investigator here. I think we're supposed to gather at that point that he's figured out their plan. And then he literally sees them talking to each other, and you have Blanc, like, exclaiming Helen to her in that conversation. So, yeah, he knows they're in cahoots. So that's why you shoot this guy. I think I said a couple of times, when thinking about it, in for a penny, in for a pound, which is actually a line a couple of times said in Knives Out. The idea is, if you're willing to kill to preserve a particular status quo, one person, but to really secure it, you need to kill two. It's like, well, yeah, at that point, you've already crossed the line of killing people. You'll kill the second.
You've already got the world's greatest detective as an eyewitness. Yeah, probably want to clean up after yourself.
Well, it's just, I don't know, man. If he was that willing to kill Duke just like straight away, this guy that he's known for years, I don't know how much consideration he has for people's life.
Oh, you're actually right. Sorry, I completely fucked up.
Yeah.
If he was to be shooting Blanc here, that would be his fourth murder victim.
Yes, that's right. It would be.
So yeah, I don't see why we're so surprised at the idea that he would do that. He definitely suspects the fucking world-renowned detective who is currently discussing shit with Zombie Girl, of course.
Exactly.
Zombie Girl.
Like
But
I
he's
said,
stupid.
it's key that he's referring to her as Helen. He knows who she actually is. He knows she's pretending to be Andy.
I'm not so sure about that.
Why wouldn't he
I
when
think-
he's that close?
I know, like, logically, he should, but I don't know if I'm not actually sure that Ryan connected those dots himself. I think he might. I think he might still think somehow. It doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Because why would you kill Helen? What would Helen's death achieve?
I'm
for
not
him in
actually
this
sure. I think we
case?
brought this up before. I wasn't even sure of why he's doing this exactly.
Yeah.
Is at this point in the movie, how does this help you? Like, it's going to be more cover-ups you have to do now, instead of just being like, wait, Andy died? Who the fuck are you? And then she can be like, I'm Helen, hello.
He died.
Yeah.
Because you're right, it's only for him to incriminate himself at this point.
Yep. If you're gonna kill someone, I think just go for Blanc. He's gonna nail you to the wall for
That's
killing
the only guy who can figure it out. Yeah.
Paul Batista. So
Because the other people, they're probably ain't gonna figure it out.
Still thinks this is Andy, that she'd somehow survived, and just doesn't want her to go public with any attempted murder.
Wait, sorry, he's using
He doesn't want her to go public.
Like I said, he calls her Helen in this scene.
He doesn't think Blanc's in on it yet. In fact, Blanc's just been playing the concern card. He probably still thinks this
You
is
don't know
Andy, that she'd somehow survived, and just doesn't want her to go public with any
Oh, he's saying that Miles currently believes this is Andy.
Did he forget when he saw the news report?
Yeah, he just
And
said
Andy is
he
dead.
said that she somehow survived.
See?
Man,
He
like,
can't. He knows she's dead. Yeah.
No,
this
he's
is all-
saying Miles's thought process was, the announcement of Andy's death. She must have survived, and they reported her death, and she ended up here.
So why would he kill Duke?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
don't know, dude. I do not fucking know.
Oh no.
I don't understand this fucking logic at all. I'm getting
It gets
completely
worse
lost.
with time.
If he thinks Andy is still alive, why is he killing Duke?
That's a question for you to answer.
It makes no sense at all.
Yeah, like I said, I think the most reasonable thing is that he's aware this is Helen now. Or you want to go with him thinking she's a zombie, fine, go for it.
murder accusations from earlier. Is that a dumb move? Maybe, yeah, but Miles is dumb.
No, definitely.
Tom.
No, definitely.
Oh no.
Oh, my mouse is so incessant on double clicking that I can't get that back on
it's really
screen.
clicking away.
There we go. I wanted to change. Is it 5 or 6? Fuck, I think it's 6 now. The defense of the movie, it's fucking dumb.
Why are the others so far away?
Why did it take everyone so long to reach the scene of her apparent death when they were only a matter of yards away?
We are not shown them to be mere meters away. That isn't true. We're shown them running in all directions.
No, so it is an actual fact. They are yards away. You know, it's impossible for them to not be yards away. You want to say that they're too far away to be able to get there in time. But I think that's lucky as hell for Blanc and
because all you need is
Helen.
one person to get there in time.
And if they're all scattered around the complex and they're all simultaneously very interested in this gunshot sound, then yeah, all it takes is one person to see him pouring hot sauce on her body to be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Because apparently
I'm actually a cannibal, and I like them spicy.
I'm very hungry.
Because apparently what actually happened is they were all very similarly far away, so that they all arrived back to back, which is
funny, right?
Also,
they all arrive exactly the same time, but they're all scattered in a semicircle around him. It's like, okay, and we're talking a large semicircle.
During the blackout chaos.
Why did Blanc have a convenient bottle of chili sauce in his pocket to use as fake bloods?
There's a scene that sets this up. God damn, man.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it's
if
like
you guys haven't
it's
noticed yet, he just takes whatever the film says and just goes with it. That's it.
Yeah, it's just that's it. Of course it makes sense. The film said it did. How could any film be bad?
It's funny as fuck that he pockets the hot sauce. And then we find out, oh, you made him pocket the hot sauce to fake a death? Oh my god, that's so embarrassing.
and it worked.
Pocket any hot sauce in the wheat.
And yeah, maybe you can fault Drinker on that one for not being like he should have included what he's being critical
Isn't
of
it absurd
specifically.
that he's just carrying around hot sauce with him
the whole time, not picking it up, putting it in his, I don't know, his bag or on the table in his
Fucking
room or
leave it
something.
until you leave the island. That's when you
Obviously,
can be like, oh, I'll pick up the hot sauce.
I'm not going to
Or
carry it
that.
around with me everywhere I go.
And then,
It's
of course, you know, the fact that like we were addressing all of that, but the fact that he decided as soon as he walked in to try the hot sauce, find it to be of interest, and then pocket it, it's like, where the fuck did that even come from? We're not even having a meal yet. And like, of all the things he could have tried, it was the hot sauce. What if he tried any other topping of any kind of sauce? Or if he just didn't choose one.
Yeah, what if he was like, that's my mayonnaise right there, and then he had a bottle of that? He would
Pours mayonnaise on it to be like, look, she's been shot.
LeBlanc, what did you do to that body?
Well, you know.
But yeah, it's all super coincidental, but you've just bought it. You're just buying it. It's like, fuck you. I agree with Ryan. This is totally sensical. Everyone picks up their hot sauce bottles at parties. We all do it.
Yeah.
Why did a guy not notice getting pickpocketed? People typically don't notice getting pickpocketed.
Do they not?
That's
Actually,
that's not true.
No.
Right directly off their goddamn crotch.
Are there
It's like, what, they
statistics?
pick it-
I'm
on,
going
like-
to.
I was
Go
just saying,
ahead.
are there statistics on like the likelihood of recognizing you're being pickpocketed? Is that a thing? Because
Well,
it
probably
really
highly
depends on
depends
who's
on-
pickpocketing, right?
Exactly. If you have like one that's like really good with sleight of hands, I actually
Sleight.
don't
Sleight of hand.
Yeah, sleight of hands. Like you probably wouldn't recognize that person, but some random who's just trying to grab something out of your pocket or your holster. It's like you
And
gotta.
especially
gotta
guns.
notice that.
Guns are kind of heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
They're heavy, and there's a bunch of give when you pull it out of a holster because there's retention.
Correct.
It's
I'm
it
gonna
makes
pull.
a sound, and it's heavy.
I'm going to pull a bit of an authority card as someone who's a concealed carry practitioner and strong Second Amendment advocate who carries a gun with them pretty much all the time I leave the house. I carry a Glock 26. It's 26 ounces loaded. It's going to be a little bit more than that because I use a slightly extended mag for it that holds 12. There is no fucking way that someone would be able to. Now, I carry mine typically in the small of my back or on a little pouch on the right-hand side. So if you're gonna pounce on me, there's a little tactical advantage you got. But to carry it on the front like that, to always have it there when it weighs that much, and to just have someone take it away from you, there's no way that you wouldn't notice that. If you didn't notice it immediately being pulled off of you, you would notice it extremely quickly afterwards. Every time that you moved or bent, that weight isn't there. The feeling of the gun isn't there. That's nonsense that he wouldn't notice that. And also, this establishes that apparently Miles has this incredible pickpocketing skill
Yeah.
that he's able to do this.
You might even
was that
say it
even
takes
established?
someone with a bit of intelligence to be able to pull that off convincingly, but I don't know.
No.
Yeah. I don't think it was ever established that he was a pickpocketer, so you can't really pull that rule.
No, they pulled that out of their ass. That dude, he has
nonsense.
decided in that moment, I'm going to kill him, and I'm going to do it by stealing his gun to set up my later kill that I need, but simultaneously, I'm going to sleight of hand my own drink into his hand to kill him as well.
Yeah, and then I'm going to dump it in an ice bucket that everyone can see, but they don't.
I've always loved that there's so many questions, but if he did hand him that drink and he just sniffed it, it was like, this pie, what the?
Where's the
What are you doing, dude? And then he's like,
Also,
what?
Yes.
And
I told you,
if
I don't play
someone-
that.
Duke, don't play with pineapple.
This
Yeah.
is like poison. If you're trying to use poison for like an assassination reason, typically it's going to be tasteless, odorless. It's not going to be something that's
Pineapple.
very
Rags, we're back
strongly
to-
flavored like pineapple.
See, we've moved from all of his clever, intelligent moves and how they could fall apart, and now we're back to, oh, but he's dumb, though. Dumb, though.
We're back.
Second you point
I
out
would
a flaw in
also-
it, no, he's dumb, though.
just to bolster what Rags is saying, the movie specifically makes it a point to say that Duke has his gun with him all the time, to the point
Yeah.
that he's in the pool in a Speedo with it.
Mm-hmm.
He has it night and day. I'm assuming
Yeah.
he sleeps with it
Hence-
based on how they
hence
He's
describe it.
why-
deeply used to the feel of this thing.
Which makes
Yes.
sense as to why he doesn't notice it gone. Makes sense.
Yeah, and I think based off of, do we see the actual clip that's being used here of the holster itself? Because I think I virtually have one that's identical to that. It's just a basic little leather one. It works decently well. When you take the gun out of it, it kind of closes a bit, because it's leather being stretched. Eventually, it'll conform to the shape of the gun pretty closely.
Yeah.
But it's all nonsense. It's just the idea that you could do this, and in any normal person would notice. Someone who's obsessed with their gun would definitely notice. You'd have to establish that the person was like a master pickpocketer in order to pull this
And
off.
that the other person is someone who's brand new to gunslinging and was like, this is my cool gun that I keep on a place that's much more easy to get without me noticing. Even then, man, it's a lot of weight to just be gone.
Mm-hmm.
This is not some
Plus, he's got a
cinematic
full-size gun. That's
Look.
they get heavy.
He's explaining to Drinker that pickpocketing is a thing. That's his response. It's like I don't even want to give this
brilliant.
time at this point. I'm just like, shut the fuck up. He knows what pickpocketing is. Address the point.
Contrivance. Honestly,
It's like
one day Drinker's gonna learn that this exists.
Hold on, it's like he thinks every single person in a story would just naturally have knowledge of how to like hotwire a car because some people can hotwire cars. Like, why would he have this knowledge? How would he be an expert pickpocketer?
Is this
Not
that
steal a wallet, a
verisimilitude
gun.
that we've been?
And you know what's funny?
talking about?
I would have expected Ryan to write it so that a casual line early at one point in the film, Miles says like, you know, once we launched Alpha, it was so wonderful because I didn't have to spend my life trying to fucking pickpocket like people and, you know, make my way through life like that. You know, just some stupid line like that. You'd be like, oh,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
But no, we didn't even
You
get
could
that.
just show him at the bar when they worked there that he was able to do it. Something like that.
Yeah.
But nope.
No, we rely on people saying pickpocketers exist. Cool.
They do be existing.
Not some cinematic
Doobie-doobie-doo.
contrivance. Honestly, one day Drinker's gonna learn that this exists in the real world, that you can have something nicked from your pocket without realizing it, and it's gonna blow his
Ryan
goddamn...
pickpocketed your common fucking sense.
This is what I mean. Like, why can't you be good faith enough to address what is obviously his point instead of being like, you know what? I'll just convince everybody he doesn't know what a pickpocket is.
It's bizarre, isn't it?
Well, it's just an asshole move.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like, Jesus. What are we doing?
mind. Yeah, Miles probably would have wanted the clear back off Blanc before he left the island, but a little after he gives it to him,
Before he left the island?
No, he wanted it back immediately. Yeah.
This is the most valuable asset on this whole island, probably,
Oh
or
my
one
God,
of the
dude.
ones.
I mean, it's
probably-
insanely dangerous. He might
Yeah,
not
that's
know that, or it's
oh my-
it's all just stupidity. So I guess it's all
Yeah.
gonna get whisked under the rug. But
Wait, imagine
here it
he said
comes.
the same thing with the hot sauce. He's like, take some with you if you want. You know, put it in a little goodie bag.
Something I just realized, because the explosion we see at the end, that's only the vapors of that little piece of stuff, right? That's the idea?
No, I think we have to...
Or is the idea that it exploded the rest of it as well?
I do declare,
Like,
I have
it-
the vapors.
It was like a small piece, and then like the whole building was also made up of
Running
the
on it,
same
yeah.
energy,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
so it's all like,
exactly.
oh,
I was just
it was a
wondering if-
spark essentially.
Okay, yeah, that's just something I thought of. Maybe that the explosion might actually be even bigger. You know.
Yeah, you know, and it's no
if
small
he thinks
thing.
that's going to
if he
help,
had-
it's not.
If he hadn't even thrown it at him to begin with, if he had just described clear, he didn't need to have it. And then if he had asked for it back, the whole ending doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Yep. Just
That would
holds
be
out his
good,
hand
actually.
casually. All right, I'll take it back now, please.
things start happening. Why didn't these piddly little sprinklers put out a big fire right away? I don't know about you guys, but
What?
Miles Braun, who
So apparently Drinker says something about the fire response system in the Glass Onion, which, yeah, you could expect a tech billionaire to have, like, better systems to suppress fire, I guess.
Gonna be honest with you, it's not even up to the tech billionaire. There are building codes that engineers and architects and everything have to go through when it comes to fire suppression systems. And if the entire mansion is built off of this supposedly extremely volatile thing, then you're gonna have to take that into account when you build for it.
I would also, as is
it's not
mentioned
up
in
to
chat
Miles,
already,
essentially.
this room is filled. This room might be one of the most valuable rooms in history.
If it has the
Yeah.
Mona Lisa in it, it probably is by default the most valuable room in history. Whatever room the Mona Lisa's in might just be de facto the most valuable room in the world.
lives in a big onion house, doesn't seem the kind of guy to have the designers for his private Greek island palace stick rigidly to fire safety codes.
It's not up to him.
He doesn't
it's
get to
not,
say
it is
that,
literally
yeah.
not up to him.
Doesn't get to go, "No, fuck that."
The owner gets to decide things like the design. And even then, it's not typically going to be strictly up to them. What they'll do is they'll speak with the architects and say, I want this. Can you make this happen? The architect gets back to them with designs. They work with that design and change it where it's possible, because not every
Have you noticed, though-
architectural desire that you have is necessarily possible through engineering.
He does this thing though, when, like, you know, we expect a character's whole family are in trouble, and he holds a gun, but he only ever does fist fighting, and we're like, wow, that's stupid. Why didn't he ever use the gun? That would have been really helpful and would have completed it all quickly. I could imagine this guy being like, he is a lifelong gun advocate who has weapons on him at the time, and his whole family are at risk / have died. Of course, he's using his fists instead of his pistol. You're like, wait, what? That last part was what?
Well, I gotta ask, wouldn't like designers be like, okay, you know what, this is actually super unsafe. You could easily sue us if a fire goes up, and we're not going to take that kind of liability. So we're not
Yes,
going to
that's
design
why-
it stupid.
That's why there's a lot of people are so used to having super safe buildings and everything to live in. They often don't think about all of the work that has to go into maintaining building codes, because you have to have a lot of different people cooperating with each other. You have to have the architect and you have to have the engineers and all the construction guys and everything. They're constantly talking to each other and checking each other's work to make sure that building's not just up to code, whether it's anything from the amount of sprinklers you have to the size of rooms to the materials it's made of to the damn grading on the ramps and whether or not they're handicap compliant. There's so much that goes into making a building that people just don't think about because it happens all behind the scenes.
You want to know something funny? I did read a couple more of those comments in the video. One of them talks about how cool the film is for actually giving it away that it wasn't the real Mona Lisa and that Miles was tricked by the Louvre.
What?
Yeah, just hang on a sec. So it's something to do with how the real Mona Lisa is painted on wood, while the one we see in this film is clearly on canvas, and so it can't be the correct one. Which normally, right? Like if we go step by step. So step one, it would be like, oh, okay, clever twist, but now the criticism is, oof. So it wasn't the real Mona Lisa. Rip Helen, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
But wait, right? So then. People check out, and it's like, oh, Rian Johnson actually comes out and says, oh, well, there was an original ending where Benoit Blanc talks to the Louvre on the phone and confirms the Mona Lisa is okay, and this was a fake. Rian Johnson cut that because of the fact that it would fuck up a lot of the payoff, that this has to be the real Mona Lisa for this film to work. So it's so funny to me that people are defending this film by saying, like, how clever, that wasn't the real Mona Lisa. It's like, that fucks over the main character's whole goal. And secondly,
she still had the intent to burn the thing down.
Yeah.
She didn't know it was fake
She
either.
still believed it was real.
Well, it's just, how can you frame Miles for destroying the Mona Lisa when it wasn't the Mona Lisa?
That too.
That's what I mean. It's all so incredibly dumb, but everyone is defending it all as smart.
Yeah, this helps Miles and it hurts the protagonist.
And so someone's asking, in the final cut then, is this the real Mona Lisa? It's like, as far as Ryan's concerned, yes, this is the real one that got destroyed.
Well,
you know what I mean? It's amazing. Like, it doesn't matter what happened in this film. People will contextualize it as intelligent. They'll just find a way.
Find a way.
Not a religion.
Powerful enough to level a building caused no harm to the people inside the building.
Level must mean something different in Scotland, I guess. And look, nobody knows how clear-powered energy pipes work. I don't...
Look, use your eyeballs.
You really can't be saying this in front of this visual, I swear to God. Like, if Drinker was hyperbolic to say the building was leveled, I swear to... If one of you guys said, fuck, the building got leveled, I really can't see myself being like, excuse me.
It wasn't leveled. It only exploded in a massive series of fireballs.
Yeah,
it wasn't
the top
leveled.
is now gone. It's been flattened, but
it's not just the top.
The building's
being
been
flattened.
circumcised.
If you watch it, you can see tons and tons of debris falling downward into lower levels.
We see
the
the
whole
room.
facility blows up. Room
all
after
over
room
it.
blows
Massive
up.
glass onion is it's gonna be raining down shards of glass and into the ocean, all over the beach. Anyone who's outside and not covered up. This is
motor
ecological disaster.
The goddamn
Motor car.
How long will it take for this island to be reusable? They have to find all the glass shards and clean them up. The ecology of the surrounding area is probably got
I can't believe he's actually going to defend. Like, it makes sense they survived behind, like, on top of this visual. That's fucking brilliant.
Because we don't know how pipes work.
My goodness.
Look at that. Like,
he doesn't know how bullets work or explosions or just anything in general. Energy.
It's not just the top part of that building. Watch
I can't believe Drinker lied. Yeah, what a crazy man. What have you done?
Yeah.
Energy pipes work. I don't, the Drinker doesn't. All we can...
You don't know how it works. You don't know how fire works.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what I'm looking at, man. I'm looking at these massive series of explosions.
As you can see, clear explodes around people, not into them.
Oh,
stupid.
It's a safety feature in case it happens.
It's a smart gas.
So that means Miles was right, and this is the perfect energy source. Good for him.
Yeah, dude.
If something does go wrong, it doesn't kill people. Yeah.
You must be so clever to make such a thing.
Man, Miles just stacking up them W's, huh?
Yeah, he's knuckled up.
He's gonna be the richest man in the world when he gets that payout for the insurance, I swear.
Hard to believe that he's so dumb.
Go off is what the film gives us. And the film shows the flames going up, then cuts to an explosion centered on the
Yeah, now show us the room after it.
Look
Mr.
at
The
how
flames
things
will
are
get
being
sucked
launched.
up.
topmost section
Yeah,
of
that
the
bit,
home.
I don't actually
Miles'
understand
office
the
is nerves-
fire going up. I mean, that's the purpose of that ventilation thing, right? To suck up the fire. Why else would it do that?
I think it's for the
assume it would
smoke.
smoke. And some of the
Wow.
fire gets pulled up with it as well, at least the flames. So
It's that powerful to pull up all of that fire?
I think
it
it's
can
I
eat
don't know.
explosions.
I'm not familiar with that system, but I am familiar with fire.
Yeah, well, I guess we don't know how these
I've seen
clear
fire
pipes work.
before. Yeah, so, well, I mean, this is what I'm saying, though. Like, to say, well, all the fire went upward and didn't touch them, and then when we see them next, they're surrounded by fire, so...
Yeah.
Yeah,
Center.
it's
It
just
seems-
an inferno in that room.
And they're all really lucky. They all have, like, dirt marks and, like, wounds,
Yeah.
small wounds, but...
That's
this,
it, but
this is the
They got a
thing.
bit dusty.
good.
They could easily all have died. There's no reason not to think that.
Easily. I don't
Yep.
even know how they could stand in that room with all that heat. Got to be cooking them.
Just the...
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have put it past Ryan to have had Miles get crushed by his own car, by the way. That could easily
Right.
have happened. Like, fuck it, that's poetic justice.
To me, that maybe this is where a lot of the energy infrastructure was installed, and that's why we see the
Why
explosion
is
centered
it?
here, not in
No,
the
it's
room
not
below,
centered
where
there. Look, you're it's not. Why did you put this? Why did you
All
put this
over
part
their
of the
damn
film?
commune.
Your
Isn't that just a big old
visuals.
glass office? Really?
I think
It also has
part of what's
the
so
entire
great about it
structure?
too is that she in her head might be thinking, man, I might just explode that random dude who works here and is obviously innocent of anything that's happening here, but whatever. He has to go.
Yeah.
Also, all of these people and myself and Blanc and Miles,
And Drink Man, who's just
And-
there.
anyone to I just don't know. If you knew that this level of explosion would take place, like the glass onion up top exploding, and like you could see in some of the footage that's just like essentially meteorites being flung out of the island. Jeez, like
Yeah, shit's crazy.
fucking hell.
This is one of
What's
those
the
points
body
where when
count on
Drinker
this
says
explosion?
this, you go, yeah.
Yeah.
the
Yeah, that
characters
was pretty
are. Why
irresponsible.
should they die from this?
Why should
Why should look at the room? Why should they? Why would that
you
kill anybody?
mental?
Why should they die from? Look at this image. That's fucking beautiful, man. Why should they die from this?
Oh, I
You
see.
might not be
So
able
the
to breathe in this room because the air is so hot and there's so much smoke and crap in the.
There's flamethrowers pointed at the Mona Lisa at some point.
Apparently,
They die
these
from this
explosions
inferno.
need a motive too.
I could tell that, dude. If I was a friend of his, I might be like, "That was a really funny edit, by the way." And then he'd be like, "What?" And I'd be like, "You know when
Yeah,
you
what do you
said
mean?
like, how could they possibly die?" Then you cut to like the Inferno.
I mean, to be fair, we don't know that they didn't all have notebooks on them.
Oh,
Ooh.
shit.
Oh yeah.
With metal
Flame
plates.
retardant notebooks all over their bodies.
You know, that kind of does make sense, actually. Yeah.
They had,
Oh,
they
dude,
had metal
no
plates
God.
to soak up all of the shrapnel of the glass and metal and everything.
Ugh.
I'd love to see a paper detailing the blast radius of unstable clear, but since it doesn't exist,
Oh,
But we
off.
can
You
see.
Wow.
You can see
Wow.
it.
You
So
can see it
remember,
sending
the film-
shards
so-
of glass
so,
and
of course,
fireballs.
First of all, you can see it.
Yes.
But also, they compared it to the Hindenburg. It's a
Yeah.
hydrogen explosion.
Nobody
So
knows
that
what the
did happen in
Hindenburg
real
is,
life.
Springy. That was probably like a candle.
There's a
Good
candle.
job.
Just like,
Fucking
what
hell.
are you doing? What? It's such cope, isn't it?
Well, yeah, again, like everyone loves this, not because it makes good points, but because it's shit on Drinker. That's the only reason they like it.
Yeah, seems to be.
all any of us can go off is what the film gives us, and it gives us no
Gives us
reason
this
to
massive
conclude the
series of
shitheads
explosions.
No reason, Rags. No reason.
Very, very possible that Blanc and this stoner guy are about to get hit with a rain of sharp broken glass.
God.
What goes up
survived.
must come
Look,
down,
it isn't
my
the
dude.
film's job. It isn't any film's job to explicitly, exhaustively explain everything that happens.
It's
Every
not what we're
decision.
asking for.
Nobody's
no
asking
one
for that.
asking for it.
You can't just show things that don't make sense and say, well, it's not the movie's job to explain it to you. It's like, no, you can't bring up verisimilitude and then show explosions like this and just write it off. Do you want
Yeah.
it or not? Don't just say a big word to make yourself sound smart.
Well-
Generally, these words have meanings behind them that you need to be able to comprehend and understand.
Interesting you say all of that. Well, I'm going to bring out some old person from history who said something that's not relevant to be.
Oh yes, Honor de Balzac he wrote in his treatise in 1824 about the so
That
there.
reminds me of Karl Marx.
That's
Reminds
made.
me of
All the
Karl
film
Marx.
has to do is establish characters and rules from which choices and events can flow.
Yeah, I better hope they don't fucking break them like this one does over and
Yeah,
over and
like
over
this
and over
one.
and over again.
All the time.
Sorry, we listened to the film and then we're like, wait, you told me two things that don't match. I'm confused.
Miles is a dummy,
That's
Blanc
not
is a famous detective,
verisimilitude.
Helen has a notepad, Blanc has the source, yada yada yada, and to avoid beats that can't reasonably be explained by an attentive viewer. Nothing the critical drinker raises here fails these criteria.
You haven't like made a strong response to basically any of it, and most of them you don't even understand what he's saying.
Like, you can't just say that, especially after everything that we've seen.
It was a little
You can't
awkward,
know
isn't
how
it?
big an explosion you just saw was.
Ooh.
Is he gonna
breezes
defend
past all this
torturing the
obvious-
Mona Lisa?
Well,
He does.
I'm not entirely. I can't actually remember how this fully goes now.
Fails these criteria. He breezes past all this, obviously, to give a reason for all of these non-stupid, stupid moments, and
Non-stupid, stupid moments.
Stupid moments. What?
Is that his way of saying they are stupid, but not for the reason Drinker said, or what?
I don't know.
They're stupid, but in a good way.
Makes my
Stop
brain
it.
hurty.
and that's the following.
The thing is, I know what the answer to all these questions is going to be because the film straight up spells it out to us.
It's just dumb.
Everything in this script that doesn't make sense is
Yeah?
because the people involved were just really stupid.
This is everything the video has been so far. And Drinker,
Yeah.
Drinker's counted you from the past. Pretty good.
Got him.
He then follows it up with this little gem.
There's an underlying conversation when we talk about Glass Onion when it comes to film criticism that relates to a question critics need to be able to answer, which is how do I know what I can and cannot trust when it comes to information presented to me in a movie? When Blanc says he's just dumb, how do I actually know that's true? What information can I use, whether it's true or not?
Uses
right?
fake words.
When there is you want to gather your information, you want to be able to determine how come this person's telling the truth and this person isn't. How do I know if what the film is trying to say is actually true? And I think that a lot of film critics, they never engage in this kind of thinking because they just go with what the film says must be true because it's the film telling it to be. And it's a huge failure that I'm noticing throughout this video on his part. There's no sense of, I guess, investigation or attempt at discerning what the truth actually is. There's no attempt to second guess himself or double check with any information he's been given. It's really just a matter of the film is saying this, so I'm accepting it, regardless of context and regardless of what information I'm actually being given. I'm trusting the telling and I'm not trusting the showing.
Agree.
Honestly, I have never seen such a weak, pathetic attempt to excuse terrible writing in my life.
Yeah, buddy, me neither.
That doesn't even make sense.
No, that doesn't make sense.
Yar, we're doing the payoff thing.
Very funny, but doesn't make. It's not funny. I'm sorry, I didn't even mean.
It
to
doesn't
sound
make
like that.
sense.
It's not even funny. It's an attempt at humor. I can at least recognize that this is a failure of a joke. But
Now we still have to wait for it to pay off. Don't worry, guys.
And
It'll be
also,
funny.
okay, it's
does
true.
he have a response?
Oh, it hasn't yet? Ooh, that must be real good.
Does
Yeah.
he have a response at all to Critical Drinker's point about how, like, oh, I know what they're going to say. They're going to say everything dumb that happens is fine because the characters are stupid. He didn't respond to that.
Well, it's because that's his.
Well, that's
whole
'cause they don't have an
response.
answer.
Yeah, like that's been his whole video. So of course, that's as far as his argument goes. They are stupid.
you want to sit down and ask, okay, well, how you just set out a series of circumstances and things that actually happen and say, where is the line? Like, if you have 1 to 10, with 1 being the dumbest possible thing one person could do, and 10 being super genius level, how far down that list can you get before you stop believing that someone like Miles would be able to do it, right? Considering everything that he's able to accomplish in this film. Because admittedly, he does a lot of smart and capable things in this movie. So where's the line? Can he just like shoot himself in the head? Can he
Well,
like does he not know that 2 + 2 is 4? Like if if his plan relied on him getting 2 + 2 wrong, would the excuse of he's just stupid, would that work for you? Would you be able to accept that?
Remember,
I want to know where the line is.
The circus of goo in the basement, I think, is.
No, that's in
okay with
character
that?
though.
Yeah, it's in character.
It would be weird if there wasn't a goo circus.
As long as it's a Scottish circus, then
What do you mean?
a Scottish goo circus, that would be
Yeah,
okay.
what do you mean?
Scottish.
On this
Oh,
point, though, the film being about stupidity means it is itself stupid. Let me just quote myself from like a week ago.
Ew.
That isn't Ryan Johnson calling his own writing dumb. That's Ryan writing about the.
No,
He
you missed
really
the point.
likes to
really missed the
refer to
point.
this
He's
video.
saying to defend the highlighted stupid elements, people will say it's stupid on purpose. That it's like a built-in defense, no matter what. Not that like, what Drink is saying isn't that people would say it's badly written. They would say it is stupid on purpose, fool. When like the whole point is that no, it's inconsistent. It's badly written. Like you missed it. Loads of people keep saying like you missed the point of Glass Onion. Read the definition. Read what it refers to. You're like, oh, you're not even listening to me.
The way we assume those with power are better, smarter than us, the way we give them so much credit for free. Believe it or not, there is a difference between
you giving things credit for free.
Yeah.
That's all you do
alright.
is you give this film
Lampshading-
credit for free. You just accept things like an infant.
Yeah, Mr. Metal Book.
bad screenwriting and writing a dumb character who pulls off a dumb plot, who nearly succeeds because the characters and the viewers are expecting sophistication.
No, because they're dumb too.
Yes.
There's so many ways all of it falls apart, but everyone is just stupid in just the right way. But of course, that's the Glass Onion, folks. Get over it. You misunderstood it.
To set up the film's real resolution, relying as it does on this uncoupling of status and worthiness, this demystifying of wealth, material.
What?
I don't even know.
Wealth?
What are you talking about? The ending is she gets petty to the point of destroying a cultural, like, fucking landmark through all of time
Humanity's
and
cultural
history
icon.
just to annoy the rich guy.
What does demystifying wealth mean?
Well, he's trying to run with the whole, like, you see, rich people aren't smart. It's just like, okay.
Okay, sure.
All right.
Does he think that
Ryan?
Benoit isn't rich?
Yeah, probably. He's
Does
like a
Ryan
working
not
man.
realize he's rich?
Oh, Ryan is so fucking
yeah.
rich. What did you say he got from Netflix? Did anyone know what he got from Netflix for the deal? I think Fringy said it earlier, but he's muted.
Hundreds of millions, right?
Something like that. Oh man, it just reminds me of just anything from Disney where they're like, corporations suck, don't they? And you're like, the fuck?
Yeah.
Oh, hang on.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
there we go. You did it. Hooray. That's
God,
really
no.
fun. I
We
can't wait
did
for the
it.
payoff later.
That'll pay off, yeah.
Later.
Success and great man theory. I'm gonna skip over the next section. It's just more generalized grumbling about the point.
No,
of
you
murder
wanted to
mysteries
cover
and
this
how-
video. You don't get to skip
No,
anything of
generalized grumbling.
it. Oh, fucking hell.
I'm sure it's all very accurate.
Glass Onion is wrong for not measuring up one-to-one to the genre's traditional conventions.
Oh, but it's fine to have stupid contrivances because they're part of the genre's
Bob.
traditional
No,
convention.
it relies on it. You cannot have a mystery
True.
genre without contrivances. They are necessary. That's what he said.
Yeah, Hitler said that too.
Essential.
Hitler said it.
Because I think it's about time we got to the real meat of all this. The big one. The moment
real
which
meat.
illuminates
Oh,
all
this is where
that's
we all
come
come around.
before. As
Big
you may have
fib.
noticed, there's been a ramping up of sorts throughout this video. The guy's
Really?
points keep getting more
Okay.
and more flawed, more and more facile.
Oh, you're gonna
Wait, sorry, is he
show
talking
us-
about
you're gonna-
Drinker or himself?
His eyes.
Drinker.
Oh, well, I think it applied better to himself, but all right.
The lies are getting more frequent.
Oh, okay.
I agree. The lies really are
all
getting more
right.
frequent.
Yep, they're certainly adding up.
But they all pale in comparison to this. For
Okay.
context, The Drink has just launched into a big complaint about the film not giving the audience the mysteries breadcrumbs for them to figure it out alongside the characters, despite the fact that it does this. Miles
It
Doesn't.
definitely
You
does.
could
No, it
never
absolutely
possibly
doesn't.
guess
I mean,
that she
no
had a
fucking
secret
way.
Where do we
twin
even
the whole
begin?
time.
There's nothing about the twin sister before it's
Purposefully
revealed.
doesn't.
Yeah.
No way any of us. I don't think anyone on the planet is like that woman is a twin. It's like, why?
Yeah, there's yeah.
He's so bad at this. Like, all
He's
you have to
clearly
say
not
is it
behaving
doesn't.
like the character I don't know.
All you have to
exists.
say is it doesn't have to do that. That not every mystery movie has to do that. That's all he had to say. But he tries to do both. He tries to say, no, it does do that. No, it doesn't. There's no way to predict. It's so convoluted and contrived. There's no way to predict it.
Malapropisms being one example, the glass pass being another, and about the
Ooh, careful. That scene is shown twice, and
it's different.
You don't exactly like what are we supposed to believe is happening, and a lot of people aren't paying attention to the specific handling of those drinks the first time around. So when you repeat the scene, they're gonna be like, "Is that what happened?" Okay. Like, it's not clever if you do it that way.
characters stumbling upon the clues by accident, even though the clips he plays clearly show them intentionally sleuthing.
No, you mean it's of all the fucking things he could bump into at whatever times, this is what he gets. Funnily enough, this is not. We were talking about this earlier with the Bob comments. This is really lucky that they talk about this here now. This is the only sleuthing they do. It only lasts very good. Remember, they have like a meeting discussing all of this sleuthing. All of this takes place in just like a portion of an afternoon. Insane.
Yeah.
It's incredibly lucky.
Yeah, they got to keep teleporting to all the advantageous spots, man.
Like,
It makes sense because they were looking, so there.
We need to find a motive for all of them to want to kill Miles. I'm just going to listen to them for 5 seconds, and they just belt out the motive. You're like, cool, got it.
And then he says this.
And this isn't even mentioning how Ryan blatantly rewrites previous events to show you what he wants you to see instead of what actually happens.
The example Drinky gives for Ryan Johnson's blatant rewriting is the scene where Blanc and, as we later see, Helen spot Duke's voyeurism.
Batista's watching his girlfriend supposedly having an affair with Miles only to be observed by Blanc. Now look at the later version of this exact same scene. Notice how Helen's been added in here when she totally should have been visible before.
Except
Yeah,
no, that
exactly.
Well, let's see what he
How's
says.
that wrong?
True.
All right.
There's a reason the drinker plays these clips on mute. Let me put the sound
What?
back on
What?
for you.
Because he's talking.
Huh?
That was the first time we see this. There's a close shot of Duke, then we hear the twig snap, and then we pull back to a shot revealing Blanc. Here's the scene as we're shown it later on.
We're careful for copyright here, that's all. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's like, do we need a little watermark thing?
Blah, blah, blah. No, we should be alright.
We start with this slightly wider shot, revealing Blanc and Helen. Then Helen leaves, causing that sound, and Duke turns round. This point is the moment we saw earlier on, and there's a very obvious, very obtrusive sound cue, the sole purpose of which is to communicate precisely this. Look, you can enjoy the way moments like this toy with the audience perspective, complementing the film's themes. These ideas.
Okay, so the thing about like complimenting the film's themes, I don't even know what to make of that. When you see that second scene, it makes the first one. I was about to say superfluous. It's basically redundant. It's gone now. It's not of any use. What Drinker is highlighting, maybe I could be wrong. He's not here right now. Is that you have information to be provided to us in that scene. What is it? Duke is noticing whiskey with Miles, and Benoit notices him noticing that, and so then goes with Andy to explain, or Helen, the motivation is that whiskey is cheating on him with Miles. That's going to be why he'd want to kill him. Later on in the film, we find out Andy was also there, Helen, and the motive isn't actually that, it's that he's annoyed that Miles won't support Alpha News, and that he actually sent Whiskey to do what she did to try and convince him otherwise. making the
What's
first set of
worse?
information redundant. It's not useful anymore. And the whole point of this being like piss poor whodunit shit, we had nothing to imply this. First time around, because the thing about this, you didn't need the sounds to counter Drinker. You could have said, well, of all, let's say there was a minute worth of time of them snooping on Duke. You'd be like, first time he showed us the first 20 seconds or so, and Duke's reaction. Second time we saw seconds 21 to 30, where Andy was there. It's the same shot, but she's there then. She wasn't there before. The whole point being made is that we get given the scene, and then later on we get given a whole bunch of extra context that we couldn't possibly know anything to do with. We're just like, okay. And then I believe, ER, didn't you highlight this like when we were talking about it, that it actually doesn't change a thing that Andy is there? It's just...
There's no point.
Like, because they converge on their information anyway. She's getting the same thing that Benoit is.
Yeah.
So, like, it doesn't actually matter that she is there. So... I guess I find it interesting you're highlighting this as Drinker's giant lie when it changes fucking nothing, really.
Well, and also it's like lie.
It's not a lie. Yeah. So okay, so with regards to that scene, if I understand it correctly based on the clips he showed, then it's not an impossibility. It's not a re-edit of the scene. It's just we saw an earlier part where she was there, and then we saw the scene we saw the first time. So if it's not a lie, that's fair, but I wouldn't say that it's a lie, obviously, because a lot of people interpreted it that way. A lot of people misconstrued the logistics of who's where and at what time. That a lot of people thought it was, oh, you just added a person who wasn't there the first time.
Yeah,
you know,
well, it's
absolutely
deceptive. The amount of time between the first time that you see that scene and the second time, how many people are going to go like, oh yeah, the twig breaking. Oh, and to what end? Oh, she was there when I had no reason to believe that she was there before.
Wasn't there a good like 40 minutes between those two scenes? Who's remembering the twig
think there
break?
might be.
So what I'm thinking, no, I didn't remember the twig break, but it's all like I see what he's trying to say. The problem comes from the fact that like we saw twig break, nobody was behind him, and then Blanc shows up in the first time, but then the second time around.
They show up, then the twig breaks.
They
and then
show up,
she's
twig
gone.
breaks, and then he's gone. So what? Like,
well, that's what I'm saying. It's the same problem, though. We're shown
not disappeared the first time.
I don't see how you couldn't concede. It's like so it's edited in a way to prevent us from having information that was there the whole time. Second time around, he gives us all of it. There's no way we could have pieced that together, and it actually changes nothing about the story. It's just piss poor filmmaking. I don't know what to say.
It's just masturbatory, is all it is.
Yeah, it's literally just to hide the fact that he's gonna the stupid twin twist. That's it.
I don't even know that if we had seen her there the first time around, would any of us have guessed she's a twin?
Exactly.
No.
It's like
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah.
It's a reveal of new information.
I'm
under
not
the
even
guise
sure
of a
why
meaningful-
he hides it. Really,
It's
You don't have to.
because it's. I think the reason why is because it's just the guise of a twist. Because it's irrelevant. It's just like not relevant information. The only thing that happens is that you watch and go, oh, like that's the expected one. Whereas the unexpected outcome is, like that's the other reaction.
Maybe he just didn't want to reveal to people that they're working together either. I don't know.
I almost do want it at this point to be that she hits Miles at the end with something, and his like skin breaks away, and there's like sparking and metal, and it's like, wait a minute. Just to see like what people would say. I just see people like, no, that's brilliant that he was an android. And you're like, what?
You know what you could do is if you were this guy and you wanted to engage in good faith with people about movie discussions, you could see the part in Drinker's video where he gets wrong the fact that they re-edited the scene, and you go, actually no, they didn't re-edit it. It's actually, the logistics are such that it's not an impossibility that she was there. We just didn't see it the first time.
Like I said,
you could say that.
Yeah, you could. But like I said, you could have made that argument without the twig snapping. You could have just said that was a thing anyway. You could say it's just a different.
They were
portion of the timeline.
investigating off camera.
Yeah, I think the idea is he's trying to prove might not be the right word, but demonstrate how it's possible. So you don't just think it was an impossibility.
Well, I think I'll take him for what he said. He's trying to say this is proof that Drinker lied. He muted the scenes in order to protect anyone from.
Oh yeah, no, obviously that part.
But the interesting
like,
part to me
what?
is that what a weird thing for Drinker to choose to lie about when it has so little impact on the film's story
I
quality.
know.
Yeah.
True.
I was about to say,
True.
so like, why frame it as a lie? That's such a strange thing to be porky about.
It's not a
Because
lie.
he
It's
has
just
to
he
get those
got
drinker
that part
points.
wrong because a lot of people do. Because a lot of people look at that scene and go, "Oh, you added her."
Well,
She
the thing
wasn't
is,
there the first time.
you can say the Drinker got the details wrong, but I guarantee you'd have the same conclusion.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
yeah,
I'm just
absolutely.
saying.
You could never have possibly seen this coming. There's nothing about this that's intuitive.
Absolutely, I agree.
Of how we see and how we falsely composite and rationalize these perceptions away from the truth, away from what's really plainly shown to us.
You've done that for the whole video, so.
And also, what are you implying? There was nothing plainly shown that there was another person there. It could have easily been, and I think the easy assumption is Benoit was the one who stepped on a twig. Because
Yeah.
you didn't see him before that, right? You don't see him, twig snaps, and then you see him. And look, having him lean out of the tree the same way both times, that's on purpose, clearly. Having him slowly lean out while it looks like
Absolutely
he's in
deceptive.
about the same position with the same facial expression.
When we were
You know-
watching it, we were like, holy fuck, he managed to bump into Whiskey and Miles when they're doing the thing. Now, in retrospect, of course, that was a plan, but then you see Benoit is bumping into him, bumping into them. And I think someone was like, it'd be really funny if another person turned up, and then I think me and Mel were like, oh, well, because like we knew another person was going to turn up. And when they showed that scene, everyone fucking laughing. It's so absurd. But you know, it gets you to conclude a lot of things, and I wouldn't blame anybody for being like, this is the same thing they showed us, but now they have un-Photoshop removed here or something. Obviously, in reality, it's just a matter of how much information we're given.
Or you can dislike it. But what you can't do is lie about how the film constructs moments like these.
You have no idea he's lying.
Yeah, and
this
is what I
you
mean.
made
It's just
that up.
it's so much more reasonable to say Drinker thought
You
that's how the
missed
scene
it.
ran out or
You
whatever.
know, shame on you.
Especially
That's
because
all
the
you had to
scene is
do.
about deception. Instead
movie
of
is,
just
yeah.
saying, "Oh, yeah," if this scene is trying to essentially fool you, to say that someone's lying about it willfully instead of being like, "Oh yeah, the film fooled him" or whatever, like that would be, like it's a huge breach of just good faith.
This is just not what a lie is, and
Yeah,
I can't believe
a
this is
lie
like
is
the
a
crux,
special
the
thing.
big. You're probably better off with something else.
Yeah, this probably ain't it because the point stands. The specific thing, maybe not. But the
Mechanical
point
level.
stands.
And that's what the Drinker does here to cap off his video, to build into this last point.
Stuff like this is lazy and cheap, and it completely undermines the
definitely
integrity.
cheap.
Do you think that Drinker wouldn't conclude this about the film if that point were shown to him to be false and that it's actually a genuinely awesome scene that adds to the story? Do you think all the other things he said aren't the reason why he's coming to this conclusion? He thinks the whole fucking thing is lazily written, and I happen to
That's
agree with him.
predicated on this one point, alright?
Yeah, okay.
Integrity of the story, because you know that
Waiting for death.
Huh?
Nothing at all.
Did he say
Ryan's-
something stupid?
Well, he did.
Did he say Miles is dumb?
stuff like this is lazy and cheap, and it completely undermines the integrity of the story. Because you know that Ryan's basically just rewriting his own rules to suit whatever he wants to happen at
He does that a lot.
Yeah.
that particular moments.
There is no
Okay,
way.
knock it
you
off.
can-
Wasn't that funny?
It's so funny.
The
come on.
timing is just really awkward.
Hilarious,
I don't know what it
guys.
is. It's just like,
So funny.
This cannot have been a mistake on the Critical Drinker's part. I could
It
see that a
couldn't have
child-
been a mistake.
It can't
What?
be.
It couldn't have. I know
Is he showing
him.
the shot? Is he showing the shot because it's meant to be like, see, she was actually hidden behind Duke when he popped out the second time?
I don't even see like
It's such a confusingly edited scene, man. It's so easy to mistake what's actually.
Most
I'm pretty sure that his
probably
expression is
were
different, by the
mistaken.
way, here. Because it looks like he has the same expression in the first one of
It
like
does.
shock.
It does
This one looks
absolutely look like
anger.
it's the same shot, but they added her in.
Yeah.
Actually,
I don't know,
shouldn't
man.
in the original shot, shouldn't she be kind of be showing up over his shoulder there?
Well, no, because I think the
camera's
idea
panned
was
too much
meant
to the
be
left.
Framed. Yeah,
Really?
exactly.
Okay. Okay. All right.
child or
Still,
an
that's just
I don't-
deceptive as hell.
It is. Yeah.
Yeah,
I thought we
finding
kind of been
little
over it. Like the,
technicalities to mislead the audiences. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't. You want the characters to be misleading the characters. I don't want the film itself to be trying to mislead me.
Yeah, exactly.
Because then, like, why am I here?
Exactly.
Bored adult, half watching Glass Onion, half napping, could have got confused here, but not someone whose job it is to analyze film. So long as
Make the sound.
pretty
Make
good.
the sound.
That's his claim?
Make
Oh,
the sound.
that's the sound. That's the.
Make the
what I
sound.
mean?
I just find it amusing as
Okay,
fuck.
fine.
He's just criticized him for like this is profession. I feel
Aye.
like, what's your profession, bud? I hope it's not reviewing film because you've gotten shit tons wrong.
Because Drinker is a published
there it is.
author.
There we go.
I needed a second, sorry.
That's fine.
This is the framing of this shot. I feel like we should be able to see Andy over
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
Helen.
yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's a different expression. But the expression in both the shots of them poking out, look, nah, sorry, I'm not convinced. I'm not happy about that. I'm not satisfied.
I feel like no matter what, you can complain that this is bullshit anyway. This is just him being like,
Pretty
this is the
much, yeah.
scene, then later on being like, this is actually the scene.
Yeah.
Actually, there was a different scene that we constructed to look virtually identical to this scene that you definitely wouldn't remember the nuances of. Haha, aren't I clever?
And if you
Oh.
disagree, you're a liar.
Liar. Weasley little liar, dude.
Weasley little liar.
little liar, dude.
Liar.
you don't, I don't know, mute the scene's sound, it is that obvious. Either he didn't.
It's not.
bother
Oh,
to
it's
fuck off.
not.
It is
rewatch
not
it.
obvious.
Not
The intention
I think
was to
that's its
mislead
strongest
people.
cope. That is a massive cope
Yeah.
to say that it was obvious.
the scenes he's basing this critique on, thereby not spotting the obvious, in which case,
It's
yeah,
not
that kind of says it all.
obvious.
Really not obvious.
I'm pretty sure he's lying because he doesn't like right. Actually, wait, I should jump ahead. You know, we got an explanation for why Drinker's lying, and it's pretty priceless.
Okay.
Oh, I
More
can't wait.
likely, he is willfully misrepresenting this movie, lying about the basic construction of this scene, and then extrapolating that lie outwards to cover the piece as a whole. And this is baffling, right? Why even do this? Is it just because he knows his audience, knows the correct, most profitable take for him to have here is Rian Johnson film bad? No.
I'll just go to bat for Drinker. I believe he comes out with genuinely what he thinks, even if sometimes he knows it's going to be against the general flow. And I feel like that happened with Andor. He came out positively about Andor pretty early on when that wasn't exactly the thing that... It was very easy to hate Star Wars at this point, certainly. To the point where I hadn't even really watched it, so I couldn't say, but I remember his video releasing was part of why I was like, maybe we really should be watching Andor. Like, I keep hearing
Thank
it's
goodness
like...
we did.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and we did our coverage, and a lot of people were really thankful that, like, it's got people talking about it and dive into it. If you check out, I believe it's Star Wars Theory's review of it, his whole comment section are, like, furious with him in retrospect sort of thing. Like, why the fuck are you saying there shouldn't be bricks? That's a really weird thing. But,
Yeah.
So, I guess
Wait,
what I'm trying to
what?
say is that, like,
Bricks.
Drinker was honest about his take on Andor, and then it works out to be actually, like, a well-accepted and fair take, instead of he's just pandering to whatever the current zeitgeist is, be it on Rian Johnson, Star Wars, whatever else. I don't know what else to say. He does genuinely think that this film is badly written. I'm sorry. That is what he actually believes.
It's interesting though, like the lack of self-awareness that like your perspective as espoused here is pretty like in line with like a common perspective expressed about the film, which is like basically that it's smart for its stupidity. You know, that it's like, oh, it's speaking to this particular theme, right? Like it's your perspective is really, but do you believe that you're like dishonest? That you're like warping and twisting your own perspective to be in lockstep with what you think your audience wants? And if you don't say that about yourself, why not extend that courtesy to another person?
Because Critical Drinker's a bad person. He's on the wrong side politically, and I need to knock him down a peg because I got to score those points, get my wallops in, regardless of what the truth actually is. Because that's secondary.
Yeah, he's like that Ben Shapiro guy.
Shapiro.
He can't stop mentioning. Doesn't he mention him, like
It's a pretty
4
great
times
combo.
in this one review?
People already like plenty of people probably hate Drinker, and then combo that up with people who love Rian Johnson movies and hate people saying they're stupid. It's like combo and payoff. Because yeah, if we're going to be motivation diving here, because you've decided that all of his points rested on that last one, as opposed to a general assessment of the whole movie based on all the points he's given, which you've done a piss poor job of refuting. Why can't we just say, like, you're clearly just trying to get some level of engagement off of shitting on someone who's popular? That's the only reason you've done this, and that's why you've lied.
Especially because you made another 30-minute video responding to Drinker specifically 3 months ago about She-Hulk.
Oh, is he defending She-Hulk?
She-Hulk?
Well, I guess I guess he has to defend She-Hulk if
Uh-oh.
Drinker doesn't like She-Hulk. It doesn't matter what's in the thing itself.
Don't, guys, don't. She-Hulk's so bad. don't do
It's
it.
okay to say. This is like that. It's like the Velma tweet I linked y'all yesterday.
Whatever. I don't know.
Guys, bad movie. You could have like
I wanted to
left-leaning shit that's bad. It's fine.
It's fine.
My brain was literally like, I wanted to say something. It's like, you know, it's just not fucking worth it.
It's over, dude. It's over.
Huh?
News that say
What?
Well, yeah.
I thought you asked me a question. Sorry. No, go ahead.
Saying he didn't like it won't cut the mustard, that he has to reveal some fundamental objective flaws in the film, and then...
Or these are things he didn't like. He told you what he didn't like.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
And also he did those things.
It's when he couldn't find any. Is that why he's just making...
Couldn't find any? What about all the ones you showed us?
Yeah.
You haven't countered
issues
them.
like this, like the hot sauce, like everything we've...
No.
The hot sauce was fucking retarded.
Stop it! Fine with the thing where he was like, properties of clear, so even though you've just witnessed a massive explosion, you know, it's chill.
Yeah, who are you gonna believe? Me or your lying eyes?
Is he satisfied with that argument? Like, yeah, got him, you know?
That's easily the highlight of the video for me when he says, like, there's no reason to believe these people would be hurt by this. The whole room's on fire. It's fucking great.
I mean, if Drinker's whole point is that the movie is just full of coincidences, and you say, actually, sometimes coincidences are good. Also, these aren't coincidences. It's like, what?
What's happening? Yeah.
Many of them you do acknowledge are coincidences. And he says, here are like a metric fuck ton of coincidences that when piled up really kind of ruin the movie for me. And you're like, he must be lying. I'm sure.
Don't you know that mystery stories require coincidences? They literally can't even exist without them.
And like the problem was like he fundamentally didn't understand the notion of like questioning what a film presents to you. You know?
No, he bought it
Like,
hook, line,
that
and
was the
sinker.
absurd notion. Well, it's just, you know, when
He's drinking that Kool-Aid,
well,
100%.
anything could have happened. It's like surely we can be a little bit more reasonable than that. You know?
Surely it's your job to question these things, not to just eat them up.
Well, it's just what's the point of film criticism if that's sort of what it ends up being? The film presents this, I accept it. There's no level of like, well, do I accept it? Because, you know, sometimes, I mean, films do present, you know, answers to questions, and they're either, you know, you accept them or you don't. And to some extent, it's kind of involuntary, right? That's what suspension of disbelief is, where it reaches the point that you just can't entertain what the story is presenting to you anymore. It's too absurd, too unbelievable, too ridiculous. It's just the level of dissection in this video has been, like, thin as fuck.
It's like looking at it from across the room and closing your eyes.
It's no less, I'd say it's much more actually dishonest than the sort of like this thing he's created that Drinker isn't. He's done much worse than what he's claiming Drinker has done.
Well, in terms of like presenting the film in a way that it's just very inaccurate.
Not only the film, but obviously Drinker's video.
Presenting his arguments, yeah, right. Like the one where he said, "Oh, like what Drinker said, like he shot him. Why did she shoot him in
the notebook?"
Yeah,
maybe the notebook is made of metal.
And why?
Like in the,
why should we bother saying you misunderstood what Drinker said? We should just say he lied about it. Obviously, that's obviously what he did. He must have fucking lied about it. That's the only way to explain it. There's no other way to explain it.
Never the good old fashioned, like, you know, stupid. Like, if you want to say that Drinker is stupid, which he's already done several times, why didn't he do that rather than like, no, you're a liar? But then he also calls him stupid anyway. Like, like it's just
he's stupid and a liar. That's better than calling
like,
him either one of those things.
I think it would be
both.
This critique is particularly bad faith.
Extremely bad faith. This is something that you should definitely aspire to not become. If you're a response YouTuber, if you're a media critic, like you've got to be better than this. You have to show a level of maturity far surpassing what this video showcases. Because this will bite you in the ass, and it's doing so right now.
Everything we've spent the last 20 or so minutes shoveling through. And look, none of this would matter if he were just one guy thinking these thoughts in isolation, but he isn't. This pollutes.
He has influence. He has power. We must stop him.
He must be destroyed.
Jesus Christ.
I have a lot of viewers who also watch this guy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
And when I polled the making of this video, I got a few comments like this. People who had taken Critical Drinkers...
It happens, man. We got a lot of people saying that Drinker fucked up with the video and that this video proves it. You know.
Hopefully this sets the record very straight.
I don't know. But like
if you still think that after this video, then you are lost.
There are some great highlights in this video that I could never like. It's so funny that he said some of the things that he said. I don't think any of that happens in the Drinker video.
His word for it, assumed his gripes were founded on reality, not
people do the same with you, man. What's happened?
Fantasy. And this is wrong, as we've seen, but in fairness, I don't blame people like this, because why would you doubt the words of a 1.5 million subscriber channel?
Logic, my dude.
That's
Why
a very
would you doubt the
telling
words of someone
approach.
popular?
Yeah.
What?
You have a lot of faith in your audience, I see.
I mean, to be fair, why would you doubt the director of the movie? He's the director.
You know, Hassan Piker is quite popular, and why would you doubt the words of Hassan if he's that What the fuck is this?
Channel, why would he just lie?
He didn't lie. That's
You just said he did, even though it's Occam's sledgehammer.
Currently on repeat. I don't know. How does he?
Oh my god.
I just can't handle the lies. So many lies.
So many lies.
Close the video out anyway.
Glass Onion is like watching someone that's never played chess in their entire lives trying to take on a grandmaster, making up new rules and moves as they go to support the mistaken belief that they actually know what they're doing.
Yeah.
It's the ego-stroking pretentiousness of a filmmaker whose aspirations and self-belief far exceed his actual abilities.
Oh god, it's like music.
What's pretentious about Critical Drinker?
You're allowed to write more than one joke, you know. Like you can mix it up a little bit.
Well, he can barely write the one. And also, again, like, there's nothing pretentious about Critical Drinker. You're up here talking about fucking dead philosophers from the 1800s and anodyne and verisimilitude.
Meanwhile, dude, the average Critical Drinker video...
He's so pretentious, that Critical Drinker.
The average Critical Drinker video will start with him saying, I was out on a bender and I fucking vomited in my own asshole, and then I watched this movie.
Like, the meme is that he's drunk. Like,
Yeah, the ethos of his videos are like, what the fuck do I know? But this is stupid. You know what I mean? It's not, I am a learned intellectual man, and this, I declare, is dumb.
we all know.
It becomes clear by the name, but, you know.
We're all familiar. Yeah, Tatiana gets mentioned all the time. Meanwhile, this guy is like, these creatives from the ancient era, we must listen. But the funny part is, of course, that he references them as though we all are familiar with them.
He agrees with me.
Meanwhile, the most referenced person in Drinker's videos is a fucking, like, stripper. It's just... I love it.
A genre that deserves far better than this gaudy, superficial trash.
That one doesn't make any sense either.
That one doesn't... Yeah, that one doesn't make sense. Also, the sound didn't quite work on that one either.
It's just a big oof. I don't know. Like
it's so funny. You don't get it. It's a glass onion.
Onion.
Look, I didn't really want to make this video. Between
bingo cards, everybody!
Yes!
I didn't want to make this video.
He did the sigh as well. Earlier, he had the sigh.
Money in it for me.
Oh, they had the sigh. They had this. Oh.
Go pet
all
your
it was
dog.
missing was him walking into frame and sitting down before
with a dog. With a dog.
It's the first time I hear it towards the end of a video, though. Normally it's in the beginning.
Yeah, normally.
You know what? Maybe he'll make another video responding to Drinker 3 months from now and say the exact same thing.
Yeah, just as like, I normally don't watch his videos on principle, but this one...
Yeah.
I was forced to make this video.
It just so happens that this gets me views and engagement, so I guess I'll do it.
No.
Again.
I
Again.
I didn't want to make this video again.
Oh, he's even referencing a She-Hulk. Yep, there they are. Oh,
do not defend She-Hulk. That is rancid garbage.
That is...
Look, I didn't really want to make this video. Between those last 2 She-Hulk videos, I've said all I have to say really about guys like this. But
then
guys like this?
What guys?
What do you mean?
Guys like this. Like Scott.
We've been covering guys like you for fucking 4.5 years. Keeps
You
going,
still bring
man.
a smile to our faces.
The cup runneth over.
You could say that. Yeah.
Cup runneth over.
Just admit that you like responding to people like this. Just admit
It's
it.
okay,
It's
yeah.
fine. It's totally fine. I watch
Yeah,
things that
don't
I expect to
lie.
disagree with sometimes.
Okay.
It's fine.
The critical drink has done something remarkable this time, and someone needed to point it out. That's the way he's
Someone had
overplayed
to
his
do it.
hand when he
He overplayed his hand.
tried to use Glass Onion's ideas against it, tried to write his way to a conclusion that reveals Ryan Johnson as a thicko masquerading as smart, because it becomes immensely
is.
clear he'd bitten off more than he could chew. The fact that
You
he
didn't
can't get
display
to
that.
this point without lying,
Oh my god, you're obsessed with this one
You're
detail
obsessed.
that changes barely anything about the actual story.
Yeah.
He's just commenting on how it's a craft choice that he fucking hates. But the
It's
rest of the
annoying
video
editing.
is the justification for all that he said at the end.
You did not counter it, and the fact you think you did is part of the problem, isn't it?
without fabricating problems and
God, it's
Playing
like
incessant-
Drinkers ran a whole operation of like these careful scientists moving the individual frames of the movie around and changing all the sources and being like, you see, Glass Onion was much worse. Hopefully nobody watches it so that I can get away with my plan.
It wasn't all a big plan.
He's saying like Drinker misstepped here by lying too hard. It's just like fucking what?
About the supposed
Today,
absence
Glass
of plainly
Onion,
visible
tomorrow,
explanations.
Terminator.
The result of this is that the video ends up having the opposite effect. We see clear as day that it isn't Ryan Johnson wearing the Emperor's
this
new
is
clothes.
so funny.
We're
It's like
Glass
he's trying to
Onioning
do his
Drinker.
It's just he's trying to do the thing where it's like, look at this, like, look at how I'm tying it all together in a neat little bow. This is my this is like my critique of the Drinker coming full circle.
This almost feels tailor-made, right? Like, what else do we do in response to this? So you have The Glass Onion, a film about how the villain of the piece is a lot simpler than you may think. And Drinker says, the writer is a lot simpler than he thinks. And then he's like, the Drinker is a lot simpler than he thinks. So now it's our turn to be like, well, you're a lot simpler than you
Pillar of
think.
Garbage is a lot simpler than he thinks.
Just, yeah, whoever's next in line, good luck. It passes on. It's just going to keep on going.
It's him. And that's the part of Glass Onion that keeps on giving. It's like a mousetrap to commentators like
it's
this.
There you go.
Strap. Oh
funny.
my.
It's so funny. It's just so interesting, isn't it?
The litmus test of intelligence.
Right into that mousetrap.
And they love it. They love like the
Little-
feeling, the superiority. Like, aha, you thought it was stupid when it was smart, and you're stupid.
No, you.
I would not be surprised at all if he just thought the movie was all right until he found out Ben Shapiro and Drinker hated it.
Oh, that wouldn't shock me at all.
Yeah.
He's
Could
a
be,
loyal
yeah.
soldier in the culture war, man. He'll take up all. I mean, if you're defending She-Hulk, you're just a zombie.
Yeah, that's a hill you do not want to die on.
You're just an automaton.
Like a mousetrap to commentators like this, like old Benny Boy too. It's like they see.
Oh, there he is
there's
again.
A film which
There's
revolves
that
around
name again. Stop.
Stop. leave
He's
Benny
not a
Boy
fan of the old
alone.
Shabibo, okay?
people thinking something dumb is smart. Haha, no way, that's great. I can just say the same thing about the film.
You did the same thing saying about him.
Yeah.
Did.
And then that's why I'm talking about how it's almost fucking boring now.
You had
Everyone
a
just
keyboard that was like your irony keyboard of like, isn't that ironic? And like at no point did you seem
That was your one joke.
Maybe
Yeah,
I
that
am
was
the
his one
irony,
joke.
You know? It
maybe
was
I'm
one
the
joke.
irony.
Fighting point of the video.
That's amazing. The lack of self-awareness that he accuses
Yeah.
Drinker of having throughout the whole video.
Just say the same thing about the film. Easy slam dunk, right? They can't resist trying it on with this film, and each time, every time, all the attempt reveals is that they're the ones who's
They're the Glass Onion.
Yeah, the one.
Oh, got him.
No.
Heyo.
You have been defeated.
brilliance
Right
has
been
taken
destroyed.
I can't believe the
for
whole
granted.
discourse around
Just
this
before we
movie
wrap
is
up,
just
I know there's
evolved
going to be
into know
that
you.
guy in the comments who's going to say something like, gee whiz, pillar of garbage, why are you spending so much time knocking on other people's opinions of this film? Why don't you have some opinions?
Stuttering is comedy now.
Opinions of your own?
I don't care.
I was wondering if somebody was gonna say that. Like, yeah, you do the thing where it's like, I don't know what I'm saying. And that's the joke.
Even though you didn't do that at all in your whole video, now you're stuttering because stuttering is funny.
Yeah, I guess it's an upgrade from pressing a note. Sort of.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Stuttering's quicker, I suppose. It gets
Of your own. Well, great news, I do. If you want to hear me talk more about what this film is about, rather than what it's not about, I've got 3 videos on that already. A combined, like 40 minutes of content.
You reference your own videos
so
a
go check them
lot.
out. Thanks for watching.
Well, and also, those videos got a lot of views.
Yeah, the Drinker ones, I imagine, do get a lot of views. People are ready
And the Ben
to
Shapiro
watch Drinker
ones,
get dunked
too,
on.
it's like, yeah.
Goldstein.
Smash that like button like it's the
Oh,
irony
no!
cube. And if I were you, I'd
No!
probably
No!
avoid the comments under this one. Today's was supposed to be that Knives Out video. That's what I was planning to upload next. But hey, you guys wanted it bumped, so that's coming out in a few days now. Also, if you're a long-time viewer and you don't really care about these films, I'll be back to business as usual very soon, so I appreciate you bearing with me. But hey, I just think they're neat. I think there's really a lot to talk about, and it seems a lot of other people agree. Thanks as always to my Patreon supporters on screen now. You guys are the ROPs to my phase. See you around.
We did it.
Cool.
We made it.
Oh, that was a bad one, guys. That was.
Yeah,
It was a
bad.
fascinating one, I will say. That one was particularly fascinating.
Not great.
Are you saying you guys don't want to go check out his TikTok?
No, thanks.
You know, I thought about it.
I'm okay. I'm good.
Realized I've got I don't know, literally anything else to do right now. Do that.
We survived yet another video, and yet,
Did it, guys?
I have to go to
Soldiers.
bed.
This is what you decided to not take a break for.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Why do you hate yourself so much?
Disappointed with you right now.
That's the end, right? There's no more glass onion. We're done.
You know what? No, I don't know anymore. Maybe
Yes,
tomorrow
dot,
I'll,
dot,
like,
dot,
there's
question
another
mark.
7 bad videos we gotta watch.
I don't know.
I guess it's kind of an interesting thing in the sense of like talking about films in a vacuum is becoming like seemingly increasingly harder. It's always got to be like it seems like the meta just keeps seeping in, which is really frustrating.
Is a proxy battle for a larger culture war. You can't
This
just
one
talk
in
about the shit in
particular-
the film.
Yeah, and
This one
everyone's
in
encouraged to
particular feels that
not.
way.
It's to like almost. I was about to say dehumanize, but it's more
To
so
talk
like
past each other?
what word am I looking for? Caricature almost,
Well,
like the
be
person they're responding
reductive,
to.
right? Yeah, like present the other argument in as
You
reductive
drain
a
as
manner
much
as
good faith
possible.
from everything they say and present them, represent them, and at times, right, don't play their clips, just tell people what they said. That's a real good one.
Yeah, and don't call it criticism, call it whinging.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, and don't call it setup or preamble or setting the stage for what you believe about the artist's work. Instead, just say like, oh, a bunch of nonsense that he's saying about great movies.
Don't say they got it wrong or were mistaken. Say that it's a lie and they're trying to lie about you.
It's kind of the what's the goal? Are we trying to figure out what somebody believes, or are we just looking for a dunk?
That'd be a
Oh, dunk for sure.
Well, I mean, yeah, I believe that in this case, yes,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, of course, I imagine you'd be like, well, this is extensive. I go through many details. How could you say it's just a dunk? It's like, you can do that and just a dunk at the same time. It's
I
possible.
would say that was a particularly thin video, considering it was 30 minutes long. Like, we
Yeah,
didn't
there wasn't a
achieve
lot
much.
in there at all.
Well, it's
It
so
would've
weird
been
what he
better if
chooses to spend his time on, right? He, like, at several points raises these, like, big criticisms of the film, be like, I'm not going to go over that. But I will say, the fashion choices of Benoit are defensible. If you're familiar with this, blah, blah, blah. You're just like, what the
The
fuck is that about?
neo-realism of the philosopher Le Blanc
Not that big of a deal,
who
you know?
wrote his treatise in Paris in 1860.
Why couldn't he have written his treatise in I don't know, Pittsburgh or something?
Yeah, idiot.
Well, he had a very French name.
Because
oui, oui.
Because if they are
Yeah, oui,
European,
oui.
they are more sophisticated.
Well, you know what I can say this time, though, is that we're actually able to end this one properly because the last one got cut off.
Oh yeah, that was pretty whack.
Oh, yeah.
How many
That
people
was a
thought
pretty
that
good
was
cutoff
like an
point, though.
artistic choice?
That was
Everyone-
pretty funny.
everyone
Can we
assumed
stop?
this was
Yeah.
artistic
Artistic choice.
choice.
Yeah.
Should we say that it was an artistic choice?
Oh,
that
definitely.
Yes,
Yeah.
of course
Yeah.
we do.
Ooh,
Because that's what it was.
subversive.
Yeah, it was. It was totally.
was.
Yeah, it was.
Was there ever
Yeah,
any doubt?
you're just dumb. Glass onion.
Yeah, that's right. It's simple but stupid.
You
get it?
fool.
Matthew Arnold would be so disappointed. He would.
I want to know if this guy thinks. Does he think that it's a perfect film? That there are no criticisms of Glass Onion?
I doubt it. I guess it's more so that I don't know what. Just based on that video, it's like, what is the way that you go about like critiquing something? Is it
How do you
all, like,
distinguish a
is it
bad
based
movie
on,
from a
like,
good one?
I wonder how much of it is about artist's intent for him. Like, I get the impression that might be part of how he, like, like that's a hugely relevant part of what he focuses on. I'm not sure. It's just because we got so little of it here of like talking about why, and I guess he said that at the end, right? It's not really like a praise of the film. It's more like a defense of it. It's just odd that in defending it, there wasn't much by way of like, a very structured praise of specific elements of the film.
Yeah, just calling it stupid because Ryan Johnson said it's supposed to be stupid.
He said that a few
Ryan
times.
is God. All hail Ryan.
A lot of
His
people end up
word, his
defending
law.
the first Knives Out with that, by the way, that Ransom was a dumb guy, and that's why like a lot of different things happen. It's like if he gets away with this for a third time with his third fucking movie that he makes it all about stupid people and stupid people getting away with shit.
I guess it's just what happened to being impressed by villains that were really competent that were outwitted by more competent heroes. It's harder to write.
Well, you see, that's
is what it
satisfying
is.
and interesting and encourages me to pay attention.
Mm.
So we can't do that.
It's harder to write, but it's cooler to see. I
Yeah.
thought that was the case anyway. But
So funny though, because
I don't know.
if like you said that to Ryan, he's like, but it's easier to write this, and this does just fine.
Well, it's kind of
Apparently
funny, right?
people
He
love
could
this
say
shit.
that, and it's like, yeah, like Glass Onion and Knives Out were both very successful films, and the third one probably will be too, and there may be more. The feedback is probably very positive. It's kind
This
of
genre is just going to get fucking destroyed for the next decade.
I guess there is the concern of whether this genre could even thrive in the current landscape, where it seems like there's not much of a desire to, in a sense, play it safe and go for something that's been done before, but to try it in a slightly different way, or to do like a sort of well-trodden idea very well. Because I mean, people, as long as it's good, right? But like everything, we got to be trying to like figure out new ways to, push the boundaries, which of course is valuable if you do it well. But I guess that's the thing. There needs to be more emphasis on doing it well, not just doing it.
So.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. I guess that's, yeah.
Well,
there's that.
We'll do what we meant to do last time, but everything got fucked up. Hey, Capital O Opinions, what are you up to? What are you doing these days? Why should people follow you on the interwebs?
They shouldn't. Next person, please.
Agreed.
Wow.
Damn, Rex.
What?
Rude.
He's just agreeing with me.
I'm just
'cause
trying
he's
to
a
be
nice guy.
supportive here.
Oh, okay.
Exactly.
Sorry, I was a glass onion.
Yeah, onion.
Onion.
Do you literally have a flute?
Yeah, it's a little penny whistle flute.
Oh, I thought you were making a joke earlier.
Penny whistle.
No,
Like,
I
no,
never
you actually
joke.
have a flute. That's
I'm
pretty
always
sick, dude.
serious all
Isn't
the
that a
time.
clown?
You should
Play
not
us our
follow
irony
me.
note. Let's go.
You should definitely not follow my YouTube channel. Definitely.
Well, you
Don't do it. Don't even think about doing it.
I know that you have a TikTok that no one cares about, but do you have a fax machine that we can follow? And
I
send
do.
messages
Send
to?
things to your faxes.
If you
And
want to
fan
get in
mail too.
touch with me, hit me up on Discord. I'll give you my fax number. And then if you want to send me money, just, mail pallets
Fax
of cash
money
to my
to
house.
me.
No, you'll have to mail the pallets of cash to my house. That's,
Oh,
that's
okay.
just how I roll.
Well, all right. Yeah, what are you up to these days? What are you doing? Tell the people. What should they be excited for?
Well, if you're not utterly sick of all this Glass Onion talk by now, I'm trying to put out a video within the next, I want to say, few days. Hopefully, if everything pans out correctly.
You
It just keeps getting
gonna,
bigger.
You gonna absorb what he said in this video and understand you shouldn't lie about Glass Onion if you understood that now?
Yeah, I would never try and lie. I'm thinking of bits where, and I think I'm pretty safe. I think I'm being very truthful
What?
about how utterly disgusting and dumb this
Oh my
stupid
God.
movie is.
Sounds like lies to me.
That sounds like a big lie. What the fuck?
Well, you'll just have
Leave
to
it.
see.
Will do. Masshole, what are you up to?
That's me. I did my first stream from home today. So I'm back, baby. There's gonna be
Woo!
all
Yeah.
kinds of shit going on. I copied the long man because I saw he bought a whiteboard to write stuff on. I have one too now, and I regret my life choices because there's a lot of that whiteboard that I'm gonna be doing over the next couple of months.
They really help you remember stuff. It's like we can just have a notepad. It's like, yeah,
I
but
don't like
whiteboards
it
are
because
cooler.
I'm dreading March. March is gonna be absolute hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
What's going on in March?
Scream 6, Shazam, Resident Evil 4, John Wick 4.
Lots of movies. Yeah.
That's a lot of stuff.
Yes.
Damn.
That's Mando starts up in March as well.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
So yeah, that's all gonna happen. But yeah, Forge is coming up. Next Forge is gonna be next week on Sunday. We're gonna be joined by Frongo and the Meme. We're gonna be talking about Puss in Boots. It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
And then the one after is gonna be on the Del Toro Pinocchio. So yeah.
I still need to find time to see that.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm
Forges.
yeah. For sure. Yeah. And then Dead Space is coming up. I'm gonna be streaming. I'm gonna be trying to do a lot more gaming coverage. There's a lot of games that come out that I want to talk about. So yeah, if you crave some more gaming things of the stuff that comes out this year, I'll probably have you covered there.
Many things going on in the Forge.
Sweet.
Very interesting.
Rags, Fringy, and Das, I guess. If any three of you have anything you want to mention about anything.
Nothing to
Not
report
really.
yet.
Not
Nothing
right
to
now.
report yet.
Yeah, just working as per
Yeah. All I've got to say is work continues, and of course we're still catching up with Super Chats. I'm planning on dropping a, I think it's 8.5 hour one we've finished. Me, Rags, and Fringy. That'll be out soon enough.
Right?
Yeah, and then of course there's actually an episode that it was the original 214 that still hasn't actually been put out yet. So we're an extra episode ahead of being ahead, and we're gonna try next week to have that be the week off. Here we go, everyone. We might just be able to pull it off. Who knows? The thing is, like, if some crazy TV show, movie, or something comes out, I can't say it's a definite.
Well, yeah, right. But I guess next week is kind of like before things really start to kick off, right?
Yeah, I'm actually hoping we might just be able to get an actual week off for once. And on that Saturday, I'll release the catch up this long, so that you guys still have some stuff from me, Rogal, and Raggleton to check out.
Woohoo!
But yeah, in the meantime, we'll be taking moments where we can to do catch-ups. I am afraid I gotta go tonight. I'm already dreading getting up as early as I gotta, but this was not planned. It's just a video that people would tell me was really good, and I was like, that is not a good video.
Yeah,
Why?
once again, we were lied to.
What happened? Why you gotta lie like that?
Yeah.
Well, no, we learned. It's not lying. It's just, I don't know, you thought it was great.
Yeah.
So, well, that's that, I suppose. Thank you very much for joining us. Hope you had fun. Thank you again for the kind donations. We shall see you next time.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Doodles. Slumply. Nah. It's just dumb.